Hey, what's up?
What
We're just talking about Raiders of the Lost Ark and Temple of Doom. How
Well,
old do
also
you
it's
have to
just
be?
I feel like if you think your kid can handle it, because
Well,
there's some scary stuff in Raiders.
yeah,
There's some scary stuff in all of them. I mean,
well,
the most gross out one is Temple of Doom.
yeah, but they all have at least one
Yeah,
big
but
gross out
Temple of
scene.
Doom is like super gross out with like the monkey heads and all
You got
that
the
stuff.
monkey heads. You got the like pulling the heart out of the
Well, yeah.
chest.
Well,
You got the guy getting smashed on the
well
rock.
then like yeah, because Temple of Doom that's a PG-13 movie. That was the one of the movies that
Yeah,
invented
right.
PG-13. Whereas Raiders, while it's scary, there isn't anything like super
Well,
graphic.
except the opening of the arc when the guy's face melts off.
Oh yeah,
I mean, that's just that one bit. I'm just saying, like, that's pretty for a kid.
yeah, but it's also awesome. Like I remember when I was a kid, that was like those were the coolest
Yeah.
movies. Like
Oh,
I feel like there was a period where I liked Indiana Jones more than Star Wars.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Like when I was in my adventure phase, like when you had like that and like the Goonies and like those movies, and I'm like, this is more real. Like for me, this is more something I can do than go to space.
Right.
Like I can go in my backyard and be Indiana Jones.
Well,
I can go on adventures.
for that.
Well, yeah, like
But
well, you had those kids. I mean, but then you had Explorers, which like merged.
right, it was like
space.
those worlds coming
Yeah,
together.
yeah, and then the ending was really weird.
Plus,
I watched that again. I've watched that like 3 times in the last year because I love it, but that ending still makes no sense.
it is
I feel
not
like
a good ending.
well, like somebody brought up, like Joe Dante apparently has a director's cut that supposedly makes more sense, but he's never
been released.
I don't know. I feel like Derek said he was supposed to show it, but then the print they brought it was the wrong print, so then they ended up not being able to see it. So he has it, and maybe at some point, because I feel like there's got to be some other cut of that movie that makes more sense. Because at the end, they just fly away, and the ship's back for no reason, and they're just all flying in the clouds, and then it's credits.
Yeah,
and
the whole alien bit. I mean, it makes sense, but it's kind of weird. I don't know.
It's weird, but it was also that part was cool. I mean, when they're on the ship,
yeah.
But
I'm just saying the first half of that movie is
when
like
they build the ship
ever.
And like they're all just like they're like secretly building the ship, and the guy's got plus just the idea of that ship, and like you're making your own, and it's like kids, and they got all that. Just the fact that they can build that, and like they all got that little canyon hideout.
Yeah,
like that part. You're right. It is a super uneven movie because that first part is like I would say up until they actually go into space, I was like, this is the best movie ever made.
Yeah.
And then it kind of like went off the rails.
It's not bad, but it's just no longer the best movie ever made. I think it would be a better known movie if the ending was different.
Because it would be like at the Goonies, if when they get to like when they're it's like the only way I can compare it is if like you have the Goonies. And when they actually get down into the tunnels, then like, what would it be like? It'd be like there's some weird, some monster, and like one of them falls in love with Mikey, and there's like and some weird thing,
comes out and like, you can't marry my daughter.
And it just turns into a completely different movie than what you originally anticipated. That would what it would be like.
Because at the beginning, even though it's obviously science fiction, it's presented as real. These are real kids, and they figure out a way to build this ship, and then you've got weird, goofy aliens. And then it kind of takes you out of that, Anyway.
But the idea of them going to space was awesome.
It is really cool.
It was just once it went that, and then it was like you can go back in your dreams, and then they're all dreaming, and then for some reason the other girl is there.
And she came into the dream.
And
hey, what's up, Josh?
Josh is here. Yeah. You're wearing a Ghostbusters shirt. I was actually trying. It's funny because I was trying to find my Ghostbusters shirt that my mom got me for Christmas. I don't know where I put it.
Oh man, under the couch?
I don't know. It's probably in a drawer somewhere. Stashed it somewhere.
Just for a bit.
Well, yeah, he has to like work tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, you just gotta get up early.
I don't tomorrow.
Why?
Because Janelle is home on vacation and she's taking Audrey in.
Why don't you let her have her vacation?
No, she wants to.
Oh.
She because it's for her, like, I get to go and be part of Audrey's school day all the time. She doesn't get to. So she's excited. Trust me, it's not
I would want to sleep.
I would also, but for her, it's also sleeping in because she gets up at 5:30.
So when are you getting up tomorrow? Whenever you want to.
Well, no, Luke sleeps in and he'll get me up. So if Janelle comes back before Luke wakes up, she'll get me up.
So what are you guys doing all week now that it's Janelle and?
Well, there's definitely going to be some relaxing, but there's also going to be some major yard work.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen the front of our house.
I have seen your yard. It's pretty disastrous.
We're inches away from getting another one of those notices. Like, if I don't do it, I'm surprised we haven't already. So, tomorrow...
is this like a yearly routine where you just...
I think it's bi-year. What's it twice a year? Is
it
bi-yearly?
happens at least twice a year where you just let it go.
Spring and fall.
At what point do they just... They're like, you're done. Like, no, you're done.
Never. My parents got one every year my entire life.
Like, how many chances? I guess they give you infinite chances. At some point, I would just be like, you are a prime offender.
Here's the thing.
Boom.
Within a block of our house, there are 8 houses that are worse than ours all the time. That probably just take the fines or are abandoned,
Yeah.
So I'm not even the worst offender.
So that's how you just like, I'm better than these abandoned houses.
All those. So yeah.
Don't you want to take pride in like your?
I do. Twice a year.
You're ridiculous.
No, I should be better on it, but it's it's tough.
It's tough.
It's tough. It's a third of an acre.
Well, that was your choice.
I know. It's hard. Maybe harder than I anticipated it being. I will admit. Fun. It's still fun, but there's a lot of other stuff to do. The benefits are cool. Man, I just saw something in your thing and I'm totally bummed.
What?
Ice Cream Surfer is really cool.
Yeah.
It's not on sale anymore. I went back to go buy it.
Snooze, you lose.
It's $5 now.
Snooze, you lose.
I'm gonna wait for it to go on sale again.
I wouldn't pay $5.
Yeah, it's cool for $1.50.
But you snooze, you lose. That's what happens with sale. It'll be on sale again.
Yeah, all those.
They look. It's like a rotate
through. So that's what I've been doing because I have like a big old wish list and I just check it every once in a while and see which ones are on sale and grab those. Because, yeah, it's $1.50 fun, not $5 fun.
Yeah. All right.
Ready to do it?
I just want to make sure I got everything here.
Whoa, Steve got a big letter in there.
Yeah. Steve went all out.
It's good.
Ugh, I don't want to go to class tomorrow.
So, have you put in all the names for all the tickets? Do we know how many people are coming, or what's the deal? We still
got some.
My parents want to come and bring Melissa because they said. So if we have extra tickets, if we have others that no one's going to use, Keith can't come. I talked to him.
Let me see how many we have. I can check it.
I told him. I said I couldn't guarantee. I didn't know what we had, but they said they'd come. They said they would go to the panel.
Your parents are going to go step one foot in that convention, and they're going to be miserable.
No, well, first of all, my mom's been to comic conventions. My mom's gone to the Shrine Show. Do you know that?
I haven't.
Melissa wants to go. Oh, that's a new one. Or is that for us, or is that
from Dave? It says Brenda needs to read this. It perfectly explains signs.
Oh, okay.
And then something.
Like my brother Dave?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, is his email flying butt monkeys at Cosmo Trader?
Yeah, that's David.
Cosmo Trader.
Yeah. Monkey's flat on my butt. Anyway, if we have them, I didn't make any guarantees, but
let me check. I'm checking right now.
It'd be fun because they'll come. That's because Amy is free still. She's under the kid thing still. Janelle's gonna come and bring my 2 kids. She'll probably just come for our panel and go though. But it's like a long one.
I'll read this. I want to hear what. I'll read this on the show. It's fine.
Okay, that's good. Anyway, that's some guaranteed people in the panel. It'll be good.
All right. Well, what was I doing?
Seeing how many ticket statuses.
Okay.
I got Super Mario Brothers 2.
What made you choose that?
Thing, because it's one of those ones I've never beaten.
Never beaten it?
I've gotten to like the last 2 levels are super hard.
Man, I beat it.
Never could.
All right, we got 4 badges left.
All right. Well, you want to put 3 down for them? Because you have Janelle.
All right.
Tony, Marilyn, Melissa.
Yeah. Okay, so we got Josh, Rachel, Derek, Matt, Jeff Edwards. I gave one to Lindy. Michelle Scullin, Janelle, Matt, you.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, that's 11 people for our show, our panel.
See, and with these badges, we don't have to be there when they pick them up. They just go to the participant area and they can pick them up when they want. So we don't have to deal with
that. Way they can, like, if they want to just come for our thing, you know, they don't have to. We don't have to like wait around for
whole Vecchio family here.
Yeah, it's cool. They want to come out and support it. I'm excited about that. And then Amy's comes under the kid one, so. Cool. Sweet.
Well, let me check that kid, because I think you have to, like...
Oh, you have to pre-register? I thought... Well, I could be wrong. So I might have been looking at San Diego, but I think you just have to go in and register them on site. You have to fill out a form, you know.
What do you mean?
Like a release form. You have to do there on site, like with your supervising adult.
All right.
Because it's 12 and under is kids, and she's 12.
Children are free with paying adult. Children are not need to register. Yeah. Okay.
You may register them on site for free if accompanied by a paying adult. So
there you go.
You have to fill out the emergency code. So mom and dad, when they get there, would do that. You know. Same with my kids. Janelle would do that. You know, when she comes in with them.
Boom! Yeah, did you see 3 days sold out? Yeah, Saturday sold out already.
I think it's Sunday.
So like it's Friday. Nice. You can go Friday or Sunday.
Oh, okay.
But Saturday is sold out. 3-day badges are sold out. So like that's never happened. So
it's definitely
it's blowing up,
and it's bigger than it's ever been before. So that's cool.
Well, it's the same size as it was last year.
Well, but they expanded all the panels though.
Yeah.
To out to the hotel. So I mean, bigger in the sense that it has more to offer. How's that?
Yeah. Just looking, seeing what else they've announced.
We're on it.
Well, yeah, we were in like that post
on
the thing. That was awesome. It's like they haven't really announced any programming. See special guests. Neil Adams, Mark Andrico. Oh, he was on one of our podcasts.
Sergio.
Ed Brubaker. So a lot of comics people.
If you're listening to this on YouTube and you're wondering, we're talking about.
I still think we should show Mark Evanier that Hardy Boys at Comic-Con thing.
Oh yeah.
I think because he's like the Comic-Con historian. I wonder if he doesn't know about that, he would probably greatly appreciate
the heads up.
But he probably knows about it and he could probably tell some kind of inside story. So if we see him,
we're gonna bring it. It's in my.
If we see him,
it's in my.
Because he does like 8 million panels.
They're ready to go.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these, see who else is there. See who all these people. A lot of comics people. Just want to see who else I got on here. Anything like amazing. Like this just blows my mind. Sometimes you never know. Like, I don't know, you never know.
Greg Wiseman, he did the Disney cartoons, right? Yeah, Star Wars.
Yeah, because we saw him at Long Beach.
Yeah, because he did Spectacular Spider-Man.
And he also did, he's like the creator of Gargoyles.
Right.
And remember, we went to that Disney Afternoon panel, had him, had the Darkwing Duck guy, had the Tailspin guys. Yeah. That panel was pretty epic.
It was, and it just makes me sad, because Spectacular Spider-Man is still hands down the best Spider-Man cartoon.
Let's see, here's one more reason to watch Star Wars Rebels, because he works on that, too.
I still need to do that. For sure.
They just announced Sarah Michelle Gellar is going to be in season 2.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You know what show? Did you ever watch the Tron show that was on Disney?
I saw
it. Was really good.
It was really, really good.
And then they ended it. It ended on like a total cliffhanger. I watched all the episodes.
We saw. Remember? I think I told you about it. We saw like in that weird. They were
doing the test thing. Yeah. But like I went because I watched that, and then I went and I watched because like Crozier and I like DVR'd it because I was still living in Crozier and like we watched every episode. It was really good. The
ones I saw were awesome.
And then they kept saying they were gonna come back and they didn't, and it sucked because I really liked that show.
Sad.
Yeah.
I like Tron.
Oh wait,
Josh got a bunch of stuff.
All right, I'm going to leave before you start so I can listen on my commute. Lots of badges. Let's plan a Sky meeting so we can talk about the panel. Oh, sorry, Josh.
We totally ignored you. We were looking at
What do you guys want to do different this time? How do you want to up your panel game?
Jeez.
Do we want to do anything different?
Well, we definitely do not want to give away.
We can't do the candy, so we got to come up with...
Well, we didn't do that with him last time, did we?
Yeah.
No, because at Comic-Con we didn't.
We didn't. We always want to be improving.
Well, that's true, yes. I mean, for one, I think, because let's see, how many has Josh done? Was that the first one that Josh did?
I don't know.
Have you done 2 or 1 with us, Josh?
Josh has done 2, because he did
right?
one Long Beach and one
Long
Comic-Con.
Beach and one Comic-Con. I think going through, like, just having, like, some major talking points, and I know you've done that before, but just, a few, like, big points for us to go through. If anything, I mean, I think the biggest thing that the biggest impact we have is, like, getting feedback from the audience and answering questions from them, but doing that in a, efficient manner.
Constructive way.
Yeah, moving through it quickly, but, kind of feeling out where, what kind of information they're looking for and what's helpful to them.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, but I don't have any major ideas about making it bigger and better other than just refining what we have done and do it good. Mm-hmm.
Well, at some point we can discuss it. We still got some time.
If you have any thoughts, let me know. Let us know. Because,
Well, maybe when you get back from vacation.
Yeah, that's good.
Freaking going on vacation again.
Cool. He will have a plan and we'll go over it. That sounds good.
Yep. Sounds good. Let's get this show on the road.
Let's do it.
All right, so that means we still have 1 badge left.
Cool.
If we need it, we'll just save that one.
Yeah.
For a rainy day.
Emergency badge.
Especially since Patrick only used 1, so just in case he has any that he wants. So.
Yeah, I talked to Keith and he can't go. So I don't know of any others.
Yeah, we're all set here.
I think it's good.
So it's at 4 o'clock. Elite Ballroom Lobby. And boom, look at all those badges. Alright. Close this. Check inbox one more time. Nope. Dave got that last minute email in there. Did he know we were recording? Oh, maybe he's reading on Twitter and he saw that posted thing.
Could have been.
Wow, this Reddit thread has 19,717 comments. It's crazy.
Oh, Reddit is a deep, dark black hole.
Well, I told you about my whole thing where I found out about those magazine crews, and I was reading about those for like 3 hours, and just keep reading these horrific stories.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is there's like millions of things that you
I didn't even know that was a thing, and now it's like all I can think about.
Magazine. That's funny. It's like Office Space.
Well, it's like one of the main places where runaway teenagers end up. They end up on these magazine crews, and like it's like so weird that like that's a thing that exists in our country, and they like basically kidnap these kids and like keep them all drugged up, so they don't want to leave, and then they purposely don't go back to where the kids are from, so they don't try and go home.
Right.
And they don't let them use the phone. Like it's crazy. What were you?
Well, it just made me think of a totally different subject, so I want to let you finish.
Okay.
But have you watched The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt yet?
Yeah, didn't you see my thing?
No.
I've watched it. I've put it up there. It's on my thing. I've watched like 5 episodes. It's amazing.
It's amazing. I've only
so
watched
good.
2, but
it's as good as I thought it was going to be.
When you said kidnapping and hiding him away, it made me think of that. So, oh my god, it's crazy and awesome.
It's like Blast from the Past, the TV show.
Yeah, but like darker.
Yeah, but like really dark.
Yeah.
But it's so funny.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Okay.
I'm glad you watched it.
Yeah, not all. I've only watched the first 2. In fact, that's what we were doing right before I came over.
I gotta wait till tomorrow to watch the new.
Last Man on
Earth. It's times like this where sometimes I'm like, I should get regular cable.
Yeah, but what? A day?
Yeah.
Paying all that extra money for a day?
Where did I put that thing? There was a thing here. They were offering me something. I must have thrown it. Maybe I threw it away out of
you need to.
wisdom. Oh, it's here. They got a thing where
don't do it.
For $10.
Don't do it.
With equipment.
For now, it's $10. And then a month from now, you're gonna be paying $100 extra.
It's,
And think of all the installation things that
it
they're
says
gonna.
no. It says
That's
equipment included.
That's what they said when they put in your internet. And then
No, I know.
$250.
But I just
Don't do it.
ask how to get free installation.
You don't need it. You don't want it.
But it's $10.
You don't want it. You don't need that. It's not $10. It's $10
I know,
a month.
Hulu is $10, and so I might as well just get Hulu. But I think it's like, but then I don't have to wait.
Oh no, it's a day. It's one day. Hulu, Amazon, Netflix, and WWE Network. Well, how could you possibly need more entertainment than that?
I actually considered buying the New Japan Wrestling Network.
All right. I would rather you do that before you get cable. Cable is evil.
I know it
Cable
is,
needs
but
to
like
die.
I just some of the like.
Plus, what? Look, HBO is $9.99 extra a month. So what do you even get for that $10 a month?
You get like the basic channels.
Yeah, you get nothing.
It's true.
You get nothing for $10 a month. That's why it's $10 a month. What do you get? Like a couple extra PBS channels or something? Like
I don't know.
I'm telling you, you don't need it.
But it's really tempting.
Don't.
All right, well, I'll put that away.
Put that away.
Throw it away.
You have HBO Go too, right?
Yeah, I'm using. I still have to log in for that.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you should do more streaming services than before you do that. It's better. It's better value.
They are talking. I just read about how NBC is gonna offer like a comedy streaming service.
There you go.
Then I'm like, what are they gonna offer that's not on Hulu? And then I'm like, are they taking out shows from Hulu? And they're gonna charge. This is where this is turning into where there's gonna be 10 different streaming services, and then you end up paying just as much as if you had cable. That sucks. That's almost as bad.
That's true, but you can also like pick and choose. I mean,
I don't want to pick and choose. I want it all.
Do 3 months of Hulu and then switch it off to something else.
It's annoying that I have to do that. Like, why can't they just all figure it out?
It's more annoying than dealing with the cable company. Just remember,
it's true, they're the worst.
Anytime you've ever had to deal with a cable company, it's always the worst.
Yep.
I've never, as many times as I've canceled and re-signed up for Hulu.
Check.
It's never been anywhere close to that. This is my check. Is my Hulu rant. Don't do cable. Friends don't let friends do cable.
Have you ever had cable?
I've never had cable. As an adult, as a kid, my parents off
but
and on.
You guys are even more like out of it some TV shows than I am. I don't want to be that out of it on TV shows.
You don't have to be. You're on the internet. Trust me, you don't need it.
All right.
I have no shortage of entertainment in my life.
Oh.
I was playing out of that. Check. Hello. This is my check. This is my Hulu rate. Don't do cable. Don't let friends do cable. You ever had cable? I've never had cable. As an adult, as a kid, my parents. Before we got married, Janelle had cable for like a year, and it's terrible. She had a hard time getting, ending it.
I've had cable before. I'm not like...
And, it's... Okay, you think it's bad with all the, different entertainment options we have now to not be productive? Like, when there's just TV...
Oh, I know. I've had it. Like, you just
sit there, you'll sit there forever. You can knock it out of sometimes.
But I want that.
When we gained all our weight eating all those pizzas is when she had cable. That's what we were doing when we were eating all those pizzas.
I want to gain weight and eat a bunch of pizzas.
No, not with cable. If you're going to do that, get it with the Japanese wrestling channel or something.
Yeah, but the problem about the Japanese wrestling channel is it's all in Japanese.
No. Well,
so you have to read websites just to navigate to what thing. I know it's just to even get to the shows you want to watch. So I'm until they can can get, I'll just continue watch. I watch them on Daily Motion, and I know I'm not contributing to them, but there's not an easier way.
Yeah, they don't have a way to get it to you.
Yeah. That's what they were supposed to be doing with this other wrestling company, but then that doesn't seem to have materialized. They did one show where they had American commentators. You could get it on American websites, and I bought that show, but they haven't done anything else since then. Because I'm I will give you guys money.
And every time I see this here, I remember I want to.
Well, I'm waiting for it to be on sale because it's been on sale a few times.
Yeah. Does it give you points though? Is it worth getting before then?
I don't know. Why don't you look on your handy chart?
I will at home. This is good though. Every time I come here, it reminds me.
I mean, I have the Korg, I have the DSN, and I haven't even really done anything with it.
There's
We
so
haven't
many,
even. We got to
there's so
do that.
many.
We got to do the BrendoMan All Stars track. We haven't even finished our Kickstarter.
It's
reward.
mostly done.
We're bad Kickstarter people.
We're bad.
We're not
We're
as
good.
bad as
No.
We're not as bad as some other people that haven't even delivered their things that are.
Yeah, we've delivered like 90% of it.
And we've
It's just
delivered
a
the
few
main
fringe-
thing.
yes.
It's like some. These
Everyone
are like stretch
has gotten
goals.
the main
These
stuff.
are stretch goals.
Right. Which we should get them done.
Well, no, the orchard map wasn't a stretch goal.
No, that was a regular. That's done. I need to just print it up. I have the finished file.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know. What's always wrong with me? I'll tell you what's wrong. I have Hulu Plus.
Do you have a Brax for tomorrow? Since you said you would do it every Monday.
Tomorrow, that's what I'm doing tomorrow. Mondays.
Oh my god.
Mondays. I've been good. I have had.
Remember when it
Monday.
used to be up on like the midnight of the day?
Yes.
And we did that for like 200 ones.
Remember, I started before we had kids.
Yeah, but then you did it for a long time when you had kids.
I know. It's hard. They're older now. They demand more attention.
They're more self-sufficient.
Yeah, but they're more fun now. They want to do stuff I like to do. It's hard when the kids are like, "Daddy, do you want to play this awesome video game with us?
Let's play Zelda." Your kids, all they want to do is play Zelda. It's like your dream come true.
It is. Well, but sometimes he wants to play Lego Hobbit, or
and then Janelle can't complain because you're all playing games together.
No, we're doing good stuff. But there's also, other productive things. I got the microwave set up. That took about 10 seconds.
Your new microwave, you were worried wasn't big enough for your like.
It is a little smaller, but it's working.
Yeah, but it's not leaking radiation on you.
It's true. Now I'm afraid we might need to get a new fridge because our fridge is starting to like leak water into it again.
Your appliances are falling apart.
Well, the thing is, we've had it for like 11 years, and they don't last that long.
What's the lifespan?
I don't know, Janelle said like 10 to 15 is what the internet said. Seems like it should be longer than that, but
appliances. That's why I hate appliances because they're gonna break and they're so expensive, but you have to have I've tried living without a fridge for like a month and I was miserable.
Yeah, you can't.
You're like eating out of a freaking cooler.
Yeah, you need a fridge. I mean,
but I've never actually purchased a fridge.
Yeah,
because I got that free fridge. And then I had that one forever, and then the last 2 of 3 apartments I've lived in come with a fridge.
This one had one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little on the old side, but it works. Like, the fridge that I have is from the 80s. Should I be concerned?
No, I mean, the thing is, it's not ours.
The light bulbs are out, but it works.
You could replace the light bulb, probably.
Yeah, but I don't want to deal with that.
Ours is just, like, the freezer freezes and then, like, drips stuff in, like, just water into the back of the fridge.
I thought freezers are supposed to do that.
But it's not supposed to drip into the fridge, though.
Mm.
It's like condensing. It's nothing gross. It's just water. But I'm afraid we're going to have to get a new one. This is thrilling talk. This is appliance talk.
But how much is a new fridge? That's like you're looking like $500 minimum, right?
I think so. I don't know.
And then secondhand fridges, that's like playing.
Yeah, that's playing with fire there.
Because one, you don't want somebody's nasty old fridge.
Plus, what if it's got a year left on it?
And you don't know.
And you can't tell.
But like a new appliance, a brand new appliance, that's some serious money.
I don't want to think about it. We're using this thing. Just a little dripping water is not going to make it go yet. But if it's an indication that it's like failing as a whole, it could be bad. And the thing with the fridge too is like once it goes out,
it's done, and then all your food is gone.
All that food gone, and like you have to get something. Like you don't have we're gonna wait for a couple months and save up for it or something. You got to have it.
Things you have to deal with as an adult.
I know. It's stupid.
Or a non super rich.
Yeah. It's still a pain, even if you are rich, I think.
Yeah, but if you're rich, you just like
pay someone to do it.
You buy a fridge and they deliver it and hook it up, and it's not even, you don't even think about it because for me, like having to, like if I had to just like buy something that was like $500, like let's say because that's like the cheapest, like it's even $500, that would like really throw me off for like a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's for a freaking fridge. But it does affect, like that's like the primary thing.
Yeah, I mean there's some
shelter.
Microwave, I mean, you can live without if you have to for a while, but the fridge.
Yeah, but I had to, because I didn't have a microwave when I first moved in here, and I bought some TV dinners without even thinking about it.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then,
that
like,
doesn't work.
Cooking TV dinners in the oven, it's like, put it in for 1 hour. I'm like, an hour?
Yeah, for a little thing
For
that
a
you're
tiny
gonna,
little
like, take 5 bites
thing.
of,
Like, that's
not
stupid.
worth it. Yeah, Janelle got these frozen pizzas a little while ago, and they were like, you had to heat them at the beginning in the microwave for like 5 minutes, and then you put them into the oven for
forget
half an hour.
that.
I'm like, no, that's not worth it for a pizza. For a little microwave pizza, there's no way it's that good. So I just microwaved them. They were kind of soggy and gross, but
I would just put it. See, that's where I feel like a toaster oven.
Toaster oven is good, yeah.
I don't know. I think I. I don't tell my mom, but I think I forgot my toaster oven. I think it.
Oh no!
I don't know what happened to it because it didn't end up here.
Oh my god!
And it wasn't on the moving list, so I think I accidentally left it at the apartment.
You know that, like, our kids, like.
But the toaster oven, that was like a $20 toaster oven.
We get pizza or something, like, oh, okay, that's but if we get toast, like, toast is their, like, ultimate thing. They're like, please, can we get toast? Because I don't know. For whatever
it's
reason,
weird
it's like a delicacy
kids get
for them.
obsessed with
Yeah,
stuff.
so, like, we have to keep going to the store to buy. Remember, like, at Target
Yeah,
the other
buy
day,
bread.
we're going to get bread. Kids want toast. And we put it in the toaster oven. And Janelle did it the other day and put it in there and then spread butter afterwards. And the kids are all upset because I always put the butter on beforehand so it melts in the toaster. And they're, Mommy, you did it wrong. You got to put the butter on first. And she's like, sorry, I didn't know the toast thing. That's been their obsession, like, for the last few weeks, is toast.
This is weird, but my obsession, when I was like 7 or 8, I started, like, I think this was like my first foray into, like, sneaking into the kitchen for food with my mom. And I would always thinking of, like, things that wouldn't be a big deal if they were just gone. So, like, one of the things I came up with was just bread. But, like, just eating bread wasn't good enough, and I didn't want to, like, toast it because then my mom would, like, smell it. So,
Right.
So what I would do is I would get, like, 3 or 4 pieces of bread, and I'd, like, smash it up into, like, a dough ball, and I'd, like, eat the dough ball.
Oh, I love doing
and that
dough
was
balls.
like my favorite thing.
Yeah.
But it's like I was so desperate for food that I was mashing up bread. I'm such a fatty, like, this fat kid.
Now here's the question, because as someone who has eaten many dough balls in his life, do you pull the crust off first?
Yes.
If you don't, then
then it's not a dough ball. To have a true dough ball, you rip off the crust and eat the crust. That's like a separate. It's a 2-course meal.
Sometimes I think I'm alone in the universe, and then I realize.
Oh wait, dude, no.
I
feel like that's because that hungry fat kid. But I knew my mom would notice if, like, major items were gone, and, like,
a couple of dough balls.
But I would, yeah, if you bread, like, that's fine, because, like, who keeps track of the bread?
See, the only difference here is that my mom and dad did that with me, so we were like fellow.
I feel like if my mom ever found me with those dough balls, I would be in, like,
showed
so
me how to
much
do
trouble. I figured that out on my own.
Well,
because I'm like just bread. It's not, but, like, if you mash it up into the
about
dough,
making it the dough ball. My favorite is like potato bread dough balls.
Oh yeah.
Oh gosh. I could go through a loaf. One of my mom. Okay, have you ever been to Clearman's or what's it called?
Well, there's that one on the way to the. Well, I know there's
like by Biola. There's one.
Yeah.
Have you ever actually been there?
No, but I always wanted to.
Okay, it's amazing. First of all, it's a steakhouse, but they have this, like, cheesy butter bread that they make.
Yeah.
It's amazing, and they sell the spread. Right, like, it's this amazing, like, cheesy. It's this pure, like, fat with, like, cheese in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they sell, like, tubs of it. And so one time when I was a kid, my mom and I still, like, remember that time we did that? My mom got, like, a huge, like, French loaf.
Yeah.
And then we got one of those tubs, and between the two of us, we finished off the loaf in the tubs, like, watching a TV show. And we, like, both looked up and we're like, oh, we just did that. We just ate the whole thing. You know? Oh gosh.
I think the other thing I did as a kid was I actually developed a taste for unsweetened chocolate because my mom always had, like, baking chocolate,
So
and I could, like, take some baking chocolate actually because unsweetened chocolate is horrible.
Yeah,
it doesn't taste like anything. But I actually, like, worked up, like, I'm like just kept telling myself, like, this is chocolate.
Like,
I remember
beer.
one time. This is also something horrible that I did. So I went through a period until my mom caught me where I would just, like, take a chug out of the sugar thing, like
oh, dude.
the sugar box. Like, if my mom wasn't looking, I would do it.
Pop
Like,
out the little metal thing. Oh, believe me, I'm familiar. I think we were, like, siblings separated at birth.
So I would do that, and then I got the bright idea to, like, because I'm like, unsweetened chocolate. All it needs, I'm like, what would get this to taste like normal chocolate? maybe just sugar. So I would pour some sugar on the chocolate and then eat it, and it's like kind of sweet.
That I never did, but I could see that.
It's so bad. Until you should have seen the look on my mom's face when she caught me with that sugar box in her.
I know, because they had those little metal.
That's what she's. I could just imagine as a parent, just like, what am I gonna do with my fat son?
But see, again, this is where the dividing line, because I learned it from my dad. Was famous for, he would go get the brown sugar boxes, and he'd get the lumps and like chew the lumps out of the bottom.
Oh yeah, dude, I would eat the clumps of brown sugar.
Or if we ever had like chocolate chips, I'd like walk.
Oh
in
yeah,
the kitchen,
forget about.
like, oh,
See, I'm sure my mom did all that, but she was like, she would. I think she did it at like 2 in the morning when we were watching, and I know for a fact because I found it once that she had like a candy stash.
Oh really? Oh.
I found it once.
My dad had candy stashes all over the house.
But like my mom got, well, I think my mom got smart because she knew like I was like, it's like when I was on a food hunt, like
you can smell it out there.
Because I remember one time my mom was like, because my mom was always trying to quit smoking, so she would go through different phases with like her stop smoking.
Right. So
like sometimes she'd be on a huge mint thing. She always had to have, if she was, so I knew if my mom was on a quitting smoking thing, I knew she had mint somewhere. And it was always like, find the mint. So I'd start digging through her desk and I would find, like, I remember I found like, and she would get like these like premium, you know, okay, my favorite mints that she ever had, they were spearmint and they were like clear. And they're like these fat ones. I think she got them at like Costco or something. And I remember one time I seriously ate so many of them that all I could taste for like a week was like, so it got to the point where my mom couldn't even keep mints, like, because I would just like sit there and eat all of them. It's horrible.
Man.
It's horrible.
That's how
we
I
haven't even
developed
started recording
this is
yet.
good. It's good. This is a good YouTube bonus. That's how I developed the bread, milk, and sugar treat. Where like I would take I still do this sometimes. You get a cup, you stuff a thing of bread in there. I always peel the crust off first, pour a bunch of sugar, pour some milk in there.
And that's like a Ned Flanders thing.
I'm telling you. Or the alternative is rice. If you ever get rice that's going a little stale, I'll put like a bunch of rice in a cup. I'll stick a slab of butter, pour a bunch of sugar, microwave it, and then put milk in it.
My gosh.
I'm telling you. Because, you know, when you're, especially because I came out of a big family, too. So if we got, like, a treat, it was gone instantly.
Oh, yeah.
So I go in there, and you have to, like, you got to make a treat out of what you have left. And that's what I got.
Yeah, mine was, like, I was always, like, what is going on with this?
What's happening?
I don't know. All right. So... like one of the the thing for me was like it was always a constant like cat and mouse game with my mom, like hiding food and me finding. Yeah. But I don't know. At some point, I feel like but I don't know what that was been like. I'm like I heard her talking to my friends. Like I can see her talking to her friends. Like I don't know what to do about Brendan. Today he ate a bunch of bread. I can't even keep butter in the house.
Oh my gosh! See, I never picked up a taste for butter, but my dad would like slice off slabs of butter and eat it plain. Like you just eat a whole bunch of butter. Gosh, no wonder we're fat.
I did that a little bit.
A little bit. Melissa, I've come in here and seen her like chewing on a stick of butter, like just.
I never actually chewed on a stick of butter, but I would get like a knife, and I would like if I was doing it on the bread, and then I'd just go
Now, when we made popcorn, like we were gonna watch a movie, my dad would make, had the air popper, so it's healthy. Except he would melt like 2 whole sticks of butter and just pour it over a bowl of popcorn. Like we only liked it if it was like soaked, so that like the butter was like the popcorn was shriveled from how much butter was on it, and of course a lot of salt.
It's all making me hungry. Good thing I got chili. It's gonna be ready to go when this podcast is over.
All right, we should start for real.
Yeah, seeing as how it's 11 o'clock on a Monday, maybe.
It's a good bonus. Good bonus episode.
All right. You ready?
Ready.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Radio BrendoMan. I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
And we're here talking about food in the pre-show chat.
I would have to say, if you don't ever listen to the YouTubes, but you want to give it a try, do this one. Because we had some good stuff to talk about.
Talking about our fat kid memories.
Yeah, if you want some fat kid memories, this is the one for you.
Things that we did to satiate our unstoppable hunger.
We discovered we're dough ball brothers. I seriously.
If you've ever made a dough ball out of a slice of bread,
you might be a fat.
You might be a fat. If you've ever just poured sugar into your mouth, you might be a fat.
What about honey? They always had the honey bear in the back.
Oh yeah, dude. I remember I didn't really have a taste for honey until my grandpa started raising, like, he had like beehives, and so one year at the farm, my grandma, they had a ton of honey, so we just put on everything, peanut butter and honey sandwiches, just honey. So then when I came home,
in the bread.
Yeah, and so when I came home, I'm like, Mom, I want honey and everything. So then we had honey until, again, I think one day she saw me with the bear, and like, she's like, all right, we're done with the honey.
The honey is always like tucked in the back of the cupboard,
yeah.
So no one notices that you can eat as much as you want.
I got away with that for a while. But again, I would always just get too greedy, and because my mom worked at home, so even when she was working, she was at home. So sometimes she'd come into the kitchen and like that'd be like my like, because like if my mom was like in like a super work zone, I could be in the kitchen just like blah, 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 blah. And she wouldn't have any idea, even though she was like right over by the kitchen. But she had her headphones on and she was like typing, so I'd just be there like just like.
Oh man.
And I was like a master, because then like every day, like afterwards, she'd be like, Brandon!
What did you do? What did you eat?
But like forget about like, and then you couldn't keep, like, that's why I can't keep sweets and everything here, because I'll just eat them.
Oh.
Like,
well, just the other day,
those mini eggs, those are gone. And then yesterday I went to the store and tried to find more. Those white mini eggs, they don't have them at Walgreens.
Yeah, they were just at Target. What do you think? They were pretty good.
They were awesome. I loved them. But then I found that they have Reese's Pieces eggs, so I got those. And then I ate those. Yeah, any candy that I'm like gonna. You guys bought a ton of candy. I'm like, you're gonna eat all that like that night.
Well, the eggs are gone definitely, but we still have quite a bit left. The other day we went to Target, the bunch of us, and Brendan and I had like a total fat guy like trip down. There
was Easter like three
Easter aisles of candy, and we walked through and narrated the. Oh, I remember eating this for the first time. Oh, these are new.
Because they got like there's like 12 kinds of jelly beans now. Yeah. There's like all kinds of different mini eggs.
So you got the Peeps, you got the chocolates,
and then you got the Robin's eggs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, your malt balls.
Your malted, and you got your straight up chocolate stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, so I've been.
And the Cadbury eggs, of course.
I've been hitting that pretty hard.
Yeah, it's Easter is a bad season for the fats. If you're trying to like get it under control,
Easter is better. It's better candy than Halloween. Oh, it might not be because Halloween there's just candy. That's the thing with the abundance. Because like you go to work, there's a bucket of candy everywhere you go. People have
candy everywhere.
Whereas, but when if you're talking about quality over quantity, it's all about the Easter, because the Easter candies, they are the best candies.
Yeah, and there's a lot more unique ones I find, because the Easter, like, you even have, like, if you like candy corn, well, they make Easter candy corn. Like, they have Easter of everything.
Yeah, and especially I feel like as Easter, the popularity has grown, as Cadbury has become like the king of Easter, they've come out with like a bunch so many more varieties, because there used to just be Cadbury cream eggs, and then you had your mini eggs, like your regular mini eggs, and like that was it.
Yeah. And now there's
just like 20 different varieties. And then you had you just used to have your standard jelly beans. Now you got Jolly Rancher, Starburst, Skittles, jelly beans.
Were you at Biola when my grandparents gave me the Cadbury box? Or was that okay. Because there was one year when they bought it like at Costco, and it was a box of 300 Cadbury eggs, like a giant, Costco size one.
I think that's where I almost went off of Cadbury eggs for a little bit.
Yeah, we ate. Well, they're like, oh, here, we're not going to eat these.
We seriously, I think I ate Cadbury eggs until I think I might have thrown up.
Because I don't know, like, if you ever have eaten more than one in the city.
It's one of the richest things you can eat.
And it literally was a box of 300 of them.
Yeah. And you just sat there eating them.
Man. So we're not probably, I know there was a time when we were, like, inspiring people to lose weight, and we're probably not helping any right now.
To that?
It's gone off the rails
here. What happened to inspirational Brendo?
Yeah, we got to inspire. What are we doing here?
I don't know.
hopefully inspiring you to realize that things go in cycles. And I don't know. It's hard.
I
but
like
delicious.
Easter candy. It's
Easter
good.
candy is good. What can I say? We're
Nothing.
working on it.
Working on
Not
it.
really. Not at the moment.
All right. Well, we got some. What else is going on with you?
Well,
You got your next freaking vacation planned.
we're leaving on Friday.
Gosh.
This week is like half vacation because Janelle's off, but the kids are in school still. So I get to sleep in.
Yeah, but then you're going away again.
Then we're actually going away for, only for 9 days.
9 days? What?
Yeah.
You realize when you guys are gone, I have like nothing to do.
You got school now, so you
Yeah,
have
but-
something to motivate you.
But then like I get like last time you were gone, I watched like 150 episodes of Storage Wars. I don't know what I'm gonna do this time around.
Well, you got school.
Yeah, but school it's
You got
only
like a special episode
school
of the
is
show.
20 hours a week,
Yeah.
so I gotta fill up. That's a lot of extra hours.
Yeah.
I still have to fill up.
You can
It's not like I know any other people in Ukaipa.
Keith.
He's got kids and he's busy.
That's true. I don't know if he still listens, but what's up, Keith? That's a
Like-
shout out.
Like I don't know. Are we like? Hopefully one day I could be on the level where I could like call Keith and be like, I'm bored. Let's
Hang on.
hang out. But
Keith also has like little kids, so
and
it's
he also
tough.
has like
I
a
get
full-time
that.
job.
Yeah, he like has a
He has a
job.
normal
Yeah,
life.
That's that.
I don't have another Phil. I can just be like,
There's
hey,
not a lot of Phils out there, I don't think.
hey.
Well, you'll survive.
No. And then the show next week, it's gonna be we got
Special guest.
special guests, and then so then we're missing 2 weeks of show.
Well, no, because like I could record like the Monday of the next week, so it'll just be a little extended.
So where are you going?
We're going up to the central coast of California. Well, like I don't know what you call that. Like,
But you're not
Santa
going to like
Barbara,
Hearst Castle and
Pismo.
stuff.
Not quite that far,
So it's like
because the kids aren't old. Well,
it's
Luke's
not
not
quite
old enough.
central.
Yeah, it's like southern central.
Hmm.
I don't know, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Morro Bay, like that region up there.
Okay.
Whatever that's called.
So you're staying at the Madonna Inn? Is that the only place you're
No,
staying?
we're staying there for a few nights, and then we're staying like in Pismo for a few nights, and then Morro Bay for a few nights.
Hmm.
So all right around in that same area. Gonna do a lot of cool stuff, and most importantly, though, I figured out. Actually, it was from a suggestion from Janelle. Figured out what the music we're gonna be listening to on the trip is.
Oh,
Because I like to plan my music ahead of time.
yes.
If we fly somewhere, I buy music where we go. But if we're driving from home, then I have a selection. Well, this time we're doing a chronological musical listening. One CD from each year, starting from the year we were born, 1978.
Do you have CDs for every year?
Well, I'm counting ones like that were released later on CD. That like for instance, if an
Well,
album,
yeah. But do you have albums for every year?
Well, I just finished going through them tonight. I am missing 80 and 81. Now I have tons of vinyl.
Wasn't
that came
80 and
out.
81 like that's like 77s?
Yeah, but see, most of that stuff I have like on vinyl.
You need to get with the
So I
times.
might have to like.
What else
order
is
a little
80,
bit.
81 like that you might like?
There's a lot of stuff, and again, I have a lot on vinyl
Just
from
trying to
those
think.
years.
What else is there?
But
Wasn't
CD-wise,
what is it? Not the Calling. The band that kind of sounded like the Clash. They were like trying to be the Clash. They were good.
no.
What were they called? They
The Alarm.
Like, the Alarm. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
So I think I have.
But
vinyl.
I feel like that might be like more
I
like
think that's
83,
a little bit, yeah, a little
84.
bit later. I don't know. I mean,
What
there's
was there one song? The 61, the guns. The song about guns. I forgot that song. I like that song.
They're cool, but I
Yeah.
don't have a CD of it.
I saw them live, and then I found out it like was just like one of the guys, and he's going around as the Alarm.
Yeah.
But it's like the
Two-word thing.
singer guy, so it sounds.
Count.
Because I've seen ones where it's like the bass player kept the band name, so they sound like nothing
Yeah.
like.
Well, okay. This might be obscure for some listeners, but you know who Audio Adrenaline is.
Yeah.
There's this band, and they they
Well, they're
broke
like-
up. They reformed with only one original band member.
Yeah.
And the guy from DC Talk was singing Kevin Smith.
Yeah.
So that was a few years ago. Now they've just done a new tour where none of those members from that reforming are original even.
Yeah.
It's like a completely different lineup
So
from
it's
even
just
that.
a whole different.
It's just a new band just playing. It's like a cover band at that point. What's
Because
the
they
point?
still play the old songs, but they don't sound like those.
And it's none of the same people.
Because I remember the one time I saw them, and they played like a song from like the late '80s, early '90s, but I'm like, this doesn't even sound like them. How is this them?
Yeah,
and then I looked online. I'm like, that's because it's not them.
Right. I think we talked about it before, but it's the Theseus' ship.
Yeah.
You know, the idea of if you have a ship.
Well, yeah. I mean,
each year you
so
replace
many.
a board.
I mean, then by the time it's a brand new ship.
Is it a new ship? And then what if you took the boards you removed and someone saved it and built a new ship out of that, which is the original?
Well, that's
ship.
where. I mean, that's why you had
Starship.
Well, that's the Starship.
Yeah.
Jefferson airplane. Yeah. Like, how many different iterations of that band are there? Well, then the same thing happened. I mean, that's happened with a lot of bands.
Yeah. So.
But like, because what other band that I saw? Well, I mean, you had Kiss, where for most of the '90s and early 2000s it was just Gene and Paul, but because they own the name, they could put whoever they want in that Ace Frehley costume and be like, "You're Ace Frehley now." To the point where when I met Kiss, Mike had to tell me afterwards. He's like, "You know that wasn't Ace Frehley and Peter Criss." I'm like, "But I talked to them as if they were." Like, I remember calling the guy Mr. Criss, and he responded. So he's like, "No, dude, those were scrubs."
Yeah.
And like, to the point where I didn't believe him, and I looked him up online, and
that's their job.
Because this was when they were really confusing. Because when they first replaced Ace and Peter, they gave the guys different makeup. But this was when they replaced them, but it was the Ace makeup, and that's where I was like. That's where I realized
that's the character those guys are playing at that point.
It's true. And then when you really think about it, because then I thought about it, because at first I felt cheated. Then I'm like, but Gene and Paul are that band, and yes, Ace Frehley's a great drummer, or Ace Frehley's a great guitar player, and Peter Criss is a great. But when you think about Kiss, you're mostly thinking about Gene Simmons and then maybe Paul Stanley. So at least I got that experience. Yeah. But it's still like you feel a little bit like it's not the same. And then, but then this is how those bands make so much money, because they're like, all right, we got two of them. Oh, you saw us on tour when it's just two of us. Now we got all four of them back. So this is like a super limited time.
Right.
And I mean, Van Halen, that thing happened with Van Halen. You know.
Then you got bands like Starflyer, where it's a guy that's just got.
Well, Smashing Pumpkins, the same thing.
Yeah, it's Billy Corgan.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter really who's behind him.
Yeah, like so you have those guys. You know the Jason Martin, Billy Corgan, Lenny Kravitz's, Prince, how many different iterations of their band. Yeah. But really, you're paying to see the guy.
You want to see the guy, right.
So that makes it a little bit. So if I were to, but yeah, that's where being in a band is hard, because like if you sold all these albums and like the people know you can't just. It's hard to go out and you do a lot better when you're playing under your band name than just Joe Bob and his. Right. Band,
it makes sense why they do it.
I mean,
financially at least.
Because I mean, as much as I'm sure like Noel Gallagher's doing all right as Noel Gallagher's High Flying Birds, or his name is, he would probably sell like 10 times more tickets if he could be like Oasis.
Right.
Like,
because even people who like Oasis, half of them go, who's Noel Gallagher? I've never heard of that guy before.
Yeah. I mean, the only people I think that got away with like truly being huge is like Paul McCartney.
Well, yeah, the Beatles.
George Harrison.
Like the most famous people on the planet.
Even then, I'm sure, like, even while they're still doing huge on their solo, it was never as huge as it was.
George Harrison.
So do you think they ever, like, that's still something they probably thought about, like, all the time, kept them up at night?
Yeah. Well, anyway, so I'm listening to stuff chronologically.
Yeah.
I have it laid out 78 all the way through 2014. I don't have any 2015 stuff yet. I've bought a couple CDs, but not anything that came out this year. So I have to rectify that, and I got to find something from 80 and 81 before the trip.
So now you got to try and find some CDs.
Yeah, and that's tough because they weren't CDs at the time, so it's stuff that's been re-released from there.
Yeah, but that counts. I mean, that's fine.
Counts.
So it's an album, definitely. And it's.
I can't really bring my records along for the car ride, so.
What if you hooked up you had an auxiliary and you
could do
portable
that, I suppose, but that would be kind of ridiculous. Now the other rule is I only did one album per band. Like, so if there's different years, I only picked 1 year for each band to be represented. So I didn't just have all Starflyer through the entire 90s and 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be good, and we're going to listen to it starting in the 70s and moving forward, so that we end in modern times.
Gotcha.
So that's the plan.
It's a good plan.
It's gonna be fun. I like it.
What
Janelle
about-
thought of it.
Is there any do your kids have like a music taste yet?
It's interesting. I mean, okay, some of the things they like to listen to are
Like, I
soundtracks
know-
for movies they
I know
like.
your kid I know Luke listens to the same Raffi album almost every night.
Well, no, you know his new thing he listens to. Now, this will not surprise you.
We got him the Legend of Zelda soundtrack.
I have Ocarina of Time and 2 Distant
Okay,
Majora's Mask.
so before
We
that
listen to
though,
that.
there was
There's Raffi.
Raffi.
He likes Raffi. Princess Bride soundtrack. Those are the ones they like to listen to go to sleep to, which is a little different than what they like.
But do they have like their own music tastes?
Well, it's interesting. Like when I play all kinds of stuff for them, the stuff they kind of gravitate towards is electronic-y, dancey type stuff. They both like Joy Electric, although I don't know that they would know the name of it necessarily. Stuff like Owl City and things like that are real poppy and upbeat, fun stuff. Today I was listening to Pigeon John in the car, and Luke totally like some of the beats and stuff. Like, Daddy, this song is cool, So I don't know. I mean, they're kind of developing that, and I think they've been exposed to about as wide of a selection of music as kids their age can have been exposed to. Audrey likes the Cranberries. That's like Janelle's favorite band, and Audrey liked them a lot. So I don't know. They have different things, but then mostly what they like is like goofy songs. Like I played a Swirling Eddie's album for them, and they always want me to play that, some of their goofy.
I remember when I was 5, I got a tape of the Chipmunks, and I played it on repeat until the tape mysteriously broke.
Oh yeah, I wonder
and
how
my
that
parents blamed the tape player on the record player, but that tape player never ate any other tapes.
Yeah.
It just happened to eat my Chipmunks.
I understand as a father now how those things happen. Like, oh yeah, I left that CD in the house again, kid. Because there's one in particular. Speaking of Audio Adrenaline, Swirling Eddie's did a cover of Big House, but they do it in they call it's their dog Spot, and he's like, oh, it's a big house, like that, and it's goofy, but the kids want to listen to that song over and over again. I'm like, oh my gosh! I mean, it's funny, it's a good joke, but it gets old really fast, so I have to rotate that out every once in a while.
Gotcha.
So I don't know, stuff like that. But they also like rock stuff. I mean, just whatever. Different things pop up, and they like it. It's fun.
Have you played them any of your music?
Yeah.
They like the valet.
Yeah,
they like these guys are terrible.
No, they like it.
Did you tell them it was them right away? Or could you let them listen
we
to
played it for them and then said, "Oh, this is Mommy," and they're, "Oh, that sounds like Mommy. That sounds like Daddy." Played them my Christmas song, So.
I just think it'd be funny. This is bad.
Oh yeah, why this isn't very good.
And then you're just like, oh, this is nothing.
The mastering on this is terrible. Who did this?
It's nothing. We'll never listen to it again.
So it's fun. I mean, they focus more on immediate entertainment as opposed to music is more background for the most part still.
Yeah.
But Raffi, of course, you can't go wrong with Raffi.
Just trying to remember the things I listened to when I was 6.
Little Mermaid soundtrack.
And I remember it was it was pretty much Michael Jackson all the time. And then my dad had a Village People record that I really liked. and then Beach Boys was huge because that was my dad's favorite band. My dad, I don't know. My parents had questionable music taste.
Why?
Just because, again, Village People, and this was 80s,
That's true.
It was true. And then my dad really liked Jimmy Buffett, and I'm not I can only handle so much. I can only handle so much Jimmy Buffett because my dad was a surfer beach bum dude, so he loved Jimmy Buffett, he loved the Beach Boys, and he listened to mostly that's where when Shotgun Tom was on. I just saw he was on a Storage Wars, and I'm probably one of the only people that was ooh, Shotgun Tom, and
I don't even know who Shotgun
Tom is.
Tom is.
He's the oldies host that's on all the oldies channels.
Okay.
He does he does this thing with his mouth, and he's always hosting the oldies shows.
Okay.
He was and he wears a Smokey the Bear hat, and I don't know, he's Shotgun Tom Kelly.
All right.
And he was that was the voice of my childhood because that's all my dad listened to was either oldies or his tapes of Beach Boys and Jimmy Buffett. And then my mom mostly, I feel like my mom, when my mom was in her teens and 20s, we probably would have been cool because she was way into she saw the Doors in concert and stuff like that, and she was into all those bands and Elvis. But then, like, when she got to be like a mom in the 80s, she was listening to the 80s mom. I call it 80s mom music because, like,
I had the time
yeah,
of my
like that kind of
life.
stuff. But then, like, a lot of, like, it's, I feel like as a culture, we were way more open-minded in music, and because, like, a lot of the stuff that was like mainstream popular was like R&B and soul, which
Yeah.
I guess is still really popular, but not to the degree that it was like all over the radio. And I'm like, now this is considered like a very niche music, but like everybody listened to this stuff in the 80s. Like,
Yeah.
like the other day I was listening to, like, it's like it was this really obscure like station, and they're like, we're playing all these like deep cuts, and I was like, this music, this was on every station. It was like stuff like the Jets, like all those like just like 80s songs. Like, it's 80s mom music. That's all I can describe it as. Like, a lot of like 80s R&B soul music is like, that's the stuff my mom listened to. And then when she was really into like Enya and Ace of Base. But she was also like really, but then she was also into like pop singers, so like Mariah Carey, Whitney Houston,
Right.
like that kind of stuff. But then she would be into like these random cool bands. Like, she was really into NX, because like we had like an NXS CD, we had a Fine Young Cannibals CD, because you know that like drives me like that song. But they had a lot of, but like those guys, like their roots are, they were in what's the ska band they were in? Also, a couple of them were in a ska band, so like they can, like the root, like I don't know, so it's a little bit more. And then my mom listened to Lou Reed like a lot, which is weird because like it's so unlike the rest of the music. And then Barbra Streisand, like so much Barbra Streisand.
Babs.
Like our record collection, like it was like your stereotypical, like she had like A Star Is Born, and like the other album, the one with Chris Christopherson, I feel like everybody had that one.
Yeah, that's in all the bargain bins.
So yeah,
the reason I mentioned the Dirty Dancing soundtrack is there was a year, probably about a year, where my mom like traded off with one of my friend's moms for carpooling to school. And my friend's mom was obsessed with Dirty Dancing, had the soundtrack, and every other day on the way to school, we listened to that the whole way to school. So I like knew like every lyric to the whole Dirty Dancing soundtrack. This was like in third grade.
Speaking of the Dirty Dancing soundtrack, you just gotta. This was on. This like hit the internet today.
Okay.
And it's Ryan Adams and Natalie Prass, who I've never heard. Oh wait, no, I have heard of her. She's like the new hot thing. But this is them covering "She's Like the Wind," and it's pretty freaking amazing.
And you're gonna play it on our show?
Oh wait, I guess that's kind of a bad idea. Well, we can play a little bit of it.
You can just imagine.
But I love. It's freaking awesome. And then she starts harmonizing. We're just talking about Dirty Dancing soundtrack. Anyways.
All right.
You should check that out on your own time.
Okay.
Hey man, Dirty Dancing soundtrack. I mean, that's another classic 80s.
Yeah, that's why I thought of like 80s mom music. Like literally every other day, that's what we heard on the way to school.
My mom had a Richard Marx and a Stevie B tape in her van. I'm just trying to think of the tapes that went in her van. Freaking Richard Marx, man. And then it was weird because I thought I would never gonna hear Richard Marx again, like after like 1991. And then I go to China, and the two biggest stars that the two biggest singers in China are like Richard Marx and John Denver. They like, it's so weird.
Oh, John Denver was like, that's another one all over the place in our house.
See, we had like some John Denver, but the one that I listened to all the time was the John Denver Muppets Christmas album.
Yeah.
That album, I still like, that holds up.
Yeah. I like John Denver. I like a lot of that old stuff, so it's cool.
But it was just so funny because like the two number one like karaoke songs in China were the "Wherever You Go," that Richard Marx song, and then like Rocky Mountain High. Or like what's the Westford, like the Take Me Home, Country Roads, yeah.
Country Road.
Yeah.
What about
like those?
Grandma's feather bed.
Yeah.
9 feet high, 6 feet wide.
My favorite John Denver song is "Leaving on a Jet Plane," but I think that's a cover.
I think so, yeah.
But he did it really well.
Yeah.
I think it's Joan Baez or somebody.
Yeah. I don't
One of those
know
folk
who,
singers.
Someone, yeah. So that's why we're doing it. We're doing it chronological because I want to go back and visit some of those eras.
Yeah.
You know. They got a lot of good stuff. I was like going through all my music, like trying to like pick out what years, like what to pick to represent each year, and it's tough. Some of them, especially like my high school years, that's when like the bulk of my music is high school and college. So, I mean, it was really tough picking one for each year.
How do you pick like one thing for like 1998?
It was really, really hard.
I don't.
Believe me, I spent about 3 hours this afternoon doing this project.
So this is what you've been doing instead of working on all the other stuff.
Yeah, Janelle, the kids are like, Daddy, what? And Janelle's like, let him do his thing. And I'm like, I'll be out in a minute. And then like 3 hours later, I'm like, okay, I'm missing 1980 and 1981, and we need something for 2015. Anyway, it's been fun though.
All right, well, we got some mail.
All right, let's do some mail.
Steve Espinoza writes, hi guys. First off, I liked M. Night Shyamalan's movies up until The Happening. There you go.
I'm with you on that.
You got another person who is also wrong. I think The Village and Lady in the Water are very underrated. To explain this would take too long, but I do agree he doesn't have to put himself in all his movies. It seems like he was too concerned with being the next Hitchcock instead of being the first Shyamalan.
I think that's probably a good assessment.
Not trying to be a fanboy who has to correct you, but the party scene in Signs took place in Sao Paulo, Brazil, not Mexico. The kids are speaking Portuguese.
Duly noted.
All right, here we go. I love AI, artificial intelligence. I rented it on Netflix and watched it on a lazy Saturday afternoon alone in my house. I got so into the movie that I actually got anxious when Teddy was in danger while hanging from one arm. That's the thing. It's like an emotionally draining.
Oh, definitely.
That freaking bear, man. Like,
yeah.
You connect with that bear.
Yeah, it's creepy and it's emotional and it's
and like even like I don't know, like Jude Law, like Gigolo Joe.
Gigolo Joe.
I cried when David spends a day with his mom's clone for one last time, but see those tears were not earned.
Yeah.
I still contest like that's like just that's Spielberg at his Spielbergiest.
Yeah.
I feel like so we should request. I feel like if I were to do a Benview on Spielberg, I'd want to do AI. Like I feel like I have the strong. For one, I feel like I'm one of the few people. Like you and I both are like. I feel like that's a minority opinion that it's good.
Oh, I think so, but I think you have to look.
I feel like parts of it are good in spite of. I
want the Kubrick cut.
Well, that doesn't exist. But
I know,
if it
but
did, I want to see that movie. Well, I mean, we know what the Kubrick cut is, but maybe he had some extra things that he would have put in there. But we know where Kubrick ended that movie. I mean, it's pretty cut and dry.
Where it instantly became E.T. 2.0. Although I love E.T., but you know.
Anyways, we don't have to go into that again. I cried when David spends the day with Mom's clone for the last time, and when the movie was over, the thought of all mankind dying off at the end made me get off my couch, go to my front door just to make sure civilization was still there.
It's still there. We're good for now.
For now. The future is who knows.
TBA.
My first viewing of Ghostbusters was when I was 4. Hey, me too.
I'm wearing a Ghostbusters
because it came out when I was 4. It was the TV edit version recorded from Channel 5 back when they showed movies on Friday nights. Oh, I have some tapes. I think at my brother, it's still in a box, our KTLA taping of Adventures in Babysitting.
Nice.
And because I remember KTLA was like consistent, and KTTY. KTTY 1013 tended to show more horror movies.
Yeah, but there's a lot of good movies that were on TV. That was how you saw movies.
Yeah, I just found like a whole BrendoMan.com post about like movies VHS of our youth and how I wrote like every kid kids today don't have this experience because everything is available.
Yeah.
But like for us, it's weird because you can get 5 kids. Let's say you get 5 people that were born between 1978 and 1983, and you'll ask them like, what is your favorite movie of your youth? And they will all have different answers because it's usually based on whatever VHS movies you had or whatever you taped off of TV.
Yeah.
And those varied a lot.
Absolutely.
So then I listed like my top 5. And my top 5 was True Beverly Hills, If Looks Could Kill with Richard Grieco, Toy Soldiers with Sean Astin, Shipwrecked.
Ooh, that was good.
Yeah.
That one.
And then I forgot what the last one was. Oh, it was Adventures in Babysitting. Those were like our top 5 because those were the things. Because the other thing was the HBO free preview weekend.
Oh yeah.
And you would buy a thing of VHS tapes
and you just
recorded whatever came on. But then those were the movies that you would watch like a million times.
Over and over
like
again.
I've seen Troop Beverly Hills so much that when they showed it at the 1989 Fest, I started watching. I'm like, wait a minute, I know this movie by heart. So I actually watched the movie in the next room, but I could still quote everything that was happening at Troop Beverly Hills just from hearing it.
Okay, so for me, one of them, and I think this is why, because I still vacillate on my favorite Star Wars movie, and I'll sometimes say Return of the Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it comes from that was the one I had on tape as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
I saw the others, once, but I didn't really get to own them and rewatch them until a little bit later on. And our copy of Return of the Jedi was taped. It was Showtime, actually.
Yeah.
Because I remember vividly that what they would do is when there's a preview, every couple of minutes, there's a little scrolling banner at the bottom that says "Show Review" if you want to watch movies for free all the time.
Yeah.
And so on our copy, I remember very distinctly when Han Solo is dangling into the Sarlacc pit. That's when the Showtime thing comes across, it goes across his face. And so, I mean, that movie is so vivid in my mind because of that.
Yeah.
That as an adult looking at them, I think objectively maybe Empire might be better, but for nostalgia factor, Return of the Jedi is it. Right as it bursts out of the Death Star, that's when Showtime comes up again, Anyway.
All right, so he writes, most of the adult situations were either edited out or went over my head. I actually wore out that blank tape until my brother bought it with his birthday money. Nice. I know I've talked about this in the past, but Ghostbusters was the first VHS we ever owned, and my dad bought it for us, and this was before VHS was priced to own, so it was $75.
Yeah, but that was
a big deal.
Yeah.
But my mom, I think at some point my parents did the math because there was a 7-Eleven right by our apartment because we were living in an apartment at the time, waiting for a house that never materialized,
right.
and we would go over there to 7-Eleven, and there were 2 VHS tapes. I would seriously rent every single time that we would rent tapes, and they were Ghostbusters and WrestleMania 2, which, in hindsight, WrestleMania 2 is quite possibly one of the worst WrestleManias, but one they had, and I didn't know any better, and I just thought it was awesome because the main event was Hulk Hogan against King Kong Bundy in a steel cage, and Hulk Hogan bled all over the place, and I was as a kid, I thought it was cool, but anyways, that's another story for another time. But so I rented them, and it was seriously every single time my mom would let us rent a video, that's what we rented. I think at some point my mom's like, I think you can buy these tapes because I could see this conversation where my mom's like, Carson, we've been spending a lot of money on these tapes. I think we can just buy it somewhere. Brendan's birthday is coming up. Maybe you should just do that. It'll save us money in the long run.
That's funny.
Because I can also hear my dad being like, but those are $75, and she's like, do the math, because he's gonna keep renting this tape. Because I seriously, it was so it came out on VHS, because the movie came out in '84. I feel like the VHS must have come out probably the tail end of '84, maybe the beginning of '85. Because there was a 6 months.
There was usually
a 6 months up to a year window. But so it came out on VHS, and seriously because I didn't get that. I think I got it for either my 6th or my 7th birthday. So there was at least a year of me renting this video just all the time.
It's a great movie. I remember also when you would rent movies back then, for me, you got to keep it for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And I would watch it over and over and over.
Oh yeah, you would watch it.
So I remember renting Ghostbusters at my grandparents' house, and I probably watched it 8, 9 times in a row.
Yeah.
Just because, that's what you have, and you watch it over and over again. So Goonies was another one. I rented that when I was sick. I had an ear infection, I remember, and I got to stay home from school, and I just watched it on repeat all day for the whole week. It was awesome.
Yeah. All right. Also, the other thing that I used to love about those, because those old HBO tapes, because I don't still have them, but I had them because I was still watching all my VHS movies when I was living in Wisconsin in 2000, 2001.
Right.
So I still had, and I was working at a video store, and they were getting rid of their VHS tapes. So whenever they had a big sale, because I would get an employee discount on top of the sale, so their preview movies. I feel like in that 1 year, I bought 200 VHS tapes. I was building up a Phil level library, and all those ended up in boxes at my mom's house. And I'm pretty sure she sold most of them at yard sales because most of them are gone. The only VHS I kept were some Simpsons tapes because at the time the episodes weren't on DVD yet.
Right.
So I still have them. Because like for a while they were releasing like theme sets on VHS, and that was all they were doing, and they were stretching it out, getting every possible dollar. So I have a couple of those. I have some like Spice Girls VHS tapes, and then I have my ancient copy of Ghostbusters. I have it, but I don't think it works. And
wore that thing out.
And then I have the Star Wars THX. I feel like every true Star Wars fan have those like locked away somewhere, because right now, as it stands, that is the last release of the original Star Wars. Because yes, they have those new ones on DVD, but those were transfers of the Laserdisc version, and they're crap. If anybody's gotten those supposed regular versions, because I prevented you from buying them, because I'm like, look it up, and the transfer is horrible.
Yep. Still
like the aspect ratio is screwed up.
When I watch it with my kids, we watch the VHS tapes.
So those THX are like the last pure form Star Wars that currently exist, until, as it's been said, Disney is going to release them.
Yeah, I believe they will. I bet you it's going to come out in like anticipation of the new movie. That's my.
So, but what if they don't release them on regular DVD and only on Blu-ray? Then are you going to?
Yeah, eventually
Would you buy
upgrade.
a Blu-ray player just to watch
to
Star
get
Wars?
PS3 as Blu-ray, right?
PS3 does have a Blu-ray player.
That's where I'll get my Blu-ray player.
Because that might be. I'm calling it right now. That's probably going to be the last Blu-rays. That'll be the first Blu-rays I've bought and that might be the last Blu-rays I buy, because I'm all for digital media, but I feel like knowing, especially now with Disney and their vault situation, and knowing Lucas and like the fact that this is even happening, like I'm gonna be all over that. And then
when you get the chance, get it.
Again, like I've been holding on to those THX because those came out when I was like, I think I was like 14. That was like 93, 94 was when those came out.
Yeah.
And I've been holding on to them to the point where like I try not to watch them too much.
You want to preserve it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I understand.
Well, now they haven't been watched in years because I don't have a VCR.
But come over to my house.
But they're sitting there. I have them. They're in a box right now, but I know exactly where they are. They're in that closet.
Good.
And I just know that they're there in case of emergency.
Are they safe?
Yeah. Is it secret? Is it safe? Because if it were up to George Lucas, those wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
That's what's messed up about it.
He wants to destroy them all. So we can see that little alien dancing around.
I'm glad that the Disney value of the dollar, they value the dollar more than George Lucas's creative input.
Yeah.
And they know, they're like, oh, there's a huge demand for this. Okay, we're going to do it.
Yeah.
As opposed to freaking Lucas, who's like, I don't care who wants these. You're not going to have it.
Yeah.
And, we'll throw you a bone with these. Because that was what it was. When those, like, it was like 2005.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, we're putting the originals on DVD. And I remember... I bought it. I bought Empire because first I looked online and everyone's like, "Oh, it's crap," and I didn't believe them. So I bought Empire, and I opened it and I watched it. And again, the transfer, there's like lines, like it's bad.
They just like set up a
video
camera on the.
It was like the least amount of effort they could possibly put into releasing these. And it's because again, and then we trace it back. It's not even like the newest, best transfer. There's from like a Laserdisc transfer from like the 80s.
Now the other part they did that was so evil was that all the new cool special features they put on the set with all the special editions.
Yes.
So if you want all that, you have to own that. Which I do.
Here's what I did. When those came out, I was in China. Because that was the first DVD release,
right.
Which was the special editions. When we basically resigned ourselves to like, oh, he's never gonna release the originals.
Right.
We might as well buy these. I still wouldn't buy those. I was in China. I have bootleg Chinese copies. Still has all the stuff.
Yeah. I wanted all the stuff. I was like, because
the stuff is great.
There's some great stuff on there, and that's one of the few.
But now you can watch all that stuff on YouTube.
Well, yeah. But at the time, that wasn't a thing.
It's true.
Like YouTube is weirdly new. Isn't
YouTube was like 2005.
That's weird, right?
It's weird and also amazing how it took over the world and like so quickly.
Like, because you just talk about, YouTube is just everywhere. Everyone knows about YouTube. That's where you watch videos.
Yeah.
That didn't exist.
Well, think about when we were on the internet in high school. Google wasn't a thing.
Well, yeah.
Like, that's crazy.
But there were, okay, at least before that, there were search engines.
Yes.
Just not a universal central one. But there really wasn't a video site.
Well, yeah. Well, that's because the bandwidth. I mean, the
Right,
idea of because I remember like I didn't watch a video on my computer till I got to Biola and had high speed, and even then it took like I just remember that episode 1 trailer. We like gathered around in Jonathan Matlock's room, and it was like a tiny little QuickTime video that he seriously started downloading the night before and left it because first we could watch like a crappy Real Player stream, and then I remember Jonathan figured out a way. He's like, you could download the QuickTime video, you guys, but it's gonna take like a day. Right. And so he did it, and then we just watched it over and over and over and over and over again.
And I mean, the idea of watching trailers online was unheard of.
Yeah.
And now I know I've seen every trailer that ever comes out practically.
Yeah.
Anyway.
If I'm like really not doing anything, I guess this is my version of like flipping channels and cable. Is I'll just like turn on Hulu and just watch like movie trailers, and it just keeps going forever. And then it'll show old trailers, and then it makes me want to see those movies.
Right, or the ones you wanted to see and did never catch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like trailers.
All right.
Okay, we're like halfway through Steve's letter. It's midnight already.
Years later, when I'm 10, I watched the HBO unedited version and was puzzled when the dream ghost gave Ray a blowjob. Okay, there's still some contention to like
exactly
was that was it in his dreams or was it really happening? And there's a sound argument for both sides.
Either way, it was definitely.
I had no idea that was even as a kid. Like watching the unedited, I didn't understand. He's making a funny face when he fell out of bed, and they all fall out of bed. But that's pretty much what's going on.
Yeah.
14 years after that, I'm at my sister's house flipping through the channels with my 5-year-old nephew, and it comes up on the cable guide. I was like, all right, Ghostbusters on, let's watch that. My nephew asked me what Ghostbusters is, and I become shocked. You've never seen Ghostbusters? When I was your age, I had seen it like 100 times. My sister, who is in the kitchen, sticks her head in the living room and says, he's not kidding, son. I get a whoa from my nephew, and I felt pride. The best film bully was Richard Tyson as Buddy Revell in 3 O'Clock High from 1987. Have you seen this?
I have not, no.
It's on. It was on Netflix. I don't know if it still is. I actually watched it later on Netflix. It's really good.
Really?
It's like one of the unsung teen high school movies, like
87, I mean.
coming of age, and it's seriously really good. So anyways, he goes. So Steven goes on. Buddy was a bully not because he thought it made him cool or because it was funny. He was a bully because he had something wrong in his head. He made Casey, the guy who played Biff's sidekick with the 3D glasses from Back to the Future, fight him after school at 3 o'clock just because he touched him. Casey tries everything to avoid the fight, but he ends up facing Buddy Revell in the movie's climax. During the fight, Casey's friend and several members of the school faculty end up getting roughed up, or in the cases of some of the faculty, knocked out by Buddy. When I checked IMDb to look up the movie, I noticed that the cast also included Mitch Pileggi from X-Files as a school security guard, and Paul Feig as a hall monitor, and Yeardley Smith as a cheerleader. Which, yes, all those things are true, and it's a great movie.
That's crazy. All right, I have to check this out.
Sorry about not commenting on the gaming segments. Aside from pinball and arcade games, I didn't grow up with any game consoles. Wow.
That's crazy.
Sorry.
I mean, although as much I love arcades, that was a big part of my childhood too.
So I don't have a mass collection of games. Keep up the good work. P.S. Don't go to AT&T Stadium to see WrestleMania like you said. You want to go to Levi's Stadium, the new home of the 49ers. I guess AT&T Stadium, that's either the baseball stadium or it's the stadium that they're tearing down, like the old Candlestick Park.
Okay.
I know it's one of those. So it's Levi's Stadium.
Okay.
Benson and I, so speaking of Levi's Stadium, Benson and I, the Matt and Brendo's Wrestling Show WrestleMania Tour.
When do you guys leave?
We leave on, let me look at the calendar here. We're leaving on the 26th. The first show we're going to be at is Evolve at the Santa Clara Fairgrounds on the 26th. We're also going to be there on the 27th.
Wow.
And so we got a wrestling show on the 26th. We got a wrestling show, then Mick Foley live on the 27th. Then Kaiju Big Battle, which at first I think Benson was a little bit on the fence, but then he watched like YouTube videos and stuff because it's seriously like giant monsters and giant plantains and other giant food products fighting.
All right.
So, and I had a lot of fun last year, so we're going to be doing that. And then the 28th, we are doing, that's going to be WrestleCon. The 29th is WrestleMania, and we're going to Access. Then the 30th, we're going to Monday Night Raw. And then we're heading home on the 31st. And we still haven't decided. We may or may not stop at SmackDown in Fresno on the way home.
Back. Wow.
If we do that, though, we're not going to get home till like super late on Tuesday night. And I do have to go to class on Wednesday. So.
Well, it's a good thing I can record on that Monday then, because we come back on late on Sunday from our trip on the 22nd.
Man, you're gonna be gone from here all the way to here.
Yep.
All right, so we're gonna record that Monday, and then I'm gone.
And then you're gone there.
And then this weekend is WonderCon. So then our next episode will be the Ben V Megacast.
Sounds good.
So we got it all planned out.
That's good. All right. Well, thank you, Steve, for writing that big letter. That was cool. We got more.
We got a first-time emailer.
Sweet.
So this is cool. I think it's the first time. Kermit.
What's up, Kermit?
Writes, "Hey, man, this is awesome that anyone can write to you." Hey, that's what we do.
That's
Everyone can write in.
Wide open.
And you become a big part of the show as you can.
You can be a character on our show if you want to be.
My comment is for Brendo. Oh, he spelled my name wrong.
Oh.
Brendon.
Well, to be
it's
fair,
it's because of the Brendo.
Yeah.
But it's A-N. By doing the O-N, you are snubbing my Irish heritage.
True. But it's a fair assumption.
Because I'm pretty sure Brendon is like English. Or maybe even French.
Something like that. Brendoff.
Huh. On the last episode, you talked about the amazing Chris Gethard. Has Brenda ever watched his show? I am familiar with the Chris Gethard show. So, are you familiar with the Chris Gethard show? So, Chris Gethard is a comic and a writer. He actually here's how I know about Chris Gethard.
Okay.
He started off writing for Weird New Jersey.
Okay.
Which is, you know how they have the Weird California and Weird.
Like the books?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, but he did one. I think it was Weird New Jersey, but it might be some other thing. But he would go around all these like creepy places and write up. Books. And he wrote. They had a website, and then they had a book, and he would write. And he wrote his own book about like all the weird stuff in New Jersey, and I'm like obsessed with that kind of stuff.
Right.
He goes to a lot of like places, so like he'll look up like specific urban legends about like certain places, and then he would go to those places, and some of his stories are crazy. Where like he went into places where it turned out they were trespassing, and then they got like attacked. Then there's some stuff that happened that he can't explain, and other stuff, like he's seen some crazy stuff and he talks about it. So I read a lot of his website, so I knew about it from that. And then he was on You Made It Weird the first time he was on, because he's been on You Made It Weird a whole lot. He's really good friends with Pete Holmes.
Okay.
So then that's when I found out he was also a comedian. And then on the You Made It Weird though, that's one of the things the thing they talk about the most is all his crazy adventures going to all these crazy places in New Jersey. And but he's most recently famous for he has this show, and it's seriously a public access show in New York, but he kind of turned it into this phenomenon where, and actually it's a lot like, I feel like it would be like if we did a live show, because he just gradually started inviting more and more people, like anybody could come. If people were around, he would be like, oh, just come on down to the studio, we'll have you on the show. And he just interviews strangers, and it's really funny and but it's really cool. But he just signed a deal with so he's moving to regular. He got a deal with Fusion. It's a newer channel. They have a bunch of shows, but they also show everything. You can watch it online. And right now the show, I found out about it because Paul F. Tompkins has a show on there called No You Shut Up, and it's like a news show that he does with puppets, and it's amazing. Okay. So Chris Gethard has a show on there. But that's how I know about him. And everybody, he also has a book that's really good, and he's really funny. He's also, he's been on Parks and Rec. He was the men's rights guy with the glasses.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
that's right.
He's been on a bunch of stuff. So that's what I talked about him. Okay, so he says, the Chris Gethard show, TCGS, is amazing. They think they're for younger viewers, but I'm 30 and love it. It'll be on Fusion in April. Just watch famous people be on it on YouTube. Oh yeah, because he would also just have all these huge. And again, it's a public access show in New York, and the only way you could watch it was on YouTube unless you lived So I've watched
there,
some
right?
on. So if you're on YouTube, just type Chris Gethard show and you'll
Okay.
find.
Okay.
But it's really funny, and some of it's like really weird. Like one of their last episodes, they had like these fetish guys on, and like it was really funny, but like really gross. So it says, and watch it on YouTube or some others. It's a great show, and you can be ahead of the curve in a few weeks.
All right.
So thanks, Kermit.
Good recommendation.
For the tip. All right, and then finally, this is a last minute from your brother Dave.
Yes.
He writes in, Brendo needs to read this, a perfectly explained sign. So let's, real quick.
We talked about signs, M. Night's.
This is from a Reddit
masterpiece.
The Reddit thread is called What Fan Theories Have Blown Your Mind? So this is a comment on a thread on Reddit.
We're going to read it all?
Yeah, let's read. Let's just kind of go through here. Science fan theory, blah, blah, blah. I, too, think he's become something of a joke, blah, blah, blah. When I first saw this film, I didn't realize that it wasn't about aliens at all. It's about the return of demons. Notice it's all about a priest. Okay, I'm going to stop right now. This seems to be a thing that a lot of Christians tend to do, where they read Christian things into non-Christian things.
Yeah.
And 9 out of 10 times,
not the intent.
Total BS.
Yeah.
This just sounds like one of those things.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see what they have to say.
It's about the return of demons. Notice it's all about a priest's resurgence of belief and a preordained moment of redemption if dared and attempted. There is no alien technology or weaponry or clothing of any time, only a clawed, naked beast creature and lights in the sky. Furthermore, the running movie throughout the joke. The running joke throughout the movie is that people see these invaders in a way that's related to their particular frame of mind. The cop sees them as prankster kids. The bookstore owners see them as a hoax to sell commercials. The army recruitment officer sees them as invading military. The kids see them as UFOs, and the priest sees them as a test of faith. This understanding of the film, removed by hatred of the you've got to be kidding me, they were killed by water concept. What? Well, it removed
his hatred.
In fact, the priest's daughter has been referred to as holy, as revealed during Mel's key dialogue, recognized by all who saw her at her birth as an angel. Okay, you're really reaching here. And her quite particular relationship to water is shown to be very special and spiritual. In other words, she has placed vials of what are essential. This is stupid.
Holy water.
It's holy water, and they're demons. That's way too big of a reach.
The creature's reaction when coming in contact with this blessed liquid is exactly like monsters or vampires being splashed by spiritual acid.
I don't buy that.
I don't know. You're gonna read the rest, or is
No.
that's it? You're not gonna give any more?
Well, it's just talking about all the Christian iconography, blah blah blah.
I don't know. I'm not sure that makes it better for me.
To me, that makes it just as dumb, if not more dumb.
I don't know. I like it as it is. I don't need it to be that way.
And then there's like 8 million comments.
Yeah.
Well, some people are like, "You've sold me." The demon, but then he's like, "It doesn't explain the lights, and doesn't a bird hit something and fall out of the sky?" And literally they're aliens. Metaphorically, the demons. And then this guy says, "No, it's not what I'm saying." And then it just blah 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 blah.
I think my biggest thing with it is people need to just enjoy watching a movie a little more. Stop taking it so seriously. It's a movie. Who cares if it doesn't quite make sense?
I still think it kind of sucks.
It's fun.
I mean, the things that don't make sense really don't make sense.
So it's a movie.
Yeah, but this is a guy that takes himself real seriously and says you're supposed to find all this deeper meaning in his stuff.
He didn't say that.
Have you ever seen the M. Night Shyamalan documentary?
No.
It's that he made about himself. It's insane.
But watch the
this
movie
guy
without
takes
him.
himself way too serious. It's impossible to take it out.
But
he literally puts himself in his movies.
So Alfred Hitchcock did.
Yeah, but not in that way.
No, not to that.
Never
degree.
in that way.
He put himself in his own show.
Yeah, but that was a totally different thing.
I'm not sure that makes it better or worse. I just like it as it is.
I like Signs. That was my last one that I was on board.
All right, so this does not change your opinion of it.
I just think that's a little silly.
It seems to be stretching it a bit.
Also, The Last Airbender made me the saddest of any movie ever, even episode 1.
Wow,
I've heard
that's a big
that.
statement.
Well, because you have to understand, like, people love Avatar, like, love love Avatar. I know people that don't watch and never watched any other anime, but they love Avatar. And when it comes, even anybody, even people that like the movie, which there are not that many of, but like they will admit that it totally butchers.
But even still, it's
the
a
source
movie.
material.
It's not.
Still, it's not.
Cartoon.
Yeah, but
It doesn't
it's
take
not
the
even
cartoon away.
remotely
So?
faithful at all.
So?
Then why call it Avatar? So now, okay, now you're getting ridiculous by saying that movies shouldn't be. Well, I mean, on most people's level, that movie is boring and doesn't make any sense.
I like
which on my that's where I'm at because I didn't watch Avatar either.
It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there was specifically, and this is pointed out most commonly, there's a scene where they have the like Earth airbenders imprisoned, and then they never had to be imprisoned. They could have gotten free the entire time.
How?
They're Earth airbenders. They can move the Earth, and then when they do, when they actually do like rise up, they don't. They could have done that the entire movie. They're just like, oh, we're moving the Earth.
So they didn't.
It doesn't make any sense.
Again, you need to separate. Like, why are you taking it so seriously?
There still things need to make. You need to. Okay, when you have like logic, there's the thing called logic.
Yes.
It still has to make sense.
Okay, so we've talked about like huge flaws in logic in Back to the Future. Do you not like that movie because parts of it don't make sense?
But it's still a really good movie with good performances, and it does have one. It has a line of sense making in it.
I think
at no point
no.
And not to mention.
You don't know how their powers work.
Yes, you do. It's very explicitly explained how their powers
they
work.
were in a stone prison. They couldn't.
They weren't in a stone prison.
I don't know. It's been a long time since I saw it.
You are defending something you don't even know if you're really reaching.
It was fun. I enjoyed it when I watched it. What different? Just because there was a point that you didn't like.
That's great that you think it was fun. I didn't think it was fun. I thought it was boring and dumb.
I'll tell you one thing I will give you though is that the 3D was ridiculous.
Phil's trying to say that Avatar: Last Airbender on its own is a good movie.
I liked it. I had fun with it. I'm not saying it's the best movie ever.
You're fucking nuts.
I'm saying I enjoyed it. That's all. I liked it. Had fun.
That's crazy. All right. We're not gonna get anywhere with this, so.
No, that's a dead end argument there.
But the idea that like things don't have to have a pattern of logic to them at all that's wrong.
Well, how's that wrong? I don't mind that.
But they have to have some kind of movies. Yeah, but like at least they have redeeming qualities. I don't think Avatar has any redeeming qualities. Also, the whitewashing on that movie is just wrong.
Again, I never saw the original. I don't know anything about it. Most of the people in that movie were not white.
Yeah, but they're
if anything, it's what, Indian washing? Or
they're not even the right like race.
So
it's not. It's still.
That's okay. That's like reverse of the people who are like, oh, this can't be this. I mean, once you start saying who can or can't be what race in a role, like.
I still think if you have a movie that the bulk of the people are this certain race, you should have the actors be that race.
I don't know. That sounds like dangerous water to tread on there.
The internet and everybody else is including most of Hollywood, is on my side on this one.
Hollywood is on your side?
Yes. People are already protesting the Akira movie.
I'm just saying. That's dangerous territory.
All right. Well, you're wrong.
And I think you're wrong, but that's okay.
Most people I would say 90% of, especially in Avatar: The Last Airbender, I'd say.
That may be. I still disagree.
All right. I don't want to do this anymore.
Don't get mad about Airbender. Let's move on.
It's so bad.
You know what's one thing we can definitely agree on?
What can we agree on, Phil?
Listening to podcasts on Stitcher is a good idea.
It's a pretty good idea because you never lose your place, and you can listen on all your devices, including at home. And
it's totally free.
It's totally free. You can listen to all your podcasts, including, I think, of all the Benview Network podcasts, this podcast.
That's right.
And be sure to thumb up if you're listening to this on Stitcher. And if you haven't signed up for an account for Stitcher yet, use the code BrendoMan. That'd be cool.
That'd be awesome.
It's free.
Also, cool would be to get a website hosted by DreamHost.
Yep.
That would be a good thing to do.
The official host of Radio BrendoMan.
That's right.
And if you sign up for a hosting account using the promo code Radio BrendoMan, you will save $50 and get a free domain registration.
Which is amazing.
And, yeah, can't beat that.
Good.
And what else is good?
Prime. We were talking about Prime earlier.
Amazon Prime is good. I ordered some books. They're sitting right here.
Yep.
I
ordered something on Friday night, and I got it today on Sunday.
That's amazing.
It delivered on Sunday.
Yep.
Because I'd used Prime.
Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
Because the game, I got Luke a game and Audrey a game like as a prize. We bought a used game. His didn't work, and I didn't have time to get another one there, so I bought them online, and it came today.
Awesome.
He's already played it.
It's great.
It's a good deal. So if you want that good deal, what can they do?
Well, you can get a 30-day. If you're on the fence about Amazon Prime, you can get a 30-day free trial just by going to radiobrendo.com. Click that Amazon Prime trial button.
That's right.
And you will get a 30-day free trial. It gives you unlimited ad-free access to over 1 million songs in the Amazon Prime Music Library. You also get 40,000 movies and TV episodes in their Instant Watch library, which is available on pretty much all major platforms.
Everywhere.
I got it on my PS4. I got it on my regular TV.
TV,
I got
Wii,
Amazon,
Wii U,
all the everything.
Et cetera.
You can watch it all on there, and they got some good stuff. They got HBO content that you can't get anywhere else, except for if you have HBO Go. But let's say you don't have it, like Phil.
You got the Amazon, Netflix, and Hulu.
So now that added a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Basically, I have unlimited entertainment.
Yes.
I don't need cable.
You can also borrow books from the Kindle Owners Lending Library. If you have a Kindle device, you get 1 free book a month. You also get unlimited free 2-day shipping with no minimum order size. That's the big cheese. The other thing they have that I just found out about, they have these like pre-release books that you get 2 free ones a month, and they're like books you never heard of, but one of them might end up being good, and they're free.
That's cool.
So I've been taking advantage of that the last couple months.
I still love looking through, because when you buy music from Amazon, some of them that you get like the little digital version, like in your little library. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And so going through and looking at all the stuff I've bought throughout the years, that like whatever random one shows up in there, like I don't know, I've got like a Goaty Hook album and the Napoleon Dynamite soundtrack.
There's stuff that I bought as gifts that I have.
What does that do? So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway.
All right. Well, then also, even if you don't want to do any of the stuff we talked about,
easiest way to help us out,
just buying. Everybody buys stuff on Amazon.
Yep.
We just talking about books and games and even things like I need to go on groceries, Surge, toilet paper,
everything,
toothpaste. I actually need to get a cable from a PS3 because I gave you my PS3 cable for your TV.
Oh yeah.
And then now whenever I want to play my PS3, I gotta unhook. I gotta switch the cable out. And when Luke comes, he's the one. So he comes over and wants to play Katamari, and then it's always like a rush because I gotta get the cable. He's like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's fine, it's fine."
You gotta have Katamari ready for me.
So, yeah.
So what did people buy from us this week?
Well, we got a few things. We got Too Fast, Too Furious on Blu-ray.
Nice.
We got Fast 5 on Blu-ray. Someone's catching up.
Fast.
Yeah. We got
Mood.
3M knob adjust. It's keyboard tray, and a gel wrist rest, and a mouse pad.
Ooh, like a
so it's like an ergonomic. You're being sensible.
It's nice.
All right, we got black foam roller. I think this is one of those things for like rolling out. Yeah, these things.
What does
Have you
it do?
done these? Well, you can use them to like roll out like when you have like it's like if you have like problems with like your ankles or like back pain. You like roll. You can roll it out, and it hurts like heck. But it's supposedly like people swear by these things.
Like a massage.
Yeah.
That's interesting. All right.
So yeah, like uses to roll out like your back pain and stuff. But I've heard also where people, if you use them wrong, they can like destroy your.
So be careful. Use with caution.
Yeah. Well, this one has really good reviews.
Yeah, it does.
And
4.5 stars.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a foam roller. I don't know how you mess that up.
I don't know.
All right. Well, that's what we got.
One more.
Oh, we got lifting straps for weightlifting, powerlifting. So someone's working out.
Doing some workouts.
Yeah.
Someone out there is going to inspire people.
Yeah.
We're not doing a good job at it at the moment. At least
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Can't be inspirational all the time, right? We're normal people.
I can't stress this enough. Like I feel I hit a plateau, but like and then I found out it wasn't a plateau. It's just like this is it. And just to maintain that was just too much work.
It's hard. I know it.
And it was frustrating. And I don't know.
So we need some listeners to inspire us. That's what it comes down to.
I don't want to
inspire us in life. Just whatever. I think our listeners.
I don't want to become like a weight loss show.
Our listener. No, I'm not saying that. I'm not even saying about weight loss. I'm just saying in general. Like, I have enjoyed throughout the course of our show the mutual inspiration. Like, we've gotten a lot of cool.
That's
just hearing
great.
from our listeners and having
things
them,
that they're doing and
feedback and
other stuff. I was just checking if we got any.
Last minute stuff.
I don't know. Nope, nothing.
Well, thank you guys for buying stuff from Amazon. Keep it up. It's really cool and generous of you guys to do that little click for us.
All right, well, we already talked about Brendo and Benson's WrestleMania tour, but we got WonderCon
coming up very soon.
And it's going to be Easter weekend. And our panel, the Webcomics Advocates panel, featuring me, you, Josh Anderson, and Patrick Scullin, is going to be on Saturday, April 4th in the Marriott Elite Ballroom.
4 o'clock.
We got a whole bunch of new programming in the Elite Ballroom, and that's going to be from 4 to 5 p.m.
Definitely going to be worth going. If you guys are going to be there, it's in Anaheim. Let us know.
Unfortunately, Saturday badges are sold out at this point.
That's true. So if you didn't get one yet, then we'll meet up
Next
with you
time.
outside, though. If you're going to be out, whatever. Well, if you're going to be in town, let us know.
But you still can get badges Friday and Sunday.
True.
Still available.
That's crazy. So the day we have it, that means it's going to be packed. We're going to have a lot of people.
I hope so.
What if there's no one there for us?
Well, if we're going up against, but
we've got a good group of our crew. Like, we've got an entourage coming with us this time.
We got a lot of guest badges, and everybody that took one of our guest badges better show up at that panel. If you listen to Popsicles yet, there was a serious argument that broke out over people's obligations.
It's one of the funniest podcasting moments I've ever heard, though. You got to hear the way it's handled. It's pretty funny. I recommend it. So.
All right. Well, I'm glad you approved because I was nervous.
Yeah, it made me laugh really hard, so it was good. But yeah, it's going to be a good panel. We'd love to have you guys come out to it. Just our
Derek and Benson are going to be there.
They better be there. Be there, or you're not getting any more free tickets out of us anymore. But the cool thing is, with our entourage, we'll have more people in the audience with us than we have had a couple times, like at Long Beach in total.
It's true.
During some of the quieter times.
Well, the one time they put us in that room that wasn't even a room.
We had 10 people there.
Oh, when you had to we got lost going to our panel.
You had to walk really far.
And then we weren't even in a room. It was just like a
kind of the lobby.
Well, this is like a lobby. Well, this is an elite ballroom.
It's a ballroom. Yeah. That one was literally.
This was like a lobby. So people were walking by,
looking for other stuff. It was still cool. We had 10, 12 people there.
Yeah.
But we'll have that many people just with our entourage this time, so that's cool.
We're rolling deep.
That's right.
And so that's gonna be exciting, and I'm looking forward to it.
It's gonna be cool.
I'm gonna be a busy couple weeks because you're gonna be on vacation,
and then you're gonna be on vacation.
I'm gonna be on vacation.
Then we're going to WonderCon.
We're gonna be at WonderCon.
But a lot of exciting stuff, so that's good.
And then I'm making my trip up to San Luis Obispo.
Oh yeah. Oh, because you're doing
our annual ranchathon.
That's right.
But we're also going to get a day visiting Justin and Heather up in Morro Bay.
Nice.
And then we'll go out to Paso Robles.
Nice. Do your thing.
Yeah.
Cool. That's current events.
That is current events. What else is going on?
A couple quick things. Just wanted to do an update on Janelle's presence. Apparently, some of our listeners have kind of followed along on this the thing I did for Janelle for Christmas.
I know we have at least 2 listeners that are doing the notes.
So I'd like to hear an update, see how you guys are doing on that, if you guys want to let us know.
Writing a note a week?
So mine, the thing I did 5 things. A note a week.
Like a love note.
Like a love note. Or what? It doesn't have to be.
Is it just hey, how's it going?
That's what she wants.
Really? Just hey?
Well, I mean, romantic
hey, you're pretty cool.
But
hey, I did the dishes.
This is where it came from. No, it's got to be like a, on paper, like a full thing. She would always write me notes or emails, and I'd respond cool, all right, talk to you later. I don't know, it's not a thing that I did, and she felt like she wanted me to do that, and so I thought that'd be a fun thing to do for her. It's hard to do.
You gotta be your love is like a burning.
No, it's definitely not poetry. It's definitely not poetry. I say things that are nice and true and stuff, but sometimes it's just, talking about everyday life.
I played this video game today.
Yeah, it was really hard on level 5. but we persevered. No, it's nothing like that. I don't know. I'm not going to go into details on it. That's between us. You know, sexy stuff.
All right.
But no, anyway, so I'm doing notes once a week. I'm doing a present a month, like I call it a romantic present, but not like anything gross. More like this month I got a stack of music for her, like stuff that she loves. Last month I got her a book about like one of her reality show people that was on like The Bachelor and stuff like that. So
she does love that stuff.
Yeah, so a lot of that has just come from like her wish list on Amazon. Like that's cool. So just something that I'm thinking of her. So I got that. A massage a month, either from me or she can go to a massage parlor, depending on her, thing for the month. So, and then she gets a date night with me a month, like where we go out together, and then she gets a time out with her friends a month where I take care of the kids.
She's using some of those this week.
So this week she's doing 3 of those all at once because she hasn't really done any of those. She's been busy. It's been tough. So what I have, though, in case you guys are following along and you want to keep up, I just have a Google Doc, and I've been keeping track. Because, it doesn't always match up every week. I fall behind on some. I've gotten ahead on others. So I just keep track. So by the end of the year, she's got 12 of each of the monthly things and 52 of the weekly things. So it's going well. Some are a little ahead, some are a little behind, but it's definitely on track. So.
Okay, so what is this?
Okay, Janelle, I was like... I always ask Janelle before I come over to like, hey, was there any stories I should tell this week? Anything good like that I might forget? And she really wanted me to tell you this. I put the numbers in there to remind myself.
Because we make fun of your email all the time, but then
she got
Janelle's inbox
is nutso. She got a notification today from Google that she is 78% full on her Gmail.
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, hey, I mean that's nothing. I mean, look at let me see where I'm at. But she doesn't use Google Drive really.
No, this is just
emails. Just email. So that's just crazy because. I mean, I am at 80%, but that I use Google Drive and Google Music.
Right. This is just for her emails.
Like, yeah. So it'll tell me here.
What do you got there?
Yeah. So I've got Drive is a 1.4, Google Photos 2 gigs, and then Gmail 8.86.
All right. So you've got quite a bit in there. I don't know exactly where hers breaks down because she has a few Google things like Drive.
I mean, I save all my emails. I just don't keep them.
Well,
right
hers
here.
are all just in the inbox.
I don't know how you deal with that.
78%. So she went through to like delete some. She wound up deleting. What's the other number I have on there?
What you got to do if it's space is you got to find attachments.
Well, I told her like you can
search with attachments.
By file size. Or
yeah, because otherwise because one email that's like a couple of kilobytes.
Well, I told her that when I left, she was working on it still. But at the time, she deleted 24,000 emails.
Oh my god!
And she said it brought her down to like 73% or something like that.
And you got to find because she's probably got a few emails with like 100 megabyte plus attachments, and those because I had hit 100%, and I was like, oh crap! And I found like some emails where when I was living in China, sometimes we would just like when Gmail first came out, and like it was such a big deal to just be able to send
a huge file.
So like we were sending each other like games, like 700 megabyte files, and like things like that. Like there was one that was like 1 gig, like. I'm like, okay, that's
why it's taking it up there. Okay, speaking of this is a total sidetrack, but I've come up with a little bit of a conundrum here, and I might get some flack for this, but I'm gonna bring it out here in front of everyone. I've almost filled up my Wii U.
External hard drive.
I need to get an external hard drive.
You have to.
So I need to get some recommendations.
Well, just get whatever's the cheapest.
According to Nintendo, you have to have a separately powered one.
Yeah.
Is that the thing?
Yeah. Well,
you have to.
Because they're USB, it won't power.
Well, but I read online you can get like a Y cable, and if you do that, then it like you can double it. And
but that's still you could.
It's not good.
You don't want to overload your freaking Wii.
Okay, so a separately powered one is good.
Just to be safe.
Okay.
Which you already have one, but.
Well, but it has to be formatted to it.
Though. Yeah, so you wouldn't be able to unless you only want to use it because like this one, I actually right now it's currently formatted as a Wii. Because I was using it for my Wii.
Okay.
But
the Wii, I just have a card in it, but they don't do that on Wii.
But you lose everything, so you're gonna. I mean, you can get one for cheap.
Yeah, I already got the okay to get one. I just wanted to know the right thing here.
But I would go with external power, just.
Okay.
Because it would just.
I read a bunch of Reddit forums and people were arguing about it, and I wanted to get official opinion.
It would just suck if because. What if you what if you at one point you decide to get if you do the Y adapter thing And if they come out with more devices, like let's say you do end up getting, I mean, you got your Disney Infinity.
Right.
Let's say you end up getting at some point a GameCube adapter. USB is only rated for so much power. At some point, it's not gonna power all your things.
So then it could overload.
And what if something happens?
All right.
And then at some point it could stop working, and you're gonna have to get an external power one anyway.
Okay, so here's a silly question, and then we'll move on. If I have an externally powered one, does it like turn off and on with my thing? Do I need to shut it down separately? How does that work on a console?
You have it.
Well, I know, but like, do I have to power it off every time?
You can leave it on.
You can leave it on
if you want to. Right. I mean, you don't have to.
But you don't have to like do a shutdown process on a console like that.
What do you mean?
Well, like like you do your little thing where you eject it. You know.
I don't think so.
All right.
You don't even have to really. You don't technically have to.
That's not a thing.
Well, I mean, it is, but it's. I don't know. I mean, it's better safe than sorry. If you're talking about.
So I'm just being total transparency. I don't know anything about it. I want to make sure I'm doing it right.
I would go by Nintendo's recommendation because it makes sense. Because again, USB, especially, I don't think it's USB 3.0. I think they're USB 2.0. So it can only handle so much power. Like I had to coach my mom because my mom, I knew this was gonna happen and I didn't plan for it. My mom has like USB everything.
Right.
She's got like a freaking mouse, keyboard, and then she actually got a USB. Something else, and so she's got it all plugged in, and as she got to a point where she's like, my USB stuff, like, it stopped working, and I'm like, well, you're probably overloading the power, and she's like, oh, I didn't know that was a thing. I'm like, yeah, so I had to coach her through getting a powered USB hub that has its own power source, and that solved her problem, because at a certain point, her keyboard would just stop working, and I finally was able, I'm like, wait, what do you, so you have to take that in consideration. Like I got like keyboard and mouse is fine, but like if I try, like let's say, because this USB hub, like there's a hub right here, but it can only support like my mouse plugged into it. If I try to plug in my phone, it won't work.
Okay.
Because it's too much. You're overloading it.
So it's a powered one, is it then?
Yes.
All right.
That would be my recommendation.
Well, that's
especially since Nintendo's recommendation and.
Because all these people were saying like, "Oh, you can make this work," but then
I'm saying you can make it work. It'll probably be fine. I would say even up to like 9. I would say 90%. You're good, but that 10%.
I don't want to risk it, so that's good. I'll go the safe route.
I just would hate for you to like short out your USB ports on your Wii U or something like that. Or what if you end up like. Let's say something happens and you short out the USB drive and it just wipes everything, and you've bought like games and stuff, and then you lose a save file. You don't want to do that. But so yeah, you're definitely. Right. Well, I'm starting to think about what I'm gonna do.
Well, because I'm close. I deleted some demos I had and stuff that I didn't need, and I have enough to probably get like a couple more games, but. At some point in the near future, I'm gonna.
But then once you get that external hard drive, then you never have to worry about.
Yeah. So I just need to do that.
Space again.
Because my 3DS was that way for a while. I was deleting things I didn't need, and then I just broke down and upgraded, and now I can fit as much as I want.
Yeah, same here.
All right, there we go. Tech Corner.
Let's do that.
That's good.
And there's plenty of them. They're even cheaper because like these at the time they were like I got them on sale for like $40 a piece, and that was like these are like 5-6 years old. So I'm sure they're way cheaper.
Yeah, it's got to be cheap, I'm sure.
Now, and you could probably get a deal. Well, like the thing you are going to want to look at is what's the max size that they support. I think it's like
2 terabytes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I looked that up.
So yeah.
I did a lot of reading on this. I tried to be like as educated about it before I came to you with it.
I mean, you probably don't need 2 terabytes.
Yeah.
So I would just get whatever's cheapest.
Right.
But don't want to get something too small. But you really like what's the most? I would say the most. Like I'd say you're fine with like 500 gigs or like 300 gigs.
Well,
but
it took me 3 years to fill up 32.
But if a terabyte drive is on, like you're not going to see those really small drives out there anymore.
Right.
But you can probably find a deal on a terabyte drive, and then you never have to worry about hard drive space again. And then I've seen like people have like these rigs where they actually like Velcro their hard drive to the Wii U, so it's like all one little unit.
Right.
I've seen ones where they make it like guys do crazy mods where like they've kind of because it was driving them crazy like the aesthetics. So if you're one of those guys, so they paint them, they do all kinds of stuff.
I don't care that much. I just want it not to ruin my stuff. That's all.
Well, I would definitely get a powered one, especially since you've already got so much stuff plugged in on all the time.
I know. Well, and I have a lot of stuff on there.
Yeah.
I have a lot of games.
And you're only gonna be. I mean, as things. As you've warmed up to the idea of buying digital games, you're only going to be buying more.
Well, right, and that's why I say, like, immediately it's not an issue, but soon it will be.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
all right. And it's kind of weird.
We've already talked about your vacation
Talked
plans.
about that. We're good.
I'm in school. I made it through my first week of class.
Yeah, that's good.
Getting started my second week. It's fine.
Not too bad.
I mean, it's nice being done on Thursday, and then Friday I can sleep in. It's like having a 3-day weekend. It's almost like having a 4-day weekend because I don't have to be back in class. Like, I'm out of class Friday, Thursday at 7:30, and he actually let us out like a half hour early. And then I'm not back until Monday at 3 o'clock.
So that's like a 4-day weekend every weekend almost.
It's pretty great.
That's cool.
And we'll see. I mean, it's fine. The real thing is, am I going to be able to pass that test? And I've already, the first time I took the practice test, I got an 88%, so I passed already.
You're not even like done with the
I haven't even taken the actual, like, that's my first one. They say you should be able to get at least 80%. If before you take the test, you should be able to get 90% on a consistent basis. So, but I think it's a good sign that I got 88. Taking it cold.
Yeah.
Like, I hadn't even really done any prep or anything. So, I mean, it's all stuff I already know. But I'm just in a class form and in a more, like, structured. And then, like, learning about the math behind, like, IP addresses and stuff, that's a little overwhelming because I hate math. But I've found there's tricks.
Yeah. You're gonna do great.
The guy, the guy that does our, like, lab, like, he's like, yeah, don't listen, because, like, that's the thing that confuses everybody when it comes to networking is, like, subnetting and, like, assigning IP addresses, and there's a lot of math involved. But like, the way the book explains it, it's, like, super mathy, and, like, they're going off the binary numbers and, like, learning about that. He's like, that'll just confuse you more. Here's this system, and he taught me that, and it, like, I got it now.
Oh, that's good.
So, and basically it's because normally you have, like, multiple things you have to list. Like, there's one simple thing, and if you can write that out by memory, then you'll be able to answer any question about IP addresses. So I've got that down.
Sweet.
And I can answer. So far, when I've taken the practice test, I've gotten all the IP address questions right. So, and that was the part where even when I worked with networking stuff for 5 years, and the only reason why I was able to answer those questions because I had a cheat sheet right by my phone
right.
that, like, was list out, like, the different subnets and, like, all that crap. Which in real life I'll have that cheat sheet.
But it's good to
you have
know
to pass
what you're doing,
test.
though. Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
The more you know.
It's true. When you find out the why, then it makes it easier, and you're not just. It's not just something you've memorized. But sometimes there's stuff where that's just how you have to know it. Is like the only way to learn this is by memorizing. There isn't like, oh, I get it now. It's just you have to memorize this.
Yeah.
And that's just how it is. All right. So that's what's going on with me. I mean, other than that, I've just been hanging out. I've been working on I've been doing a lot of podcasts, especially now that MBWS is back in swing.
Yeah, you got 3
it's like
running
a whole
at
other
once, right?
show, and I've been trying to watch more wrestling. We'll talk more about that in a minute. And just been hanging out. I mean, we got our regular. I like that I have the regular Luke visits on Friday.
Yeah, that's been cool.
It's a nice little regular fun thing.
He comes over and plays. Then Audrey and I come over and play for a little bit. And we went to the video game store.
We went to the video game store. Yeah, there's a new video
game
game store. That was fun.
Yeah.
Kids liked it. Oh, I still got my Incredible Hulk sticker in my car, and I haven't put it on. I got an Incredible Hulk sticker for free.
Okay, that was fun. I don't know if you noticed this. Because we got a coupon in the thing that said you got a free sticker if you go in.
Yeah.
And the guy was very nice, chatty fella, but very, very friendly. And he made sure to show us that the stickers, they like bought fancy ones, and they sell for $1 each. And he wanted to go top quality. And,
if you want to complete the set.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So he let us, Brendo had one and I had one, but he gave me 2 so each of Luke and Audrey could get a sticker. Well, my kids don't care about collecting stickers so much. So Audrey immediately ripped hers off.
And she's just like holding
it. She's just like crinkling it in her hand, putting it on her shirt. And I was like, Audrey, I don't care later on, but don't do it right in front of them, And she's
like, this is what I think about your free sticker.
I don't care about this free sticker. Luke was better. He's like, I'm going to save it, Daddy. And he went and stuck it on something later on, too. But point is,
I think it's funny what Luke does with stickers. Where, like, He like saves them, but then like he picks out a time where he's like, all right, I'm gonna put it on my shirt But then after a while, he's done with it. So he's like, I'm done with this sticker.
Yeah, but
and
he's very particular about when he does it.
Whole thing about stickers. Like they're very temporary. Whereas when I was Luke's age and Audrey's age, I had a sticker book, and like that's where stickers went.
Yeah.
And
well, I think because they have a bunch of sticker books, like activity type things. But
but no, I had like an album.
Like an album, and I had an album too.
I think that was like an '80s thing.
Yeah. They didn't have as much stuff to do back then. They had to give a sticker book.
So I had a sticker book, and the only other place I put stickers was my mom. We had these blue drawers. They were like plastic like drawers. I think they got them at like Gemco or somewhere. Gemco's precursor to Target, in case anybody wants to know.
There's Fedco out by us, which is the same kind of.
So I just remember when Target went national, they bought out Gemco and Fedco.
The Fedco in Pasadena became a Target. So.
Yeah. Because up until like the 80s, this is like because Target was around when my mom was in, but it was regional because they started in Minnesota.
Huh.
And then they didn't expand until the 80s, like when we were.
Right.
Because I remember we had Gemco, and then the Gemco became a Target, and I was like this. Whoa, Target has come to the masses. Speaking of, Dunkin' Donuts is creeping inland.
Really?
So there's a couple in LA. They're opening one in Upland like next week.
Ooh.
So I feel like we might be getting one.
That's coming our way.
Because like Upland, I'm actually considering.
You gonna do a drive out to Upland?
I might do it for freaking Dunkin' Donuts because Derek brought me some of those. There's something about those Dunkin' donut holes. They're like the best. I'm normally not a donut hole guy.
But the Dunkin' Donuts know how to do it.
And the Dunkin' Donuts coffee really is that good.
So I don't like coffee, so that doesn't do it.
But have you had Dunkin' Donuts?
I think, I don't know.
They're really good.
Not in recent enough memory that it makes a difference.
The last time I had them was at the Denver airport.
Because I've been all around, but I don't know.
Yeah, when I was at the Denver airport, I had a layover, and they had Dunkin' Donuts, and I ordered, and they were as delicious as
Just like they said. Have you been to our local donut place?
Which one?
Well, we've been to a number. They've got a number of them.
Well, there's one that's never open.
There's one but the one down by the freeway.
Which one's that?
The one that has the cronuts?
No.
Oh. I shouldn't even tell you about it. Never mind. I didn't tell you about it.
Cronuts?
Oh, my gosh. This place is amazing. It's one of those ones... I mean, it's obviously modeled on the like Portland type ones where it's got like all kinds of nutsos.
What is this place called?
Can't even remember.
Where is it? I've never.
Right by the freeway. If you get off at
Yucaipa Boulevard. Okay.
Yeah, so the place used to be Teriyaki Smoothies.
Teriyaki Smoothies.
Yeah, they went out of business. It was teriyaki plus they also had smoothies, but the sign just said Teriyaki Smoothies.
That's no wonder.
It's no wonder they went out because the sign says Teriyaki Smoothies. So we always joked about that.
Oh God, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, so that went out of business, obviously. And they put this new donut shop in like a few months ago.
See, here's my problem with donut shops is most of them don't take cards.
I think this one does though.
Like 9 out of 10 donut shops are cash only, and that's my saving grace from donut shops because so many of them, at least the good ones, are mom and pop shops.
Right.
That's where Dunkin' Donuts is bad because they're a chain, but they're awesome. And
I don't know for sure, but I want to say this one does. The one up in downtown definitely takes card because I've done that one.
But that one's like barely ever open.
No, the one up there's a few. There's one like all the way up in downtown, kind of by the
that place.
Henry's.
Okay.
That place is open a lot. That one's that's the second best one in town. But the one down in the oh my gosh, they have everything and it's so good. Their cronuts are amazing.
What the heck is a cronut?
It's a croissant donut.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh, you've never had a cronut? No. I shouldn't tell you these things, but they're amazing.
Hopefully I'll go there and it's cash only, and then that'll be the end of that.
You've never had a cronut?
No.
You have to eat them fresh. It doesn't like if you eat them the next day, it is not the same thing.
Well, that's how I feel about most donuts.
But it's a croissant made into a donut. Yeah.
Although you know what donuts are good?
What's that?
Have you had any of Vaughn's? Has these donuts? They're like waffle donuts.
No.
And they have a bunch of different types of them. They're really good because it's like a waffle donut. It's like a glazed waffle.
Oh, dangerous.
And then you can get them with chocolate on it, and it's like amazing.
So we really should tell each other these things.
My favorite thing in the world is chocolate croissants. Like it's always been my favorite thing.
You should have a chocolate cronut then.
This is where the worst thing that I've ever done in like recent times of like food binging is Vaughn sells these $5 boxes of there's 10 chocolate croissants for $5,
Uh-huh.
and I bought a box being like, all this will last me a while. Yeah, that was gone within like a day. I ate 10 chocolate croissants. I can't have. That's why Marin was like so right on when he's like, who are these people that just buy gallons of ice cream?
And they just sit around.
Because like I cannot do.
Yeah.
I can't have this ice cream just sitting around.
No, I know.
Because I would die.
I know.
And it's tempting though because it's so much cheaper. Because like for the giant gallon of like Rite Aid brand like whatever, or even like the Breyers is still cheaper than the like quart of like, or the pint or whatever of Ben and Jerry's ever. But no, I can't have that in my house because I will eat that whole thing. And then I've eaten, the pint is bad enough. Like I don't even look at the label anymore because I know it's horrible and it's just gonna make me feel shame. But you don't want to read the label on that giant thing, and you're gonna eat it.
Right.
That's horrible.
It's bad.
That whole Marin thing about ice cream was the most spot on thing that I feel like that's the most truth thing that's ever gone.
Yep.
Because like, but he's like jealous of the people that can have like a gallon of ice cream in their freezer.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, the only thing that helps me is that with kids and stuff, I know I have to like, I have the moral obligation to share at least.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't eat everybody's stuff. Because if it was just me, I would just eat it all.
Oh yeah, those tiny Ben & Jerry's cups that are like 99 cents.
No, yeah.
The problem with those is I end up buying like
you just
6 of them.
a bunch of them and then you eat all those. Yeah. There's no. And then you pay more for it.
Yeah, but I'm being like, what? They're only
tiny. Good for me.
I eat like 5.
Have you had the Stephen Colbert one? That's my favorite. The Americone Dream.
My favorite of all time is probably Cherry Garcia because it reminds me of this flavor. I used to get it. Remember Swenson's? Well, Swenson's I feel like there might still be some somewhere.
Okay.
But it was an ice cream parlor. Well, so this was like our routine when like on a Friday night there was the movie theater, there was Swenson's, and right next to Swenson's was the arcade. So if my dad was feeling like super generous, we'd go to the arcade, then we go to the movies, then we go to Swenson's after the movies, and it was like ice cream. And so there was this cherry flavor. Most places cherry's like pretty standard, but like the ice cream was actually cherry flavored, and they had the cherries in them, and it had like flakes. So it was basically cherry. That's the thing about Cherry's Garcia is it's actual cherry ice cream with cherries, and so it reminds me of that. But then I would say like my other ones, if I'm feeling like a super chocolatey mood, I go with New York Super Fudge Chunk. Yeah. I like Chubby Hubby because it's got like pretzels. It's like a sweet yeah,
that's good. I like the cookie dough and brownie mix. Have you had that?
Oh yeah, the half baked.
Yeah, those are good.
That one's pretty great.
Also, just the ones that have like a big caramel like down the middle of it. It's pretty amazing.
But Americone Dream.
That's amazing.
That's like my That's like my rising star.
Oh yeah. That's been.
But one that I like is that coffee toffee one that Janelle bought.
Oh, yeah.
And now I kind of like it.
It was just toffee, and then she's like, "Oh, it's coffee flavored." So
I like coffee.
You got a thing out of that.
Yeah, it was great.
Steve Espinosa in the chat says he used to buy the Skinny Cow ice creams, trying to make himself feel not so bad for eating ice cream.
But those are
we've done the Skinny Cow before.
You can taste the difference.
It doesn't taste as good.
I remember when my mom was on this, like she found this like non-fat thing. And I'm just like, this is the worst.
Yeah.
Because
like, you just wind up eating other stuff anyway. Because that wasn't very good. I'm gonna eat something else.
Because like, you can taste that. Like it had aspartame in it. You can like taste it, and it's just like, and then you just end up gorging on something.
Yeah. You're like, man, that wasn't. And it's not. If you look at them, they're not that much less.
Yeah.
I mean, they are a little bit. I realize, but if you're gonna like splurge, I don't know. I'm not one to take.
Penn Jillette came up with a delicious ice cream for Walgreens. It was on The Apprentice. Oh yeah, sea salt chocolate and caramel swirl.
That sounds amazing.
Like that one is still at Walgreens. But you want to know my favorite? Walgreens has my favorite ice cream ever.
What's that?
Moose Tracks.
Oh yeah.
It has peanut butter cups.
No, but they have the Caribou Tracks though too, which is caramel cups.
Well, I like the peanut butter cups.
Yeah, but I like the Track series. I just prefer the Caribou.
I'm all about the Moose Tracks.
Yeah.
And they have it at Walgreens.
Because it's those little cups. I like the little cups. I just don't like the peanut butter. But I like sea salt caramel. That's pretty good.
Well, they have. Where did they have that? What was that? Oh, it was that ice cream place in Redlands has the sea salt caramel where it's like
it's called All a Minute, and they have liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
And so it's like liquid, the cream, and then they spray the liquid nitrogen, and in less than a minute it becomes ice cream.
And it's really
incredible.
Good.
And nobody like freezes and gets shattered like in the Terminator. So, I kept it like at first I'm like, how do they do this? And then they're spraying it around, and like I don't know, it doesn't hurt them. I don't know how that works.
I don't know.
I always thought that
Movies
was
lied.
Apparently, movies are not true. So there you go. I can't enjoy Terminator anymore because the logic is slightly wrong.
Also, Mighty Ducks 3.
Mighty Ducks 3?
Is there a Frozen thing in that? I
don't know.
Well, Mighty Ducks 3 is the one where they go to like a private. I don't think I've ever even watched that one.
I saw the first two. I don't think I ever saw the third one.
I think I need to remedy that, but
yeah, is it still?
I think it's on
Emilio
Netflix.
Estevez?
No, but I think he is in it at the end or something.
Oh, they froze the varsity jerseys.
Oh.
You said.
But yeah, it's still Joshua Jackson and those guys, but they go to like a private school.
Yeah, sounds about like the third in a series.
Joshua Jackson was almost like too old to be. Like,
had to like shave in between takes.
All right, well let's do some book corner here. We're already at like 1 o'clock.
Well, yeah, we're running late. That's cool.
All right, so yeah, he did have a deep voice by then. He had a deep Joshua Jackson voice. All right, so I finished some books. I guess this counts as a book, but I wanted to talk about it.
Okay.
So I had emailed April Richardson after I read the zine that she published recently, and I was like, do you have any more? I will buy them, like any more zines that you made. And she's like, well, I still have some old copies of when I went with my friend Chip and I went to Europe and we made a zine, and I have some of those if you want it. It'll just PayPal me $5 and it's yours. So sure enough, I PayPal'd her $5 and I got it. Her other zine. This is from like 2006, 2007, because it's very dated because in the back page it links to her MySpace page.
Shows you.
It's definitely of the time. But so she sent me a copy of this one. It's called Geezers Need Excitement, and it's like a travel log of their trip to England, and it's really cool. She even has like a playlist of like music and like just fun stories from their trip and like things that they saw, and
that's cool.
And it was really cool. And she wrote me another cool note, and I put it on my fridge.
Saw that on your fridge, yeah, that's really cool.
Because I don't know, April Richardson's like the coolest person in the world. I want to be like her best friend, but I know that's weird.
She probably isn't listening to this, so you're safe.
But if I could have like a best friend besides you,
she's my replacement. She's the summer
I feel like we would be like best friends because like we like all the same stuff.
She can come hang out. It's cool. I can share.
This is a person I don't even know.
Come on, hang out.
I don't know is that even possible? Like to like make someone like to like
Trust me, we'll be
go
friends.
from a stranger to like, because that's not, I don't know.
Without like meeting them, I don't know. If you like establish communication on a regular basis or something, I don't know.
If anyone knows April Richardson and if we can be friends.
I want to be your friend.
I want to be April Richardson's friend.
That's not too much to ask.
No interest in any hanky-panky.
Yeah, just want to hang out.
Because I feel like we would be cool bros.
Yeah, that's not weird at all.
She loves Saved by the Bell. She likes we like the same music. She likes British TV shows. She's a total Anglophile. She likes watching weird stuff like Home Shopping Channel and like all the weird. I feel like we would seriously be like best friends.
I think you guys should do a podcast together personally.
That would be, and we could do a podcast together.
And that would be cool.
That'd be cool. This is still weird because like this is somebody I've never met in person.
You're like blushing right now just thinking about it.
But she's so cool.
I know.
She's like the coolest person in the world. No offense, Phil.
That's okay.
Like, I don't know. She reminds. I think. Well, it's weird because she's like an.
Steve said, "April, I don't want to make this weird, but I want to be you."
Exactly. But she's like, because I think it's like she's a lot like, she reminds me a lot of Jerry, and Jerry is like my best like girlfriend, And she's in it because like Jerry's like super into British music and super into like weird TV shows.
Yeah.
So it's like maybe it's like another Jerry, and maybe I should just hang out with Jerry.
Maybe you already have your own. We all have our own April Richardson. Your April Richardson is Jerry.
I do. I need to talk to Jerry more.
That's it. That's what we learned.
She's listening to this.
Now that's weird.
That is kind of weird.
She is listening to it.
Yeah, but then she'll be like, "Oh."
Hopefully so.
Maybe.
It's good. It's a good thing.
Jerry, we need to hang out more. You should come hang out in Kaipa.
Come to Kaipa.
They already came down.
Is it public knowledge who else is visiting out to Kaipa when I'm out here?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Gates is coming out here, and by law, you're on vacation.
I can't even believe it. I've been trying to get him to come to Kaipa for years.
Did you really try, though? Because all I did was like, hey, you should come out here. And
yes, I'm like, come on out. I'll give you free fruit, and we'll do stuff.
Well, see, here's what I did. I'm like, Gates likes hiking, and I specifically was like, we need to go. Phil and I have been finding all these trails. You should come. And he's like, ooh, hiking. Yeah, okay.
See, I didn't go the right angle, I guess. That's the thing.
So Gates is going to be here next weekend, and you're going to be gone.
Well, he won't be surprised I'll be gone on vacation.
And then he's not going to be at WonderCon because he's officiating a wedding.
Which is pretty cool.
So who knows when you'll see Gates?
Who knows?
Because Gates is like...
The elusive Gates.
As Derek's pointed out on Popsicles, like he's like, so much has happened to Gates in the time that we've been apart. Like, he's a college... He finished college, he went back to school and finished. He's a
minister-ish?
Well, he's just officiating weddings.
He's an officiant?
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
He probably did one of those online things.
That's cool. But that's a thing. Cool. All right, so what else did you read?
Oh, well, I also yesterday you dropped off I Want to Go Home, which by Gordon Corman, in the middle of Popsicles, yes. And Janelle dropped it off. You were in the car.
I was told I wasn't allowed to come in because I would take too long.
Well, if you had come in,
during Popsicles,
you would have we would have sucked you in.
Yeah, and then Janelle would have been so mad. That's why she said, "I'm going in. You're staying in the
your
car."
Your kids and your wife are outside while we're on a podcast.
I have no self-control when it comes to talking.
All right. Well.
So you read I Want to Go Home in one day, right?
Yeah, and it was amazing.
It's super good, right?
Like I want to adapt the script.
Yeah. Nobody else steal this idea. No one else has a copy of it, so I think we're safe. It's so good, though, right? Did you laugh out loud at all?
I laughed out loud a lot, and I also it takes the basic camp tropes and kind of turns them all on its head.
It's totally. You think at first you know how it's gonna go, and it's totally different.
Yeah.
Yet it scratches a lot of those camp story itches, but it's a different take on it,
and it's really funny.
Yeah. So the characters are great.
It's really well written.
Like the counselor guy,
and also the fact that this was when he wrote like soon after he graduated high school.
Yeah, this would have been like right after high school.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
You know what I was doing after high school? Nothing.
Yeah.
I was going to Toys R Us with you. That's what I was doing in college.
We were climbing through tunnels and climbing on top of buildings. Yeah.
I will never forget that day we went to Toys R Us and we followed them.
That was like pretty early on, like when I was hanging out too. You probably thought I was a total weirdo. I'd never before or since done anything like that.
Have we told this story?
I think we have, but
we were in the Star Wars toys aisle looking at Star Wars toys. So already
of course we were.
We were 19. I was 18, you were 19. We were looking at Star Wars toys in Toys R Us at like 1 p.m. on a weekday.
Which, yeah, of course, yes.
And I think I had. Oh, I remember. I remember what I bought that Toys R Us one. I bought WWF In Your House for PC, and you had found and I bought it. It was a WWF trivia game.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And like I specifically remember those things that I bought, and because it was still this new idea where I'm like, I don't have to ask my mom if I want to just buy stuff.
Yeah.
So that was still new to me.
I was facilitating it by driving you around.
Yeah, and also it was just you're like this. I think for you because your friends were going off, and so it was. I think it must have been cool for you to have. This dude has nowhere to go.
Yeah.
This guy will go. He doesn't have a car, so like he has to go.
He's got to go where I want to go.
And so we were at. Yeah, this is like I think this was like September, October.
Yeah, it was like right after. It was early on in like getting to know you and stuff.
Yeah, so we went to Toys R Us. That's how we bonded, is going to Toys R Us in the middle of the day. And then we were looking at Star Wars, and we were there for like ever. Like,
yeah.
And because there was a Toys R Us right down the street from our school.
Right.
It was
dangerous.
Great. It was dangerous and great. And so we were in the Star Wars aisle, and this really cute girl, and I remember she was wearing like a pink dress.
Yeah, she had like her hair was cut
multiple
short and like multiple colors.
So it was like everything that Phil liked in a girl.
Definitely at the
and
time.
She was looking at Star Wars toys, so Phil immediately was like, he's like, I gotta do something here, man.
Well, I think she asked for like help getting something down off a shelf.
Yeah. And then you started talking to her.
So I helped her out and talked to her a bit.
And then you were like, that girl was buying a Star Wars doll or like a Star Wars toy. I have to like find out more about this girl. And I think we talked to her one more time in line, and then for some reason Phil thought it was a good idea to follow her.
Let's see where she lives. And so we followed her for a while, and then I remember like after
a
bit
we're like, wait, how is this gonna work?
This is not a good idea. Let's
So
stop.
then we turned around, we stopped.
We did not take that,
because at some point we realized, like, I don't know which one of us was like, what's gonna happen?
How's this gonna play out? Hey, we followed you from Toys R Us.
Like, that would be. Again. And then I'm thinking, what if she realizes? I can just imagine she's in her car.
Those guys from Toys R Us. They're following me. Yeah, we didn't.
Because I remember one time, I still feel horrible about this. We were when I was like when I was like a junior and senior in high school, and this was, I don't understand. I wish I could go back. Do you remember when like you didn't need sleep?
Oh yeah.
Like I know you're still, but you're still like now like you'll be really tired if you like.
Yeah.
But do you remember like not sleeping or like getting an hour and then not being tired the next day?
Yeah. Oh, totally.
I would kill for that. Because I just remember like not sleeping in high school and college.
Yeah. I mean, how many mornings did we see the sunrise?
Oh my gosh,
Denny's,
so many. So I remember specifically like there was a period where we would just like we were bored and we weren't, because again like in my junior and senior high school we weren't bad kids. We weren't going to parties, but we were just out doing
weird
dumb
stuff, right? Yeah.
And so because we didn't want to be home, but we didn't have anywhere to go, so we had cars though, so we would just drive around. And I remember one night we were so bored that we were just like messing with people. Like we would pull up, and for a while we did. I remember we did the Grey Poupon bid on people. Like this was in 1997. Like it was so old, and we just did dumb crap like that. We'd go up to the Burger King drive-thru and order large waters, which are 10 cents, at least they used to be, because we were just paying for the cup, and that's all we would get. And but like I knew the people of Burger King, but it still made them mad. Like you go through just to order a large water, and so one night we were at a stoplight, and we see like in front of us this girl that we knew from school, and like we're like, oh, that's so and so. And then we just like let's mess with her. I don't know why we thought this was a good idea.
The teenage mind is incomprehensible.
So we follow her for a while, and then we start like turning on our high beams and like flashing our high beams, and she like completely freaked out to the point where she like sped up and like blew through a like stoplight and almost got hit, and then we were like, oh wow, she doesn't, because we thought she knew it was us, but then we were like, how would she know it was us?
You guys are some creeper car.
And I don't think we ever told her it was us, but then we were like, wow, this is a bad idea. Because then I watched this episode of 6 Feet Under where one of the deaths was these guys were like messing with one of their girlfriends. Like she left a bar and they chased after her, and of course she thinks it's somebody that's gonna come mugging.
Right.
So she ran into the street and got hit by a car and died.
Oh,
and like, but it's like
it could have been you.
And then they were like, we didn't know she was gonna do that. And I remember her sister was like, oh, you didn't know that a girl by herself is gonna freak out when random dudes. And like, how would she know it was you? So I'm thinking like, man, that could have been horrible.
Yeah.
And then what if, like, because of that, she was, like, traumatized and, like, was scared to be by herself in her car?
You did this.
So what were we thinking?
Again, it didn't go so far as to actually follow her to her house, but I don't know what we were. It's weird. And I think a part of it comes from that like newfound freedom. Like we can do what we want.
It was basically, I think it was definitely
we can just drive around. We can follow someone.
We are adults, but we're not really adults.
Yeah, because then what are we doing with our adulthood? We're following a girl from Toys R Us. Like
that first of all, we're going to Toys R Us at 1 p.m. on a Monday.
That didn't change. but the other parts.
And then we're just like, yeah.
Yeah. That's a weird story to tell.
So we finished I Want to Go Home. So you've read this book like a million times.
I read I Want to Go Home probably 20 times.
To the point where your copy that you let me borrow is like basically taped together.
It is. It's the same copy I've had since second grade. You can see the markings in it from when I was in second grade. I love it, though. I think it's great. It's definitely the spec script I would write if I was to write a spec script would be about this the adaptation of this book. It's just great. It's one of the funniest things that I've read. It's consistently because there's books that are humorous, there's books that are about funny things, but rarely when you read a book do you actually like laugh.
Yeah.
Like when you're just by yourself, you might enjoy something that's humorous, but every time it gets me.
Well, speaking of laugh out loud, I've been reading The Light Fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm like more than halfway done, and that book makes me I'm in the bathroom and I laugh out loud. Because
Douglas Adams is another one.
But Terry Pratchett, it's very much that style. Because some of his jokes, they're just so out of nowhere, and it's just very specific. It's a lot of puns and other word things, and it's really funny. And some of the jokes just come out of nowhere. Yeah. And so I've been laughing a lot, and it's a good story, and I'm really liking it. So I'm enjoying those a lot. I'm still reading Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, not as much as I would like to, because I don't have as much. Because I used to read it, I would read it on my lunch break at school, but now I don't have a lunch break.
Oh, because you're doing the afternoon thing.
But at some point I'm going to just sit down and finish it because it's really good. And then I'm also Wizard's First Rule is amazing and it's a really good. It's gotten really freaking good and exciting, and so that's what I'm reading right now.
Cool.
I guess we're gonna get next up on the book club is the Story Thieves.
Yep.
By James Riley.
Yep. We already have our copies ready to go. Yeah. So if you have not been following along in the book club, you should jump in at this point.
It's one book.
Because it's one book, and we're going to be talking with the author after we read it.
That's right.
So it's called The Story Thieves, and you can click on the book club link at the top of our page and find our Goodreads book club to find out more about that. I also added the following series we're going to do because we've cycled back around. We read our single book.
So what's our two book?
Our two book. You ready?
Yeah.
We're going to do The Princess Bride
and
The Silent Gondoliers.
What's The Silent Gondoliers?
Oh, you didn't know there was a sequel to The Princess Bride.
But there isn't.
There is.
What's The Silent Gondoliers?
It's interesting. I'm counting. It's not a direct sequel, but what it is William Goldman. Have you read the book, actually, The Princess Bride? Okay, so his whole, backstory is that he translated it from S. Morgenstern, right?
Yes.
Well, he supposedly found another book by S. Morgenstern and translated another one.
But it's not a sequel.
No, but it's part of the series.
All right.
So it counts. Because it's his next... He refers back to The Princess Bride about how he translated that. And
I didn't even know this existed.
It's there. So so it's great. It's a much shorter one.
Well, I should have known because... We were going to do that because Princess Bride was on sale in the Amazon store for $2.99, and then I didn't buy it.
And then you didn't get it.
But I can get it at the library.
That's definitely one they'll have at the library.
But I should have gotten it because I should have been I'm going to read. I can read this a million times.
It's one of my all-time favorite books.
I should have just bought it. It was $3.
Well, that's why I'm excited because I love Princess Bride, but also I wanted to introduce The Silent Gondoliers to you who might not have read that.
I remember when I read Princess Bride in college, it actually helped me understand you more because all his footnotes and stuff.
Oh yeah.
That's it was basically I'm so this is how Phil, because it's the way you talk.
Yeah.
And your sense of humor.
Yeah.
I feel that's the most of derivative of the greatest influence. I feel is William Goldman.
Oh yeah.
More than anything
I've
of
read
all
everything
things.
he's ever written.
I feel
pretty much
that and if you have that and Monty Python, you can understand that's 80% of your brain.
Yep. A little bit of Douglas Adams on the fringes, and you're good.
But reading the first time, because I didn't read Princess Bride until college. I think it was you that told me it was a book.
I'd make everyone.
Well, I remember I borrowed it from Dan Price.
Okay.
Because I put a thing on Bubs. I was I'll buy it for somebody. He's well, I'll let you borrow it. and he's like because he was like, you have to read this. It was one of those things where he's like I'm like, are you sure? He's like, oh, I insist that you borrow my copy.
It's amazing.
And so good old Lieutenant Dan, and so I read it and I was like, oh, this is where Phil, because I kept asking, like, do you just like borrow like your whole set? You're like pretty much yeah. Because just like all the ridiculous like. Because he's like just making up all these statistics.
Oh yeah.
And like all this.
The whole opening
like,
thing
stuff.
is a bunch of lies.
And I'm like, this is Phil. Like this is like it's basically like Phil. In fact, I imagine Phil as like the narrator because it's so you.
It's funny because I did see the movie first, and I love the movie. The movie is still my favorite movie of all time.
Mm-hmm.
But then reading the book, like. I mean,
it's like a whole other level.
The movie is, it's a completely different experience reading the book. That's why I've been trying to get Josh, if he's listening, I've been trying to get him to read it for years. I don't think I ever succeeded. But have to read the book.
Once Josh has like an opinion on something, it's locked in.
Because even if you completely don't like the movie, which I don't understand, but even if that's the case, the book is a completely different experience, and it's amazing. So we're going to read that.
You haven't read As You Wish yet, which you totally should.
No, I have not yet. No,
but he interviews Goldman, and that Goldman says his biggest regret is that he hasn't found a way to write Buttercup's baby, and he's tried. Like, he says he's tried like 10 times, and he can't do it, and he doesn't want to force it.
Yeah.
And it's like, do you think he's going to be able? Because he's getting up there.
He's getting up there.
And it doesn't.
He hasn't written a novel in quite some time.
Yeah. I think the last thing he wrote was a sequel to What Lie Did It was one of the.
Well, yeah, he's done like a number of like nonfiction.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying.
Novel-wise, I think Brothers maybe.
Well, mostly he's just been writing screenplays.
Right. And I've read most of his screenplays. A lot of them.
That's straight up. Did you see Dreamcatcher?
Still have not seen Dreamcatcher.
So that's like one of your blind spots on the Goldman.
There's some out there, but I've read a lot.
Well, I highly recommend. Because he did Dreamcatcher, he did that screenplay, and he did the Hearts in Atlantis adaptation. If you're going to watch one of those, Hearts in Atlantis is way better.
Okay.
I actually think that would probably be because because Dreamcatcher is just bad.
Yeah.
Like I like the book is like okay, but even the book's a little like because that was one of the ones that he wrote like right after the accident.
Right.
And it kind of showed.
Yeah.
That was like one of the first things he wrote. I think it was right after. Yeah. Maybe it was before. I don't know. Well, it's era. Not his best.
Yeah.
And then Goldman, I think he did the best he could, but it's really weird.
Because he's done a lot of script doctor type things.
Oh yeah.
And so that's.
But this was like original script. Like this was because he signed like a 3 deal with. Because with Rob Reiner was producing these, so they did Dreamcatcher, Hearts in Atlantis, and I forgot what the third one was. I don't think the third one actually materialized, but because they didn't do very well. But Hearts in Atlantis is amazing, and the Anthony Hopkins is great, and the Goldman screenplay is great, and he did something that I didn't think was possible. Was he actually made it? He made it more grounded. Because Hearts in Atlantis has some material that is part of the Dark Tower universe, and that was not going to work in a standalone Stephen King movie.
Right.
That it was one of those like you could tell they didn't want it to be like Stephen King, because the book it's a very out of character book for him, like as far as horror stuff goes, but it's very much him. It's really good. So it's kind of like a Stand By Me type thing where they wanted to kind of distance.
Right.
So they got Goldman because Goldman wrote probably what many argue is the best Stephen King adaptation in Misery.
Right.
Like many would argue that's the best. And it is really good.
One of my favorites.
And so I think he managed to take out that Dark Tower material because it wouldn't have made any sense.
Right.
Like people would be like, what? He managed to make it into a good story. It's just, it's heavy, heavy stuff.
All right.
But I think it's an unsung gem in the Stephen King movie adaptations. It's one of the first movie. Anton Yelchin, who would go on, he's in Star Trek and he's in a bunch of other stuff. I think it's like the first thing he did.
Huh.
And again, Anthony Hopkins, amazing.
Right.
It's a good. And it's a Goldman fan. I feel like you're doing yourself a disservice
It's not like I've avoided it on purpose. They're just, you know, there's a
But if you're gonna
material.
if you're gonna start some of those, I would definitely
start with that.
But I mean, Vanilla Sky has Jason Lee, and he's good.
Vanilla Sky?
Not Vanilla Sky. What am I saying? Dreamcatcher.
Because Vanilla Sky I hated.
Well, I'm thinking he's also in Vanilla Sky, but Dreamcatcher.
Okay. Vanilla Sky is one of those. Well, we don't have to go into that, but I don't like that. Anyway, so that's the next ones we're going to be reading is Princess Bride and that.
Yep.
That's good. And then, of course, James Riley.
But then you're currently reading...
I'm still reading Kingdom Keepers. I didn't finish it yet. It's weird, but it's good. It's fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Do you think I would enjoy it?
I'd probably, you know, I mean, it's not going to be your favorite book ever, but it would be fun to read. You can borrow it when I'm done if you want.
Yeah.
It's good. It's just a little cheesy sometimes, but you know, whatever. It's fun reading all the like Disney stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I Want to Go Home is one of my favorite books, so I'm glad that you got to read it. And really, if anyone gets a chance to find it, it's tough to find, but it's worth it.
Well, you can find them. It's just not a new copy, and they're like
it's
like $6.
Yeah, it's okay. You can.
But most libraries don't have it.
Yeah. So it's worth checking out. It's one of the best. Chip is like one of the best antagonists ever.
I feel like, I don't know, I almost feel like Chip, like, I wonder if the people that made Salute Your Shorts read this book.
Yeah.
Because I feel like, yes, there is a stereotypical, like, camp counselor, but I feel like there are some very specific things in Chip that, like, they may have borrowed for UGG if they read this.
Well, this was out definitely before that.
So I'd be very curious.
Yeah.
Because I feel like just it's there's certain things in it that are very UGG-ish.
Yeah.
But anyway, so no new movies.
No new movies.
I guess there really isn't a whole lot out
There's
right
not
now.
much. We're gonna see
I still
Cinderella
want to
this
see
weekend, though.
Oh yeah.
Well, next weekend.
Are you taking the kids?
Yeah. Well, on our vacation, it comes out like on Friday, so at some point we'll go to the movies. That's probably the next thing.
I think the one thing I want to see is the King's.
Yeah, the Kingsman. I do too.
Yeah.
Probably not gonna take the kids to see that. But yeah, it looks really good.
So have you you're not? Are you watching every Samuel Jackson movie still? Like at some point, or have you like kind of given up on that since his output is just?
Here's my policy. I will watch anything with him. I can't keep up. He makes more movies than I have time to watch.
But at some point, you make an attempt to watch any movie.
If there's a chance to watch it, I will watch it.
He's in so many movies now.
But I love it. He's the best part of any movie he's in. But
because he's been in some real cheesy.
He's been in some bad stuff. I'll give you that. But he's the best part of whatever he's in. I'll tell you one of the worst movies he's ever been in that like even he couldn't save. Did you ever see The Spirit?
Well, I told you to watch that. Yeah.
That's terrible.
Because that was one of those ones where I couldn't. It was a toss up with her because I'm like, this might be so bad that Phil will like it. But then I was like, no, but it's not good bad. No, it's like just bad. So that was kind of my litmus test to make sure that we were still on the same page. Because I'm like, Phil, watch The Spirit because I couldn't even watch it.
No, there's a bad and a good bad, and that was a bad. I don't know. I'm not sure I could define it, but oh my gosh.
Even Eddie Murphy's Raw?
What about it?
He's in it. And like the little scenes. There's like the vignettes.
Samuel Jackson in it?
Yeah, that's one of his first things he's ever in.
That's funny. I mean, I've watched that. I don't remember that. It's been a long time since I watched it, so I'll have to go back and look at that.
You still haven't watched Hard 8, though. That was one of his early roles, too.
Again, he's done a lot of stuff. It's hard to keep up. But, yeah, I will watch anything if given the opportunity, but, I have a lot of his movies that I own even, but, Yeah,
you have like Formula 51.
That movie was really good. It's Formula 58. I think.
Whatever it is, like
it's really good.
You have like SWAT.
A SWAT. Dude, the theme song says "Hanging with Samuel L. Jackson." Plays over the credits. I love it. Love it, dude. I got a lot of those. I like Mr. Jackson's work.
Yeah, you have your Samuel L. Jackson DVD section is really weird.
Yeah,
He's the best part of Jurassic Park.
Definitely.
Really.
Hang on to your butts.
Not the best part.
Come on.
He's great.
He's the best.
The dinosaurs are the best.
Dinosaurs are great, but okay, human actors.
I don't know.
Hang on to your butts.
I love Sam. Like what's Sam Neill? I love Sam Neill.
Sam Neill.
Isn't that his name?
Oh yeah. I think so. Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about Freaks and Geeks.
Well, yeah, Sam and
No,
Neil.
it is Sam Neill.
Sam Neill. Sam O'Neill? Just
no,
Sam Neill.
Sam Neill.
Sam Neill.
He's Australian.
Yeah. Yeah, I love Jurassic Park. I mean, that's a tough call, but
I don't know. Goldblum's pretty great.
Jeff Goldblum is fantastic.
You got that weird laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen the video
yes,
of like the laugh on repeat?
Yeah.
Someone made like an hour long.
Yes. I've watched quite a bit of it. No, I mean Jurassic Park is fantastic. There's all kinds of great things, but Samuel Jackson is a highlight. I
do. That's probably the quote from that movie I say the most.
Exactly. I mean that's the most famous one, right?
We'll title this episode "Hold On to Your Butts."
Hold on to your butts. That's it, right there.
Boom.
So, what you been watching?
Then it's like, what does that mean? Hold on to your butts. Do you like hold on?
I don't know. Hold on to your butts.
Like
It doesn't matter. Clever Girl is good, also. Yes, but Hold On to Your Butts that's my go-to.
I say that a lot.
Plus the way he like sucks down the cigarettes in that movie, just like he's like so nervous the whole time, and he's just great.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I've been watching a lot of WWE Network, as usual.
Yeah.
Per the usual. NXT has been just on fire. They've been doing, which is cool and weird, but I guess they were giving tryouts to like veteran wrestlers who have left the WWE like a long time ago, and I guess they're bringing them back in as like, from what I read, they're going to be part-time, but they gave them like TV matches to be on, and they didn't announce it. They announced Brian Kendrick, but they unannounced like. So he's one of my favorite wrestlers in ECW. His name is Rhino, and he's just known. He's a giant dude, and his finishing move, like now it's commonly used by a lot of guys, but it was a spear, where like you basically do like a tackle the guy, but it was the gore because he was Rhino, so he gored. And Paul Heyman and Joey Styles, that was like their famous thing, is they just yell gore, 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 and like you just be like and like his promos. You just thought he was like, this man is insane, because he would just be like, oh, he was just like very like great promos, and then he was in WWE for a long time, and just one night I'm watching NXT, this was 2 weeks ago, and Rhino just showed up, and like everybody was like, whoa, and then like he destroyed this guy, and it was awesome, and then the next week they had Brian Kendrick on, who was another wrestler. So these are these veteran wrestlers they're bringing back in, which is cool that they're bringing these guys back in the fold. They're probably going to use them to train guys, which is good, because it's always good having former wrestlers training guys, so that's cool. And then it's just so cool to see, again, Kevin Steen now wrestling as Kevin Owens. He's the NXT champion, and he's, like, dominating. And it's cool to see this guy that, again, Benson, I mean, our claim to fame is Benson was in the, like, Benson saw him brushing his teeth in the bathroom at an indie show that we went to, like, 3 years ago, and now he's on.
Now he's the guy.
Yeah. So
cool.
So Steve Espinosa says there's a spot open. Is that happening? Like, so there's a whole controversy this week on even though everybody's known about it from years. The head trainer at NXT is just a horrible human being, and there's been all kinds of stories about things that he's done, hazing type things and other things. But everyone's like, oh, that's just how it is, because he's supposed to be training hard. But then it's like, no, I don't think it's okay to like berate people in the way that he does with like racist and homophobic things, and like he's injured people, like straight up injured people. And he resigned this weekend. So Bill DeMott, I guess. So there was a whole big thing on the internet where like, because
DeMotta?
His name is Bill DeMott.
You say DeMotta, I say DeMato.
Well, his name's DeMott.
Okay.
And it got to the point where like it was starting to get mainstream coverage. Because that's like a big deal. Like there was a bunch of former trainees like came forward. There was whole big things on Reddit, like all the allegations, and some people were defending him, but nobody was denying the stories. They just couldn't prove them, and so it just kind of the internet wrestling world kind of rallied, and it looks like he resigned this weekend.
Wow.
So it's crazy.
Big news.
Didn't know that, but. So it's nuts. Anyway, so that's the WWE Network.
Okay.
I've watched. I'm caught up on SNL. I just actually today watched
Chris
Chris
Hemsworth?
Hemsworth. It was really good.
Yeah, okay.
It was,
I haven't watched any of it.
It was. I was really funny. It was way better than Dakota Johnson.
That one was a rough.
I mean, there were some really good things,
There were.
but like her things, I don't know. And the whole have you seen? Did you watch the video of the sketch where it's like the newscast after they do like a newscast after they beat Ultron, and Thor's just like partying in the crowd, and he's like I love all of you. I'm Thor, yeah, and like they're interviewing him, and then meanwhile they're like, sir, has anybody talked about how half the town can't evacuate? He's like, who cares? We're partying, like just all this. And then like it's like one of the lines, the party at Dave and Buster's down the street, and then it has it's real funny.
Good stuff.
I don't want to spoil it for you.
All right.
But
I'll watch it.
He was a really good, because Dakota Johnson was pretty uneven, and also it's just every time I see Melanie Griffith, I'm like horrified. So I'm like, what happened to you?
Yeah.
Because there's a part where like when she's like, and it's also that's cool that like her and I guess you kind of have to get along when it's like you have a kid together.
Yeah.
Because like she's not like she's married. I think she's still married to Antonio Banderas.
I think so.
And then but like but I have to. It's nice to see Don Johnson still out there.
Yeah.
But he's been in some stuff. He was in one of the Machetes, I think. What was that show that he was on forever? Like Nash Bridges?
Yeah, I think so.
I never watched. I watched one. I watched a couple episodes because Stone Cold Steve Austin was in him.
That makes sense.
Either Stone Cold Steve Austin or Bret Hart. I forgot. I think Bret Hart was in. Bret Hart was on some show. I don't know if it was Nash Bridges. Stone Cold. Okay, there you go. Right. Thank you, Steven.
Keeping you straight there. All right, are you caught up on?
I'm caught up on Bob's Burgers.
And I caught up a little bit.
So you watched the Valentine's one?
I watched the Valentine's
one.
The
Z's in the song.
Yes. Oh gosh, so good.
But the newest,
that's where
the Gale Stories one is hilarious.
Okay. I gotta catch up a little more.
Oh yeah, Lonesome Dove was the show that Bret Hart was on.
Oh, okay.
He was actually, there was a point where he was gonna leave the WWF because they had offered him a full-time role, and then the show got canceled.
Huh.
So then he kind of came back to WWF. It's like, hey, guess what? Because he was like ready to leave. And
right.
That's right. Lonesome Dove was, I think, Ricky Schroeder. I think he was on that show.
All right. It's very possible.
All right. Well, so Parks and Rec, I watched the finale again.
Yeah.
I watched the producer's cut. It's so good.
We watched the producer's cut also.
It's so good.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
And then Lucha Underground, I'm all caught up on that. So Alberto El Patron, formerly WWE's Alberto Del Rio, had his first match on Lucha Underground. It was really good.
Yeah.
And he gave a promo kind of bashing the WWE, but not without mentioning specifics. So that was...
Burning some bridges there?
Well, I think that he has no interest just because the way he was treated. So though we don't normally talk about this kind of stuff on this show, for Matt and Brendo's Wrestling Show, but he was fired from the WWE because he attacked a WWE employee, and that was the story that we were told. But then this has been collaborated by multiple witnesses. The reason why he attacked the WWE employee is because the WWE employee made an extremely racist remark to him, and apparently this was not the first time it had happened, and it was just kind of the last straw. So he has no interest.
All right.
So
he's got a better spot now.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, because he's AAA champion, and now he's on Lucha Underground, which Lucha Underground I think is only going to get bigger, because again they got some pretty strong backing there. I mean, it's Robert Rodriguez and one of the I forgot another big producer guy. So there's a lot of money.
That's cool.
On that show, and I think I hope it's gonna succeed. Mark Burnett, that's who it is. So he's a big producer.
Sweet.
So yeah, that's going on. I'm one episode. I haven't watched this week's episode yet. But Better Call Saul is amazing. There's been more and more Michael McKean, and he is really good.
Nice.
And just the direction the story is going, it's really good.
All right.
I love it. Love it.
Better watch it.
Odenkirk's gonna win some Emmys.
He's got some Emmys coming his way.
I think so, because he's amazing. And then still, I'm not quite done with season 6 of Storage Wars, and It's just
that's always the thing.
The gift that keeps on giving, because I can also just go back and watch like any of them, and it's great.
It never gets old.
I just watched one where Renee got a locker with like $400,000 worth of. It was like this giant. It was clearly a locker that was like owned by an antique store or something.
Right.
And I'm just like, I would be like, if I'm about to lose that locker, I would, because if you know what's in your locker,
empty it out.
Like,
right?
I would do whatever I could, because there was seriously like $400,000 worth of antiques and stuff.
Crazy.
In this locker.
Maybe someone died.
Maybe, but like it clearly seemed to be like because it was all like wrapped nice. Some of it was priced.
Maybe they went bankrupt.
Maybe, but still, wouldn't you at least like with that much?
Maybe they had nowhere to put it.
Yeah, but I mean, I would feel like, dude, have a closeout sale. I don't know, because this stuff, it was like, there was no garbage in this locker. It was just all collectibles. It was all money. It was like 100% money, ready to sell. And then like I even looked, because I'm like, this is super fishy. But I looked and I looked. So here's the thing about the Storage Wars, where everyone was like, it's completely fake. It's not completely fake, because there are laws relegating storage auctions. The only thing, here's what I like. Here's where I think they do. I think once they open the locker, I think the producers might put in a couple things.
Yeah, they definitely plant some stuff.
It is completely illegal to like have a completely fake. Right. They can't. There's no way for them to do that.
Right.
That
probably, my guess would be, like once it's been purchased, they can stick something in there. You know what I mean?
For instance, this one though, I don't think they took an empty locker and put $400,000 worth of stuff in it.
No. There's definitely some reality to it, but there's also.
I mean, I definitely think they plan things. I mean, there's proof of that, but I don't think it's 100. It's not 100% because it's impossible.
Right.
And the thing that they don't tell you is that they film like hundreds more hours, because for every, like, I think I was talking to somebody that like actually does this for a living, and he's familiar with the show, and like he knows people that are on the show, and basically for every one locker that you see on the show that's good, there's like hundreds of like but like the other thing they don't tell you is that like the Pasantes and like Dave and those guys, you know how they buy like 3 lockers on a show. In real life, they're not buying 3 lockers. They buy like 50. They'll go to an auction if there's like they go to multiple auctions in a day. That's the other thing they don't show you, because we looked at because we want to go to an auction, and they have. So the other thing, Dan and Laura Dotson, they have they have to have multiple stuff, because they're running multiple auctions at the same time.
Right, and they're doing one. What, they've got some in Riverside, Redlands.
They've got a couple in Redlands that coming up.
One of these days we're gonna come out to one of these. Oh my gosh!
It'd be so awesome. But I think there's probably a 90% chance you would go there. It wouldn't even be the Dotsons.
Yeah, it's probably someone that works for him or whatever.
And it probably won't be anybody from the show there. But still, you never know.
Never know. Maybe we'll get a good locker.
But he was talking about how they film every locker they open, and like 9 times out of 10 there's nothing.
Yeah, or nothing interesting.
So then they get the interesting one, and I could definitely see where once they open it, they probably...
Yeah, they can probably stick something in there.
The guy that took Dan's place during the Danurism, they're one of their other main guys.
I still can't believe they coined that
called
phrase.
it the Danurism. It just seems messed up.
Yeah.
But whatever.
Yeah.
If the Dotsons...
They signed off on it, I guess.
Signed off on it. But it was also funny because for some reason I thought they were older, but then I thought about it, I'm like, well, they're not that old. They're probably like my parents' age, because then they had a son, and if like you never seen him before, but on this episode he was there, and he can't be older than like college age, because at first I'm like they got it, and I'm like no, that makes sense. If they had a son, because they're like probably in their 50s.
Yeah.
So like they probably have a college age son, because at first I'm like, wouldn't their son be way older? I'm like no, they're probably not even as old as my parents.
Yeah.
So I'm like, so that kind of was like, that's weird. One of these days, I can't wait till I feel like it has to happen. Like we're at the store.
If we do, like we've got to get him to do a plug.
Oh my God! Yes.
Can you imagine?
Oh, I'd freak out.
Dude, we need to go just to get him to do that.
Or if we could get, I want to get one of the. If we could get one of the, if we got anybody from Storage Wars.
I would venture to say our podcast talks about Storage Wars more than any other podcast.
Unless is there a Storage Wars podcast?
I don't. Not that I've seen.
Maybe
we could look it up.
But
if there's not, we definitely do.
Because I feel like 7 out of 10 episodes we talk about Storage Wars.
At least, yes. From like the beginning.
Yeah.
Our listeners probably don't even watch Storage Wars. Like, oh, here they go on the Storage Wars again. Guys, nobody watches that show.
I won't stop watching that show. No, I don't even care.
I just watch it over and over again. Okay, DVR. So Steve said he watches it.
Dude, that's one thing I miss about having a DVR, because you could type in, if I was really bored, I would type in like Storage Wars, and then within 3 days I would have like a million episodes. Wars, yeah. If you put it so it records reruns, because you
right.
But yeah.
All right, what else you got?
All right, I got Kroll Show. I've been watching Kroll Show. Super funny.
Yeah.
Just the level where like, because I was trying to figure out like where some of these characters. So now they've got to the point where there's shows that have spun off, because like there's like different shows and like it's parodies and there's different characters. So now there's a point where they've had a character who's had a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off, and it's still going with this character. So you really, in order to fully appreciate Kroll Show, you have to watch all of them, because you can still appreciate it on like the basic level, but once you know like this character comes from another sketch, and there was a sketch of that sketch, like it goes pretty deep.
That's like a Monty Python, definitely, where you've got just these long-running gags that pop up.
So it's really funny, and all his guest stars, he gets a lot of really good guest stars, and they're always funny.
Nice.
And I really like it. And also the interstitials, where it's like him and either a writer or a guest actor or one of his regular actors. It really reminds me of the old Ben Stiller show bumpers.
Oh, nice.
They were just talking about whatever.
Yep.
And so it's really funny. And then
what's this?
Oh, well, I've been watching a lot of New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Okay.
And JPW.
Gotcha.
As the insiders. So I've just been watching a lot, and it's really good. I watched their Osaka show, and it's really good wrestling.
Nice.
And sometimes it's nice to just watch really good wrestling and not have to care about because with WWE you have to know the storylines to really appreciate it.
What's going on?
And like this, like I don't need that, and and I get the commentaries in Japanese, so I don't even know what they're saying. I can tell some of their emotions, and there's also some funny things. Like it's because you know how sometimes like they mix in their English, which is weird to me. Like what if we did something like that? We're like it's just
we probably do. Maybe not with Japanese so much, but I'm sure with like a native Spanish speaker would hear that a lot or whatever.
But it's just really because they'll just be like suplex, and then there's and then there's some of like these specific announcers have like their trademarks. So the New Japan one, his trademark is when he says Brainbuster, and it's Brainbuster, and it's the best. Awesome. Like I always mark it like Brainbuster, and it just kind of gets you into it. So, yeah.
All right. Oh, now this next one, I forgot to put this on my list, but I watched this week too.
Oh, you're talking about Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega's great.
What? Oh.
Kenny Omega versus a 9-year-old girl.
That's Steve in the chat, by the way. Yeah. Not me, but yes.
Sorry. Talking about New Japan.
But
New Japan Wrestling is awesome, and I've been watching a lot of it with my Chromecast, and they've got matches on Dailymotion. As I mentioned, they do have a WWE Network type service, but it's all in Japanese. And even after reading this Reddit article on how to sign up, I was really confused. And I don't want to just like send my money and then not get what you need. So, so hopefully they'll make it easier, because once they do, I totally would subscribe to it. But at this point, I'm just gonna watch my Dailymotion videos and feel slightly guilty. But it's at some point, if they have another American pay-per-view, I totally buy it, because I bought Wrestle Kingdom 9. Like I bought it, I'll buy it because it's quality.
All right.
And I just hope they keep doing the American commentary, because that there's something beautiful about the fact that I can watch these matches and I don't need the commentary and I still enjoy it, but there's something missing when you don't have that.
Right.
So, so what we're talking about.
This is the thing I saw. Yeah.
This had been on my watch list as soon as it popped up on Hulu. I just hadn't gotten around to watch it. But James Franco did a documentary from an episode. What year was it? Like 2009?
Something
10?
like that. It was like 5 years ago, something like that.
It's the John Malkovich episode, and he filmed the entire process and went in places we have only read about in books or in interviews, like the pitch meeting in Lauren's office. They're
like sitting on the floor, like gathered around.
Yeah, like that, and that's they've been, because the thing about Saturday Night Live is they've been doing it the same way since the show started, which that's amazing.
Yeah.
And it was funny because when we did our like youth group thing, it was called Edge, and Mike like wrote it out like an episode of Saturday Night Live, and so when we'd have our big planning meeting at the beginning of the year, and we would just come up with like bits and games, and it was like we'd have the pitch meeting, and Mike would write them out on like Post-its, and then we'd put them up, and then they gradually, as we shaped the Edge, we would like throw away stuff or save it for later.
Right.
And I remember, and like you read these interviews where like guys, they purposely, like, it's weird when you read about the nuances of the pitch meeting and then to see it happen live, where sometimes they throw out sketch ideas that they know won't make it to air just to like clear the air and get people laughing, or like if people laugh too much in the pitch meeting, that might be a bad sign.
Right.
It's like, so there's all these kind of weird things. And I remember specifically one of the things that I used to yell out every year in the Edge planning, and I never got to see it come to fruition, was Cheerio Baby Pool.
Cheerio Baby
I wanted to like fill, because Mike would get pretty crazy when it came to like crowd breakers and games, but I wanted, like, I felt like the next level was taking a baby pool and filling it with like milk and cereal and like having to find something. It was almost like the marble in the oatmeal, but I wanted a Cheerio baby pool.
Lucky boy,
and I'm like, look, we'll get powdered milk. Because he was like, that's too expensive to fill a baby pool with milk. I'm like, no, it doesn't have to be all milk. We'll just fill it with water, and we can just put a little bit of milk, and like that'll be fine. And like never got the okay. But like for 4 years, I'm like, Cheerio baby pool. And even to the point where I got other people behind it. And I heard, from what I heard, like even after I graduated, still Cheerio baby pool.
Cheerio baby pool.
Still never happened. Funny. But like, so Mike had read about this famous
he modeled after
process.
That. So seeing it in this movie is just amazing.
Where they do the pitch meeting, then they just spend like 2 days like they don't sleep.
Yeah, like the writing process is nuts.
Like they just live there. Like, so basically whenever you're doing the show, like as they've said, like you don't have a life.
Yeah.
You don't go home. You're just there.
So then you think like the people that do like movies in between and stuff, like how does that even happen?
Because you're off time. That's like, because when you're on, I mean, people ask why they don't do SNL every week. I think they would die.
Yeah, because then it shows like it gets to the end and then they're right back. They just start up.
Yeah,
again. Like,
you get Sunday off.
Yeah,
and that's it.
And then there they go.
Monday morning pitch meeting. And they show that, and that's crazy. Because then they write, and then the fact that they write 50 sketches, and they narrow it down from 50 to what, like 6, 7?
Yeah, maybe 8, something like that.
Yeah, and then they narrow it down to like 20 for the dress, and then they cut that in half.
Yeah.
So like you could have a sketch like that sketch, the 800 588, which because I had, as Derek had pointed out, like we had heard that sketch was a myth.
Yeah.
Because like Will Forte had talked about in interviews, so to actually get to see the sketch, and you're like, that was really funny.
Really awesome.
But the fact that it got cut,
like that late in the game,
then that happens all the time.
On DVDs or whatever.
Yeah. Well, they put them on Hulu now. Some of them.
Yeah.
But not, there's still. But just the fact that when you figure out like that this has been going on since, how many unmade sketches.
If there's 10 per episode, I mean that's 40 years of 10 per episode that just never saw the light of day.
Or like the 50 that got pitched. I mean, how many freaking... But you also figure they probably
some
keep...
of them probably get used
eventually
later,
at some point. But
recycled.
then there's like, you can tell where there's the front runner sketches that are just like, this is in.
Yeah.
And just watching that process. And then the fact that it comes down to a room of like 8 people and they're the ones that make the final decisions.
Yeah. And just watching nuts. Lauren do his like... This one is one that he can do.
Like that's
like his Dr.
Evil.
But
then the fact that the fact that the final say is Lauren, that he's been doing it except for like the 5 years that he didn't.
Well, but still,
like that's crazy.
35 years.
It's still crazy. The whole process is nuts. And then when they show like then they show they're actually doing the show and they're like literally running, like that lady that her sole job is to keep the hose going and like she just grabs him and they're off and like that is crazy.
If you have any interest in Saturday Night Live or that type of thing, I would recommend watching this. It's
if
really,
you don't care about it, then you won't.
Yeah, because it's very like
the most inside baseball thing that's ever been made about. But it's just really cool. And then
writing, comedy, any of that kind of stuff. It's pretty fascinating.
It's definitely if you want to get into any of that, because just watching them break down a joke or like revising jokes on the fly, like it's like the stuff when they're like in rehearsals and they're like pinning down the like. It's also funny to see different people's styles. Like you can clearly see who are like total perfectionists.
Right.
Like it's pretty clear that Fred Armisen is like a complete almost to an insane level.
Yeah.
Like and then like Will Forte and like just some of like you can see some of these people's like work ethics, and then other people are like
Bobby Moynihan is funny because he's like, I don't know, I'm just gonna make it up, but I gotta have something to show.
I'm new because he was like brand new. And then
I want to look like I'm not prepared.
Because Seth Meyers was the head writer at the time, and he's like, I've slept 1 hour.
Yeah, he looked like he was gonna die.
And Will Forte too.
It was really good.
Yeah.
I watched it like as soon as you recommended it. I went up that night. I watched it. Whoa.
Yeah.
Called Saturday Night.
Yeah.
It's really good.
And then HBO Go came out on PS4, so because I have it on my 360, but I don't normally fire that up, so. I was just like the other night. I was like, let's fire up HBO Go and see what's on there. So I watched Neighbors.
Yeah.
It was funny.
You hadn't seen it yet, right?
I hadn't seen it. I liked it. Funny. It was really dirty.
It was really dirty.
But it was also like it was really funny. But but part of me was like they should just call the cops because after that cop. But I'm like that. Like the fact that they didn't, but then I remembered your interaction with the cops complaining for a noise complaint and how you never called the cops again after that.
Yeah.
So that's where I did. I'm like, well, that happened to Phil.
Yeah.
Where basically he's like, well, I'm never calling the cops again because that was
basically accused me of just being a racist. That was what the long and short.
When you had a neighbor basically come at you with beer bottles.
Yeah. I mean, and so I called the police and they're like, "What's your neighbor's name?" I'm like, "I don't know." Oh, so you're next door to a black man, you don't know his name, and you're gonna call the police on him? And I'm like, whoa! Like, that has nothing to do with that. The guy came at me with a beer bottle. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. That just seems pretty racist of you. And I'm like, oh, okay, Mr. Policeman, there.
Because I remember, like, there was another time where I'm like, why don't you call the cops? And you're like, I'm not calling the cops. Because they were like beyond noisy.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
it was nothing to do with...
They had like 8 people living in there.
At least.
And there was much of the drugs happening.
All kinds of stuff going on.
And they were just like super loud and scary.
And so we came in one night, late at night, pulled in, and the guy was out there, and I don't even remember what his issue was. He was obviously drunk or whatever, and he like was holding a beer bottle by the neck and was like, I'm going to F you up, mother effer. And I'm like, whoa, dude. And he's like, yeah, you live up above us, don't you? You better watch your back. So I called the police, and they're like, and they said I'm racist because I don't know his name. And I wanted to be like, there's 10 people living down there. How am I supposed to know all their names? But I don't think that would have made my case.
I'm sorry, officer. I didn't ask the guy threatening me with a bottle what his name was.
You know, I mean, what do I say to that? I don't know. I can't do it like I have black friends. Like that's not cool. There's no way out of that.
Yeah. So that whole altercation reminded me in the movie.
That gives me shivers just thinking about that. Going back to.
But that's where I was like.
But it is. So there is a.
Because at first I'm like, but then I was like, oh yeah, Phil, this happened to Phil. Where we called the cops and the cops did nothing.
Right.
So I'm like, okay, I guess that is believable.
They made me feel bad for having.
Yeah, which they did the same thing in the movie. Like they guilt tripped. It's like, oh come on, why don't you the
biggest thing with that, if you want to talk about like illogical things. As like a rational adult human, like them as parents, they're the worst parents in the world.
They are horrible
They should
parents.
have had their
When
kid
they just
taken away
like
from them
when they
long
like
ago.
leave their baby alone in the house, so they can go party
and then
next
go
door.
get like insane drugs.
There's no
and
way
stuff.
that baby would be fine for that long period of time.
No. That,
Like I was I'm like, are they gonna come home and their baby's gonna be dead? Because like I feel like that's what would have happened.
If we were in reality, that's what would happen. So
or they're just leaving their.
That was probably the biggest like barrier. For
well, that was one of the
me.
reasons why the cop was like, oh, because they had pictures of them partying. They're like, hey, look at this, and the cop's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
So then
But again, he was right in that case.
Yeah.
They were wildly irresponsible.
That part, yeah.
So anyway, it was fun. If you can disconnect from reality.
I love Rose Byrne. She's really funny.
Yeah.
I think she's one of the funniest.
Yeah. Dave Franco is really good at that too.
Dave Franco is definitely an up and I think he's already doing big stuff.
Yeah, he's there, but
he's really fun.
Yeah.
The Robert De Niro party
was
like I had already seen it in the trailer, but like it was still like that whole thing was really, really funny. Where then like they're all doing different things like
different De Niro.
And then this because the first the Samuel Jackson guy's like I'm Samuel Jackson and Jackie Brown. He's like okay I guess, and then he starts quoting Pulp Fiction like you're not even doing the wrong movie, wrong movie. like Seth Rogen's yelling at him.
Yeah, that was good. It was fun. Definitely worth a watch.
Yeah. So that was good.
Yeah.
What about?
Well, as far as this goes...
Oh, I forgot.
What?
I watched the new episode of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, yeah. Good?
It was good.
Okay.
It was a little slow. But people were really tearing it apart, and I don't see that. I think people just want to hate this show for some weird reason.
I don't understand what the...
And I don't get it. I really like it. I still like it. I like what they're doing with it.
I mean, I'm obviously a lot further behind than you, but I really enjoyed what I've seen.
I'm just curious how because they're they flat out are like reaching they're doing Inhumans stuff, but now the Inhumans movie is getting pushed back, so like I don't know how that's going to affect. But they still seem to be going forward with the Inhuman story on Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So whatevs. I like it.
I've enjoyed it. For me. We watched the Parks and Rec finale the last couple episodes. Finally, it was great.
Amazing, right?
Amazing. We were like it kind of leaves like a hole afterwards. Like, oh, I don't want it to be over.
It's gone.
So we filled the hole by watching on YouTube. We watched a bunch of Billy Eichner's.
Billy on the Street.
We watched like 20 little of those things, and that kind of helped a little bit to move beyond it. And then we also watched the last episode of Agent Carter from the season.
Freaking great, right?
Amazing.
And then that
great little tag at the end there was
the Hydra tag, which I was so glad because like that's a patented Joss Whedon move where when he has a big guest star like that, even though they should by all rights be at the front of the credits, he won't do it because otherwise it'll spoil it.
Yeah.
So when that and also it's cool that I love the fact that they get these people because like. These are big stars now, but they came back to do these cameos. So it's pretty awesome. I'm sure it's part of their overall Marvel deal.
I'm sure. You got to figure for those people, it's cool to like be a part of this big thing. I mean,
so that was really great.
Yeah, so that was really good.
Yeah.
That's it for me on that category.
It's also cool to see Ralph Garman again because he was in it and he was in the last episode. He's the radio announcer. When they're doing the radio play.
Yeah, that's right.
So they brought that back for the finale, and he was in it.
That was cool.
Yeah.
The Captain America.
Yes, the Captain America hour or whatever it is. Yeah. Because he's the narrator. It's also cool to know yet another person in the Marvel universe because he's officially in the. He's in 2 episodes of Agent Carter. You are in the Marvel universe. So I know 3 people. Yes, he does the old-timey. Yeah. He's the actual announcer. Like, he does the voice, but then in the show, they show the announcer, and it's him.
He's doing the show.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. And, I mean, it makes sense because he's a voice guy, and I'm sure that was... Yeah. So, yeah. Let's see. Netflix. We got some new Netflix stuff, but, I mean, as always, Bob's Burgers. I watched as I talked about, the other day. I watched the Outside Toilet episode again. I watched. I think I've seen the Belchies episode the most.
That one, me too. I've watched that one over and over again.
Taffy Butt's like the best song in the world, and again a testimony to Cyndi Lauper's awesomeness that like she did that. Came back to do that, and it's just really funny because at the end she's just like basically saying what's happening, like, oh no, there's treasure in the butt. Yeah, so great, so great.
Yeah.
And I just love that show so much. It's so funny.
Yeah, so good.
And then the new Netflix show, which
we
just
this too.
Popped on, I think, on Friday, Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, starring Ellie Kemper from The Office, and she was also in Mystery Team. She was really She was the nice. She's just really dumb.
Super, and then also
Carol Kane.
Kane is in it.
Have you seen? Did you ever watch Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23? So Titus.
Yeah.
He plays James Vanderbeek's, because James Vanderbeek plays himself in Don't Trust the Bee. That show's really funny. You should watch it. It's really, really good. But he was one of the funniest parts. He plays James Vanderbeek's assistant.
Okay.
But Titus, he's really funny on the show.
Gosh, so good.
And then Carol Kane and
created by Tina Fey.
It's really Ellie Kemper is amazing.
Yeah.
Like really as somebody pointed out, like I could watch Ellie Kemper dance.
Yeah.
I could watch her dance. All the music, that theme song's like in my head now.
Oh, they do. Yeah, like the auto tune.
Yeah,
thing.
They had the auto tune guy.
And Jane Krakowski is.
Jane Krakowski's in it,
good.
And she's really funny. And like the whole thing with her stepdaughter is trying to figure out like. Why do you keep why are you so weird? Like nobody ever is like those, because she's so Ellie Kemper, she plays a mole woman. She was in an apocalypse cult, and she basically lived in an underground bunker for 15 years.
Yeah.
And then she was rescued, and now she's just trying to figure out life.
Yeah, in like New York.
And it's really funny.
It's amazing. It's like, I think you said it best before. It's kind of like Blast from the Past. In a comedy TV show, but really kind of dark. Like for some very dark humor. But it's really good though too. Like we've only watched the first 2 episodes, and it's amazing.
The things that they choose to make fun of are really funny. Like this last episode, I watched the 4th episode, and Titus auditions for Spider-Man the Musical 2, and it's really funny. One of my favorite things from the first couple. Have you seen where, I think it was in the 2nd episode, where Titus does his own version of Lion King, and then the Disney guy hands him, and he's like, "That's fair."
Yeah, it's fair. The only guy in the audience is the lawyer from Disney.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, it's good. It's really good.
But yeah, it's really funny. They make fun of those Febreze commercials where like they go. Have you seen those commercials where it's like a dump, like the house is a dump? So there's some really funny jokes about that.
Okay.
With Jane Krakowski's character, as Derek pointed out, there's a lot of rich people bashing, which is always funny.
Yeah.
So
it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, I really like it. And then I started back up on Futurama because I finished Comedy Bang Bang, and I had decided at some point that I was going to watch Futurama because I've only watched like bits and pieces. I never was like, but watching it like on like I can watch them all in order. It's a really, really funny show.
All right.
So, I mean, yes, I've seen like the classic episodes. I've seen the dog episode, which everyone talks about and is like the most depressing. It's probably one of the most depressing things on TV of all time. I won't even tell you about it because if you go home and watch it, you will feel like crap for like a week.
Is it about a dog dying?
Yes.
I don't know.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't think I would care either. But the way they do it.
Even me.
Even you.
Even me.
Even you.
All right.
I dare you to do it.
All right.
Watch it.
We'll see.
Watch it.
I'm not gonna guarantee it.
It's the saddest thing. It's one of the top 5 sad things in life.
All right.
I mean, it's not. I mean, we talked about Dancer in the Dark. I wouldn't put it on that level, but it's probably right up there.
Really?
It's if you like because people have
also.
Well, this particular episode, not so much.
Really?
It's just one of the times where they just decided. I don't know. It was really crazy thing that they did.
What's it called?
I don't remember.
Oh, okay. I'll look at it.
Just look up Family Guy. I'm not Family.
Family.
Futurama Dog, and they'll give you the episode name, and then watch it. And then I want to see. I want that. I think
right.
that'll be a good Phil experiment.
See how my okay.
I know actors that use that to cry on command.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
That's how.
Futurama.
Yes.
The cartoon with the squid
I am
face.
100% serious.
All right.
I'm surprised you've never heard of this.
Huh.
A lot of people now are probably like freaking out right now that you haven't
I've
seen
never
it,
heard of this before.
and because it's seriously one of the most depressing things of all time.
All right, I'll have to look at it.
But then again, I know how much you hate dogs.
I don't hate dogs.
No, you kind of actively hate dogs.
No, I just hate pets. There's a difference. If dogs want to go be in the wild, I don't hate coyotes. That's fine. I just don't want them in a house. I don't want them in my yard.
That's all dogs.
No, it's not. It doesn't have to be. It's
So you like wild dogs.
Yeah, that's fine.
You
Dingoes.
just domesticated dog
Yeah.
angers you.
Yes, but it's not the dog's fault. I don't hate the dog. I hate the people that. I don't hate the people.
So you hate all people.
I just hate the concept of pets. That's all.
You're a heartless.
Why do they keep pets? What's the point?
People want companionship.
They want the animals to poop on stuff. It's annoying. They make messes and they're gross.
I don't own an animal, but I don't go to that level.
Well, I don't hate people that have pets.
Yeah, but you hate pets.
But I hate
the
pets.
fact that you hate the concept
Yes.
of like a domesticated animal
Yes.
is very funny to me.
Yeah, my kids like to go in the pet store sometimes, wish fulfillment kind of thing. And I've gone in there, like the last time, Janelle's like, oh, they like to poke their heads in here, and I went in, and I just look around and go, why? What's the point? Why would anyone want any of this? It's horrible.
All right.
So I don't know. We'll see.
Also, I was browsing around Netflix and saw Billy Madison on there, and I'm like, I haven't watched this in a while, and it's great.
Yeah.
And it's also, that's another huge source of humor for, I feel like, most people our age.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like, cause like every time there's a certain group of people that you can make laugh without with like that's quacktastic, and
right.
there's certain things.
There's so many
that,
things
like,
from that I just say without even thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that, and I think that's one of the reasons why I watched it, because I was singing the Back to School song the other day,
that's right, we did.
and so I think that might have been on my head because of that, and
every
like
time someone's slow, I say, "Today, Junior."
Yeah.
Kid can't even read.
You're freaking this out, lady.
Rudo.
Yeah. And the songs
yeah.
And also,
hey, kids,
it's so clear in that movie that he basically was like giving Norm Macdonald like a bone, because like you can tell that Norm Macdonald like doesn't even care.
No, yeah.
Like I know that's part of his character, but then on a whole other level, you can tell you're like he really doesn't care. Like even during this musical where he's supposed to be, he's like you could tell he just doesn't care, and it's really funny. So,
what day is it today? October.
Yeah, now Steve's just quoting. No one will not make out with you. Chlorophyll, more like borophyll. You got chlorophyll guy up here saying who knows what. This girl's trying to make out with me. And it also like led to many other great Adam Sandler movies, which I know a lot of people at this point it's cool to hate on Adam Sandler, but
he's given us some great things.
That my entire high school, that was, I mean, come on.
Oh, dude, please. Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore,
yeah,
Wedding Singer.
Yeah.
I mean, he's done some fantastic things.
And I still think that I like his new stuff, but for some of it's just so weird. Like That's My Boy is so freaking weird.
Yeah. I found enjoyment in that one.
Yeah.
I liked it.
But it's just, because he's doing this Netflix deal now, and I'm actually looking forward to. Also, have you seen the cast on that?
No.
It's insane.
Huh.
Read the cast on it. It's crazy.
I think, I mean, I'm totally down with this whole, like, Netflix and Hulu and other places, like, doing alternative
because you're going to get so much weird stuff that would have gotten made.
Kimmy Schmidt would
never
not
be
have
on,
been made on a network.
like, no.
I'm still shocked that Last Man on Earth
that's crazy. But
is network.
But Kimmy Schmidt would never, I mean, that, like...
But the way they've marketed Last Man on Earth, they're marketing it towards the internet.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they're pushing it real big on Hulu and stuff, like... I feel like they're at least getting their mindset towards that direction, because that kind of thing would not have existed on network TV.
Well, especially we were living in a post-Arrested Development world where it seemed like Fox had given up on that kind of stuff.
Yeah, right. And now, I mean, shows like that. I mean, still, Kimmy Schmidt would not exist on network TV. It's just.
Well, I mean, look at all the great stuff we've gotten from a Netflix. I mean, we got more Arrested Development
back.
Everybody says House of Cards is great. I haven't watched it yet.
Well, then like Community coming on to Yahoo.
Yeah, which that's happening real soon. Did you see the trailer?
No.
Oh, it's amazing.
Oh,
if you have any doubts in your mind that
I don't.
I think it's proof that because they're on the internet, they basically, like, Dan Harmon's like, all right, guys, get ready.
It's like
hold on to your butts.
Hold on to your butts.
That's this trailer. Yeah.
I need to watch it then.
Oh, you know what else is on Netflix that I want to watch now?
What's that?
Harmontown, the documentary.
Oh, really?
Is on Netflix.
Ooh.
So.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Which Derek and Benson both saw, and if you want a look into it might help you understand why some people have problems with Dan Harmon, but also it gives you an appreciation of who might be one of the greater comic geniuses of our time.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So.
All right, I'll check that out.
Yeah, I haven't watched it yet, but I'm really excited to watch it. So yeah, what do you got?
Well, I've watched more How the States Got Their Shapes.
I still haven't watched this yet.
It's amazing. I'm telling you. Here's the bummer though. There's only 2 seasons of it.
Yeah.
The last one, it's on History 2.
Mm-hmm.
The last one aired in 2012. They never officially canceled it, but they haven't.
It's like buried treasure.
So yeah, it's on indefinite hiatus, I guess, is the thing.
Speaking of SNL, I forgot to talk about this, and I didn't tell you, and this happened today.
What?
And actually, I just want to show you what happened because this made my day today.
Okay.
I want you to see it. Just look at that.
Whoa!
Right there.
Leslie Jones followed you on.
And she favorited my tweet.
What did you say?
Oh, because people were tweeting horrific things. If you look at the timeline, it's like when she was on Weekend Update this past weekend.
Really?
People were tweeting horrific things to her, like horrific things, like sexist, racist, like straight up racist.
People are horrible.
People are horrible, and she flipped out and was really upset. So I tweeted, I just said, "Hey, I'm sorry you have to deal with that, but that's just." But she even was like, "I guess I made it now because if I hadn't made it, people wouldn't care."
Right.
So she was taking it in stride, but I could tell she was legitimately upset, and I don't want her to leave Twitter because her tweets are hilarious.
Right.
Like when she's like at airports and stuff, and no, it wasn't even that she's making fun of New York. People were just straight up making fun of her appearance.
Huh.
And like it could have been that, but like she did her social, her like and, like,
I love those.
And,
those are the best.
and like she's like yelling about how cold it is in New York. But my other favorite thing is when she's yelling at Colin. She's like, "Don't you ever say that, Colin, you sexy man."
Yeah.
Like, just like
white vanilla cupcake or whatever.
She's so funny.
She's amazing.
And
she's very her.
I just could really relate to people who one of their main bits is yelling about stuff because I feel like that's what
Oh no, she's amazing. She's one of the best newcasters.
So I wrote that, and she favorited it, and she followed. I feel like she followed me on Twitter as like, "Hey, thank you."
That's awesome.
But now I'm all nervous. I'm like, I know at some point she's probably gonna unfollow me, but I'm like, because like then I looked at my Twitter to see like what's on my Twitter right now, and so like let's see. So like I made sure I'm like, is it all just now recording do this? And then I looked and like, no, there's some other stuff. So like I just commented about a couple things like that's so like just looking at my Twitter from an outside perspective like he likes Last Man on Earth and he's doing this
and
so like
you do shows so that's legitimate.
So hopefully maybe she'll follow me for a while and
that's cool
and
but she followed you. That's awesome.
So that was pretty amazing.
That's good.
And then I'm like, wait, does she follow everybody? And then I looked, she only follows like 400 people out of like, so it was a unique thing. Right. So I'm like, Leslie Jones stopped and said, hey, that BrendoMan guy is pretty nice guy. So I'm going to follow him. So that kind of made my day today.
That's pretty cool.
That was cool. That happened today.
Well, I didn't have anyone follow me, but I watched that. How the States Got Their Shapes, Season 2. The other bummer is that they changed format in Season 2. It's not quite as good.
Oh.
It's still entertaining.
How did they change their format?
The first season, it's an hour-long show. Second season, they go half-hour. And they make it a little more reality showy. Like they focus less on the travelogue and the facts, and they do like some trivia contests with people and stuff. It's okay. There's still a lot of good stuff, but You can tell the first
It's
season
just
is
so
like
frustrating because it's like on the History
I
Channel.
know, but here's what happened. That first season is mega nerdy, straight up history, like amazing.
But it's on the History
It's
Channel.
on the History
It
Channel, and
should
people
be.
are like, "Oh, there's no reality aspect to this." Blah, blah, blah. So then
This is where it's there is truth to the fact that reality television is ruining.
it is, and
TV.
this is a perfect example of it because and it's still entertaining. I'm still enjoying the second season, but they kind of ruined a perfect
But
thing.
then again, we love Storage Wars and Pawn Stars, and those are two of the biggest.
But why can't that
Pawn
exist
Stars is
separately?
one of the reasons why History Channel
It's
has
true.
gone the way it has.
And now I'm okay with that being there, but I should also be able to watch something that's historical.
But you got to understand, these programming guys are like, Pawn Stars gets these ratings.
Right.
These boring shows get these ratings.
But it's not boring. It's so good. The host guy is great. You got to watch it. It's so nerdy.
I agree with you, but I can just
good.
it just from a businessman's perspective, I
know.
get why they're doing it, but it's also horrible.
I know.
It's all the Nielsen's fault.
Well, and so there, got down below. I got American Pickers is the one I've been watching. I know I watch reality shows of that nature.
Yeah.
I just want it all to be there.
But you watched also Phineas. You even watched.
Well, we've been watching tons of Phineas and Ferb. We even got Janelle to watch some Phineas and Ferb.
Oh,
She was like laughing at it.
She actively dislikes animation.
She has a thing against animation,
which makes no sense.
Right. Just blink it. Not like a specific cartoon.
I don't know how.
She doesn't like if it's drawn.
So
I mean,
weird.
there's like Pixar. She'll make exceptions for sometimes.
So weird.
But yeah, and like the
makes
main
no
Disney
sense.
ones. But anyway, we finally got her to watch them, and she likes it because it's got like the best songs. You've got to watch. We should just watch an episode tonight. I'm serious. It's so good. Maybe not tonight since it's 2 o'clock in the morning, but I love it. It's really good, and I hope that maybe they don't wind up getting rid of it because it's still on there. Maybe they work out another deal because it's so good. So that's what I've been watching. And that's it. That's Netflix corner. A very long corner.
All right. Well, that leaves us with video games.
And we should call it.
Yeah.
My goodness.
All right. Well, I've been playing Tomodachi Life.
Yes.
I mean, I got to get my new items whenever they pop up, and I did get some tags at WonderCon, so that was good.
Oh, Long Beach, you mean?
Yeah, Long Beach.
Yeah.
Wherever we were. Been playing Zelda Link Between Worlds. I finally beat the House of Wind, so now I'm working on the Death Mountain one I just started.
Nice. Okay.
And then, but the thing I've been playing the most by far is Pokemon Shuffle. I'm like beyond addicted to this game.
What are you at?
Well, I'm up to like 93 Pokemon. I think I just caught my 93rd, and I'm on I'm stuck on level 120. Like I'm flat out stuck.
Okay.
So like I can't beat it. So but that's caused me to go back. But that's caused me to go back and collect more Pokemon because for a while you had more Pokemon than me, but now you don't.
Well, I don't know. Maybe now because I caught a bunch of them today.
Well, I caught a bunch today. Well, we'll see. But it's awesome and I love it, and I'm addicted. Hardcore.
And then you don't have to pay. You haven't paid any money.
I haven't, but I'm still tempted every once in a while.
You don't need to.
But I feel like I'm like I've gotten so much entertainment out of it. What if I throw in like $5 worth of
up to you
stuff? I don't know, but that's how it starts. Yeah. Once you go down that path,
you forever will dominate your destiny.
So I'm holding off, but it's good. But there's sometimes where like if I'm on a tear and then I'm out of hearts and I just want to keep playing.
Do it, yeah.
That's where I'm excited for Comic-Con because I feel like at Comic-Con you just get unlimited hearts.
Because like I got a bunch
every
of tags
5 tags.
I got more.
But then you're freaking lucky because you got your kids, and if you tag the same person every 3 times you tag the same person. You get a heart, so like it's just racking them.
I've been getting all kinds of good stuff.
So that's awesome. And then I started playing Zelda Link's Awakening DX.
Pretty good game.
And then when Luke comes over, Luke came over, we've been playing Katamari Forever, Super Smash Brothers Wii U,
nice.
Hyrule Warriors. This week we played we've played Disney Infinity. And put that on there. Well, Luke played Disney Infinity, which Luke playing Disney Infinity is always funny because he just likes to fly around and
I know, it drives me nuts.
Smashes cars. He doesn't want to go on missions.
He wanted me to play with him tonight, so I played with him a little bit, and I'm like, let's do this mini game or whatever. He's like, no, I just want to go around.
And he just throws cars in the water and
swing around with the webs. I'm like, don't you want to do something?
There's an actual game in here.
That's how he enjoys it.
That's fine.
Wish fulfillment.
So I bought a game and then I hadn't played it yet, so we all played. You and I played Ice Cream Surfer,
which is really
which
fun.
it's like an old school shooter, but
like
you're
16-bit style.
You're shooting vegetables,
and all the good guys are all like ice cream and candy based.
Yeah,
which
and
is
vegetables
fitting for
are bad
our
guys.
week this week, right?
And it was funny because they're like, they want to turn the world where you only eat vegetables. And Audrey's like, that's gonna give me nightmares.
Yeah, that's like her worst nightmare is a vegetable.
She's like, I'm
world.
scared.
And the bummer part is that it was on sale. It was $1.50.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I wanted to try it out since you had bought it.
You lose.
We tried it and it was fun, and I went home to buy it, and it was the off sale, and it's $5 now.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna wait.
And then I have been playing some more WWE 2K15. They released some more DLC, which I had the season pass for, so I could finally get some of the season pass stuff, unlock some wrestlers I've been wanting. One of my favorite wrestlers, Christian, was in the expansion pack, so I'm glad I got him now.
Nice.
And then he immediately made an impact because then I can add him into my little Brendo Wrestling Federation, and he immediately made an impact in there.
Sweet.
So it's like having a new guy in the roster, and that's cool. And in my world, Daniel Bryan is like permanent champion, so it's great. So WWE can do whatever they want, but I still have my little universe. So maybe that's why I'm not freaking out as much. Maybe that's what would solve all these people that are freaking out.
Just play the game.
Just play your game, and you can have whatever you want. When you want to put the title on Zack Ryder, you want to put the title on whoever, you can.
That's cool.
And then like it's great. And then of course Clicker Heroes.
Right.
It's been kind of
in the background
all the time.
Well, see, I've started playing Tomodachi Life.
Yeah.
That's cool. I haven't gotten very far, but kind of started firing that up. So that's fun. Playing a little more Katamari and Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess with the kids, as well as Street Passing.
I don't even put that on there, but that's another thing all the time.
I didn't always used to have it, but because I got all those new games, I do that a lot.
Yeah.
And I have the kids tagging me back and forth, and they have them all now.
Yeah, you get tagged constantly.
So yeah, that's probably one of my larger gameplay times.
Although I did look up my gameplay, and it kind of was alarming.
What? What's your number one? What's the thing you've done the most?
Animal Crossing.
How many hours?
Can you guess? How many hours do you have?
Something like 120. What? What do you have?
225.
Oh, that's here. Okay.
It's by a lot. It's like by so much.
Am I in the middle of? Can I go to it, or am I in the middle of playing something?
If you're in the middle of.
Oh no, I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'll do it real quick while I'm going through these here.
Okay.
I've also been playing Lego The Hobbit with Luke. Actually, I forgot to put this one on there, but we started playing Marvel Ultimate Alliance. I was just going through some old games.
Oh wow! He would love that.
Would oh yeah, I mean, because you start off right
you can
away
be
with
everybody.
Spider-Man, and
I didn't even think about that game.
We have new titles.
Yeah, Ultimate Alliance is great.
It's great. So we've been playing that a little bit. Okay, a couple smaller ones that I got. Fluidity. It's called Fluidity.
Yeah.
Spin Cycle. I talked about the Wii one.
Yeah. Didn't you have the Wii one?
I had the Wii one.
Because I remember that.
And I got the.
Kind of like Marble Madness.
It's different though. All it does is you tilt left and right, and you're like a puddle of water, and you gather more stuff, and you go through all these puzzles. I got the one on 3DS from the Club Nintendo, and I've been playing that, and it's amazing. Okay, here we go. Here's my top 3 on. I'll do my top 5. Number 5.
What was it about Curse Sploosh?
Oh, I haven't played it yet. I got it. I've gotten a ton of games from Club Nintendo. I haven't even touched half of them yet because I've gotten so many rewards doing this whole closeout thing. So, and then the last one on here is Zaki Saw's Last Stand.
Hey, what is that?
It's a tower defense game, pretty basic, but it's really really fun. I haven't played a good one in a long time. It was 69 cents on the Wii U shop, and I've gotten hours out of it, and I've only done some of the first levels. So,
right, so your activity by time.
All right, here we go. Activity by time. I'm going to do top 6. 6th place, Ocarina of Time 3D, 108 hours.
Yeah.
These are all the ones that are 100 hours or more.
Yeah.
Netflix, 118 hours.
I could never watch Netflix on my DS.
I watch it in bed. It's a perfect thing to watch in bed.
I can watch it on that little tiny screen. That's why I got my tablet.
Fire Emblem Awakening, 150 hours.
Nice.
Animal Crossing, 152.
Yeah.
Disney Magical World,
Oh my
218 hours.
And you've had Disney Magical World for way less time.
Yes, last year I went nuts to Disney Magical World. I haven't played it very much.
See, I have like 100 and something hours on Disney Magical World.
And Street Pass 261 hours.
Holy crap!
So
Because I know my Street Pass is second place, but it's like 100 hours behind. But like my Animal Crossing is like 200.
Yeah.
Because then I thought about it and I'm like, there were times where I would seriously sit and watch like wrestling or something, or like Storage Wars, one of those things for like hours, and the whole time I was playing Animal Crossing. Because I remember when I was going real crazy, once I found out about the island, and you could get beetles on the island, and just I would do that for hours and get like just millions of bells.
Well, I still have it.
I still do
rotation,
it. I just played it the other day. I still am playing because I barely played last spring, so I'm like, I bet you I can get some new fish. So sure enough, right away I caught like a loach, and I had never gotten one yet. So, yeah.
Well, that's my video games. There's a lot of other ones I've played bits and pieces of here, but that's the largest body of video games for the week.
So have you felt like, so this is your week back from Nintendo?
Oh yeah.
So have you like gone on like the extreme?
Well, yeah, as you can see,
back with a vengeance.
It's been.
Not to mention, like you get to like when you're like we talked about earlier, your kids are just like, I want to play Zelda.
Yeah.
And so what do you tell them no?
Yeah, I get.
Well, I've seen what happens when you tell them no.
Well, they're a little spoiled in that regard, but it's partly because I like to do it. We spend time together, get to play some games together. We do lots of other stuff too. I don't want it to sound like all we do is play video games. We go outside and we read books and we do puzzles and all that kind of stuff.
Sure you do, Phil.
But we like to play video games too. But let's be real. It's fun.
What if your kids at some point are just like, I hate video games?
That's fine. They can do what they want to do, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
They're not gonna cry?
No, they can do whatever.
It's not gonna affect you?
Well, it doesn't mean I'm not gonna play them still. My thing. I can do what I want.
Son, like that's your son's active rebellion. Is like, I hate Zelda. I hate it.
I'd be okay.
Nintendo sucks. Dad, I want a PlayStation.
I don't know. It was almost sad for me when he said, because he's recently been saying he likes Link more than Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to say that. Those are different things.
Yeah, he loves. That's like his new thing.
Yeah. But then he just got Spider-Man shoes. Have you seen his new Spider-Man shoes?
I did see them.
With the eyes that light up.
Yeah.
He's pretty excited about those. So, anyway, that's that. I think that's probably good.
Yeah, I'm tired.
How'd we do here?
Did pretty well.
What's the damage?
Well, seeing it's 3 hours, but we also did like 45 minute.
Again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, you might want to check out the pre-show on the YouTube.
Yeah, we did some funny stuff.
There's some pretty good stuff on there.
I think.
In
my opinion.
Anyway. If you want to hear us discover that we're long lost food brothers, you should listen to that.
Talking about dough balls,
sneaking stuff in the kitchen.
If you ever made a dough ball, you might be a fat. That should be. You might be a fat.
You might be a fat.
That can be a news joke series.
Yeah. So, cool.
All right.
Good.
Anything else you want to add?
I think that's good. Thanks for listening, everyone. You guys are amazing as always.
All right. Well, make sure you go to BenviewNetwork.com. Listen to all the Benview Network shows. I know we're supposed to start doing specific ads and stuff, but I haven't really gotten around to doing that yet.
Well,
check out all those shows.
Check them out. They're good.
Like I said, the new Popsicles, number 77.
It's an explosive episode, to say the least. Not only does that happen, but Janelle interrupts it.
Oh, yeah, Janelle interruption.
That's good. I guess maybe you can hear me yelling in the background. Not angry, just passionate.
There's a legitimate... Had a mini... I hulked out.
Yeah, it's good.
Again.
Although I'm on your side on this one, I gotta say.
Well, it's true.
But
you kind of got me fired up about it. I think that's part of the reason.
Good. I think it's good. It's a righteous anger.
Yeah, but you're still forcing people to do things.
No, they don't have to go if they don't want to go.
But you're bribing people to go to your panel.
You're giving out tickets to your panel. The added benefit is they get to go to a thing if they want to.
And my Comic-Con Pro badge isn't attached to a panel.
Well, it doesn't have to be.
But then it's like, I give you that and you won't go to my panel.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But then I also sometimes think about, if it was me, I think I would go to the panel, but
You definitely would.
it was Matt and Trey, and it was the only time.
What if there was a chance you wouldn't get to go next year because of that?
What do you mean?
Okay, let's say someone else was giving you one.
But
let's say Kevin.
If it was a condition.
Let's say Kevin gave you one.
If he explicitly said.
Let's say he just said, "Hey, I'm looking forward to seeing you at the show at my panel," and you don't show, and you knew by not showing you wouldn't get to go with him anymore.
Yeah, that's what I said. If I did know that.
But you know, there's a chance. You don't know for sure, but you might make him upset by not being there. Wouldn't you do it even just in case?
Well, it's Kevin. Of course I would.
Yeah, that's the point. They don't value you. They're showing you.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. And they're like, but it's Matt and Trey. I'm like, so it's basically, again, you're saying.
More important, right? They're devaluing you by saying that.
But I also understand from their end a little bit.
I don't. I think it's, well, then they don't need to go then. That's the thing.
They're going to go.
That's up to you.
They're going to go. They're going to go to the panel. They said they would.
They better.
If they don't go to the panel this year, well, I'm pretty sure they are now after our recent whole thing. But if they hadn't, then I would be really pissed.
Think of it this way: if they don't go,
well, this for the WonderCon, we're getting these badges because although I would have gotten pro badges anyway, and I probably would have given them to them, and that wouldn't have been tied to the panel.
Right. The pro badges are because we do a comic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's like a good chunk of it is my part too. So I also want them to be at our panel.
Well, I agree.
That's why we do the thing. It's
I agree, and they agree. They're just being dumb.
Well, they are being dumb. That's my point.
Well, also the point was because we always joke and give each other a hard time, and I think at some point though it just crossed into reality, and
then they
crossed the line, and I just because it was building up, and then when like Benson said like, "Well, do you listen to my podcast?" and that was like
a completely different thing.
I like flipped the table.
If he gets you tickets to a podcast convention and you don't go see his podcast, then of course that's different.
Yeah.
It's two different things. I don't expect them to listen to our show, but if I'm getting them free tickets to something, they should come to see our thing.
I don't expect anybody to listen to our show because it's 3 hours long.
I applaud people who are willing to listen to our show this long.
I mean, I know friends that listen when they can and listen, but I don't expect anybody to listen to all of my podcasts.
I'm excited that some people enjoy it, and that's good.
Also, like, we're all on so many podcasts. It's impossible.
Just to keep up with you alone, that's like 10 hours a week of listening.
It's impossible. I don't listen. I can't listen to that. I mean, right now I don't have anything to listen. If I want to listen to a podcast now because of my freaking crap, look at this. This is a 3G iPhone. This thing is ancient history, man.
Yeah.
I have to manually download the podcast on iTunes, and then the headphone jack is screwed up. So like I have to like keep adjusting it. It's a pain in the freaking butt. So I usually don't.
Just don't. Yeah. That's understandable.
And I mean I listen to podcasts while I'm at my desk sometimes, but lately I've been listening to the Blaze, the 90210 podcast.
Right.
Because I really miss Go Bayside, like to the point where I've actually started to go back and listen to those again. Because, again, I feel like in some other world, April Richardson and I are best friends. And I still wish I could have done that show, like, more than anything.
Wow.
But, I don't know. But now I talked a little bit to the people from the Blaze. I think I might have freaked them out a little bit. I think I might have been too forward.
What's the worst that could happen? They don't have you on it.
I really want to be on that show.
That would be cool.
Because if anybody can talk about Now 210 for 2 hours, it's me.
You're the one.
Maybe Janelle, too, because it's OG Now 210. She should listen to the show. Because it's OG Now 210.
Well, she can definitely time that. That's for sure.
That's like one of the things that like Janelle and I have that Phil doesn't care about.
You guys can have. I'm not upset about it. I just don't care really.
It's just funny. I mean, I think it's good that we have our little things that we can talk about, and like how I got her into New Now 210, and then she watched it all.
Yep.
It's awesome. And anyways, BenviewNetwork.com. We got 2 new episodes of Man Brendo's Wrestling Show. We're gonna be doing one more pre-WrestleMania episode in a couple weeks. That'll be like our rundown of the card, but the card isn't even finalized yet, so we can't do that yet.
For that.
And then we're going to hopefully record some stuff up there at WrestleMania, hopefully get some new wrestler promos. I mean, right now we got some great ones. It's still cool. Like, some of the people that we've recorded have gone on to much bigger things, like current and New Japan Pro Wrestling Junior heavyweight tag team champions, the Young Bucks. They do one of the bumpers for Man Brendo's wrestling show. Current Lucha Underground superstar Brian Cage is another one.
Nice.
And he was also on the regular show. That was the one where Benson got in his face, and I thought it was funny because this dude could literally rip Benson's head off with his bare hand. He's so freaking huge. But anyway, so
new stuff there. New Popsicles is fiery. If you thought it got heated here, you should listen to that one.
Yeah, and then all the other podcasts on the
good stuff.
Shut Up Leonard, if you're a Community fan, that's definitely a must listen.
Yeah, and that's gonna have some new interesting stuff to talk about there.
Sweet. Oh, Steven said Frankie Kazarian and Christopher Daniels were on comic book. I gotta watch some of the new comic books. They had Adam West on.
Oh, nice.
But Bad Influence have been on Man Brendo's wrestling show. So there we go. We've had some guys that are on comic book, now they're moving up in the world.
6 degrees of separation.
I'm also super excited because they go by The Addiction now. That's because Bad Influence was their name in TNA. So, but I'm excited because we're gonna see them team up with Roderick Strong against I forgot who else, but that's one of the matches that Jushin Thunder Liger, one of my favorite Japanese wrestlers, is gonna be at WrestleCon. I'm excited.
Nice.
Sorry, I could talk about wrestling forever if you haven't.
That's why you have a podcast for it.
That's why I have a podcast about it. But go to RadioBrendo.com for all your, you saw people sent in mail. If you're wondering, how do I send in mail? Go to RadioBrendo.com, click the contact button. That's the easiest. You can also tweet us at BrendoMan. We're on YouTube. You can comment on the YouTube videos.
Facebook.
If you want to watch this show in visual form, which just you can look at me and Phil
see us do this
talking and make.
You want to see the shirt we're
wearing?
See
our shirts. I got a Bayside High School shirt on.
I got Ghostbusters.
You got
tonight.
Ghostbusters. We're super nerdy with our shirts here. See, speaking of this is why I think April Richardson and I didn't even think about. I just put this shirt on.
Just happened to line up that way.
So there we go. I've talked about April Richardson a lot this show, but I think she's really cool, you guys.
You should call it this one, Hold On to Your Butts, April Richardson.
No, I'm not going to do that. That's weird.
No, don't do that. Don't for real.
I am going to call it Hold On to Your Butts.
Yeah, that's good.
But, so you can, brendoman@gmail.com is our email address. Go to Tumblr. It's brendoman.tumblr.com. We're on Tumblr, and we're everywhere. Facebook, you already said.
Yep.
So hit us up. And next week, Phil won't be here. We got a special guest. And I'll keep it a mystery for now.
That's good.
Just to keep
special mystery guest.
Keep the mysteriousness.
Yes.
About it. I think he thinks that you're going to be on the show, so I haven't told him that it's just me and him.
He's not going to be bummed.
Yeah, well,
I know he really wanted to talk to me, right?
He's like, oh, Phil's not going to be there. I'm out.
Maybe you'll just be talking to yourself then.
No, I'll find somebody.
Okay. No, I think he'll be good.
If we don't get our mystery guest, I'll do it with Gates.
That's good. You could do that. You should do that. You should do that anyway.
Yeah, but Gates is coming on Saturday. I guess they should do a bonus.
Let's do an extra one, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You should do that, even if it's a shorty.
McShorty.
That'd be fun. It could be a crossover. You could do post on the popsicles and be like a mini popsicle.
We gotta have Gates on popsicles, man.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, so that's coming up.
Yeah. WonderCon, all that stuff.
WonderCon. We got another Benview Megacast. Are you gearing up?
Oh, yeah. This is going to be a good one this year.
Gang up on Phil. Everybody gang up on Phil.
The Phil week. Yeah, it's going to be cool. I'm looking forward to it.
Especially now that you can give your opinion on the whole panel. So that can be a big conversation starter.
That's going to come up, believe me.
You can have my back.
Think of it this way. If we don't give it to them one time and they don't get to go, they're going to realize the impact of that. Because they're not getting it elsewhere.
I don't want to do that.
I'm not saying you want to. I'm saying they should think of it from that perspective.
All right.
That's all.
BraxComics.com.
Yep.
Got
a new one for tomorrow.
Do we?
We will.
Okay.
It's going up. Yeah.
So
it's been good.
Every Monday and sometimes Fridays.
Yeah. That's our
schedule.
New slogan. That's right.
We'll see how long Phil can keep that up.
I've been doing good so far.
Yeah, you finally put up the one that we wrote a month ago.
Well, I had to build
to the point where we'd almost forgotten what it was.
You had to remind me.
This is where we gotta. As soon as you come up with this is practical advice, everybody. Don't think you're gonna remember the idea.
Write it down.
Make sure, even if you're we're gonna do it, then something will happen where Phil doesn't end up using it for like a month, and then we almost forget the punchline.
Yeah.
Because we had written out this whole big thing, and I still feel like we might have missed a little thing from our initial. Because like when we were on the phone, that was gold.
Yeah, you got to write it down.
And it was still good, but I feel like if we had written down the whole thing, got to make sure to do that.
Yeah.
So don't,
especially because
don't count on you remembering things.
Like we came up with it, but where it was in the current thing, you had to like work around to get to that, you know.
Yeah.
So by the time you get there, then you forget. I had to like call it, like, what are we gonna do with that again?
Exactly. If we had written it down when we originally came up with it, we wouldn't have had to have that problem.
Yeah.
But we did. All right.
I think that's it.
That's it.
It's good.
All right.
Thanks for listening, everyone.
Yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for everybody in the chat. We got Steve and Andres in here, so thank you guys. And if you want to get in on the chat, we don't have a regular.
It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Monday.
But it's usually around 10 p.m.
It's usually around 10 p.m.
Where we post it on Twitter and Facebook, so just
keep an eye out there.
Keep an eye out if you want to, because people always ask me, how do I get in on that? And it's just if you're around.
You got to be around. We try to have it, but with the way that our schedule works, it's tough. Yeah. It's tough to have it exactly the same.
Yeah.
So just be around. Have nothing to do Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday night.
4 hours.
And then you're good.
For a 4-hour block. Then you can catch the whole experience. But it all ends up on YouTube, so if you yes, you don't get the chat experience, but if you want the live experience, including the free show,
that's right.
Go to youtube.com/BrendoMan and make sure you subscribe.
Then you'll know.
Having subscribers is good.
I think so.
And if we hit but you have to get to like 1,000 subscribers. But then if you get 1,000 subscribers, you get to use the YouTube creative space that they have in LA, and it's like a studio.
Really?
And then you can do it, and you can use it for free if you have a certain amount of subscribers, and you can like make stuff there.
I want to do that.
Well, we have to get to 1,000.
Oh, people need to do it.
We have like 50.
All right. Well, can you guys tell all your friends if there's 50 people, and each of you tell 20? Oh no, 200.
We got a long way to go.
I don't know. Each of you tell a lot.
Well, you can either go to youtube.com/BrendoMan,
20.
or go to radiobrendo.com and click the YouTube button, and then make sure you subscribe.
That's right.
And I think by subscribing, you will get a notification
when it goes up,
when it goes live. Because I remember that's how, even when we weren't publishing the feed, sometimes Adam Wells would hop in.
Jump in there because it goes up.
Because he saw the notification. Because he subscribes.
That's right. So if each of you have 20 of your friends subscribe,
speaking of which,
we'll be there.
BeAdamWells.com.
That's right.
And I'm assuming now that Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s back, that Beyond the Shield will be back with a vengeance. So check that out. And on that note, I think we're done for tonight, Phil. It's 2:35 in the morning.
I think that's good.
It's a good time.
We'll call it there, yeah.
All right, radio. So for I almost messed up that up. I gotta go to the bathroom, you guys.
Hold on to your butt.
I'm holding on to my butt. I'm holding on to my butt. It's like that guy commercial with TLC still makes me laugh when the guy's like, I'm pushing it real good.
Yeah. Pretty good.
It's pretty funny.
Oh, TLC. All right.
It wasn't TLC. It was Salt and Pepper. I'm sorry. I messed up.
Yeah, don't go chasing waterfalls, Brendo.
Stick to the rivers and lakes you're used to. All right. So for Radio BrendoMan, I'm Brendan Creecy.
And I'm Phil Vecchio.
Have a good one, everybody. Oh my gosh, I gotta go so bad.
Yeah, I think I heard a couple slip out over there.
Just a little bit.
I'm glad my nose is plugged tonight, because...
Are you still sick?
Nah, I just get congested. That's a permanent thing. It's a Vecchio thing.
Gosh,
my dad had surgery like on his sinuses when like he had to have like that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna probably have to have that someday.
Yeah, I know some people that have had to have that, but
it's just permanently,
yeah.
You know. I don't know. It's a sinus thing.
Ugh. Like a septum, like you have to get the septum.
Something where like it just doesn't drain.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right. Well, thanks everybody in the chat.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
That wasn't me.
Was it the chair popping?
I don't know. That was a chair.
I'm just afraid.
That's the computer.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard a pop.
All right. Well, we gotta go. So I'll see you guys.
Good night, guys.
See you guys later.
Thanks for hanging out.
All right. I gotta stop the
All right,
broadcast.
bye YouTube.
Bye, YouTube.